Personality. So why is it important for people to understand what personality is?
Well, you spend a tremendous amount of your time both to amuse yourself, to be engaged in life, and to do productive, work-oriented and work-oriented activities, engaging with other people. And so you need to understand what they're like, and you need to understand what you're like, and people are actually quite different. And if you know what the differences are, you understand them better, and that means you can cooperate with them better, and you can compete with them better, and all of that's positive. Plus, it's intrinsically interesting. That's another advantage.
So when we think about personality, how much of it really is born, like when we pop out? How much of it is shaped, and when does it harden?
Well, there's a fair bit of the personality there at the beginning, even as early as newborns. And a fair bit of temperament is there in its nascent form by 6 months, and it's fairly stable. That doesn't mean that you can. That doesn't mean you can't learn new things. In some sense, you're born with a set of proto-skills and a proclivity to learn certain things easily, whereas other skills aren't there for you, and you have to learn them with more difficulty. It's not like it's impossible. An introverted person can learn the social skills that come more naturally to an extrovert, but it's very effortful, and it requires a fair bit of exhaustion on the part of the introvert too, because they're not as naturally rewarded by the same social interactions. And a disagreeable person can learn the mechanics of caring for other people, but again, there's a fair bit of effort that goes into it. So you're set somewhere on a distribution of possibilities, and you can move it, but the more you want to move, the more effort it takes. So, and one of the upshots of that, I talk about this a bit in the course, is that knowing your personality is also useful with regards to such things as occupational choice, because you should really fit your personality. You should fit the job to your personality, right? So if you're extroverted, you might look for sales.
When you say that you can, with effort, tackle something that might not be naturally in your personality, is it better for people to gravitate toward their strengths of their personality?
It's definitely more straightforward, and I would recommend doing that, again, for occupational choice, and to some degree for mate choice as well. It's useful, I would say, to expand the limits of your personality. You know, so if you're an agreeable person and you tend to take care of others and you have a natural proclivity in that direction, that doesn't mean it's not useful to learn the skills necessary to negotiate on your own behalf. So imagine that there's a distribution of personality on each trait, and you're sort of born at one point with some variation there.
Right.
Now, there's useful skills that can be had on the entire distribution, and so the broader you can make your personality, the more skills that you have at your disposal, then the more you can match your response to the specific demands of the situation. And that's really what you want. If you have a maximally flexible personality, it's like you can be agreeable when it's useful to be agreeable, and you can be disagreeable when it's useful to be disagreeable. And you're an extrovert, but you can learn to be silent when silence is actually the best strategy. So I would say part of what wisdom is, that perhaps you accrue as you age, is that your personality expands. The center point remains the same. So maybe you're still typically extroverted, but it expands so that, well, you can be an introvert when the situation requires it.
You're more strategic.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and more situationally adaptive.
And sometimes it might seem a little counterintuitive, but you pointed out in the course that something like being disagreeable isn't always a negative. Sometimes it can be exactly the way you need to be.
It's very frequently a positive. I mean, you have to put your foot down, you have to stand for something, you have to be immovable at times, and you have to stand up for yourself and for the things that you believe in. And that means that you have to be willing to withstand a certain amount of interpersonal conflict.
Right.
And disagreeable people are definitely better at that.
When you mention like mate choice, what's the key when you're kind of looking at the personality of the person you're with? Is it the old opposites attract, or is it
No.
better to have similarity?
No, similarity is better. The only exception to that is probably on the neuroticism dimension. If you're high in neuroticism, you probably don't want a partner who's also high in neuroticism. That's too much. But the rest of it, like, it's hard for a real extrovert and a real introvert to get along, because the extrovert is going to want to be around people all the time, plan parties and tell jokes and be social, and the introvert is going to find that exhausting. And so, and then if you're, with regards to conscientiousness, like if you're a really orderly person and your partner's really disorderly, then that's going to be a constant source of conflict. Industriousness as well. If one of you is creative and the other isn't, you're not going to speak the same language. So I would say, and the evidence suggests this, is that similarity is better. That doesn't mean it has to be identical, but you don't want the gap to be so big that negotiation is impossible.
Right.
So,
when you talk about the traits that may be even seen at birth or 6 months, that's fascinating to all parents. You have a granddaughter.
Yep.
When you're looking at her, are you looking for things, clues, insights?
well, you see pretty early on, soothability is probably the most obvious one to begin with. Is like some babies are very, very calm, and and they can tolerate a lot of transformation and change, and a lot of exposure to novel social situations and new people, and other babies are much more reactive and require a lot more soothing and care, and so that's something that's obvious pretty soon. After that, you get differences in positive emotion that show up. The degree to which the baby is socially engaging and likes to be around lots of people. And after that, then you start to see differences in the willingness to abide by rules and to show a certain amount of empathy. And that really starts to show up, I would say, between 2 and 4. So you can see this stuff pretty early. And, it's clear, I would say, that, and I think this is actually quite clear to parents who have a couple of children, is that they're quite shocked at how different their children actually are. It's also the case, I would say, that if your home environment is set up well, then your children end up in some ways maximally different from one another. Because you might say, well, because children are raised in the same family, there's going to be a fair bit of similarity between them. But a lot of that's not the case, because if you set your family up properly, then you have very individualized relationships with each person within the family, and that actually helps them capitalize on their temperamental distinctiveness. You have to be pretty tyrannical to end up with all your children the same,
right? Yeah,
given the the innate variability in childhood temperament.
Right. Yeah. Well, my 5 are pretty different, so maybe I was not too much of a tyrant.
Well, you see the same thing happening on the sociological scale, is that in more egalitarian societies, there's more difference between men and women, because the egalitarian societies are actually less authoritarian, pretty much by definition. So what happens is people end up more different, is that their intrinsic differences are allowed to or encouraged to manifest themselves. And so if you could ally that with the ability to help people widen out their personality so they have a broader level of skills, then maybe you'd have an optimal situation.
So in this course where you dive into this can help parents understand their kids.
Definitely. Well, I'd say that's especially true in combination with like a personality scale. We have one called the Big 5 Aspect Scale that's available online at understandmyself.com. And I'll tell you, I had my kids do that when they were teenagers. And I am reasonably expert in personality conceptualization. And I found things out about my kids that I didn't know, and also about my parents. And they found things out about each other.
Right.
And so I would say that's actually quite useful. Like, I found that I probably had a bit more fractious relationship with my daughter when she was a teenager. And I thought that she was acting in a rather disagreeable manner. But when we did the personality analysis of the kids, it turned out that my son was way more disagreeable than my daughter. But he was less neurotic. He was more emotionally stable. And so a lot of what looked like disagreeable behavior on her part that was causing conflict was actually anxiety. And so knowing that actually...
For understandable reasons.
Yeah, well, it also helped me respond to it differently because I became more patient, and it wasn't so much rebelliousness as it was just irritability and anxiety. And then with him, I thought, oh, I see, that explains something, because it was always difficult it was always a challenge to get my son to do anything he didn't want to do. Right. But he would deal with that with a smile and calmly, and so, you know, it took the edge of it off. But that was very helpful to learn that.
Well, it's insightful when you talk about them, but when you talk about them now, do they ever say, yeah, Dad, thanks for sharing that about me?
Oh, well, they're kind of accustomed to that. And so, and there's nothing about it that's particularly insulting, so that seems to work out all right.
But the key in kind of what you're looking at is, you know, there are probably tests that we take, and people take all kinds of tests,
Yep.
you know, Myers-Briggs and
Yep.
DISCs, and we know what Hogwarts house we're in and what Game of Thrones character we are. And I think millennials seem to be into the Enneagram and all of these things.
Yeah.
Why is the Big Five
Well,
different?
because it's valid.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we know that it's scientifically reliable test. All the other personality tests pale in comparison to the accuracy of, say, the Big Five aspect scale, certainly the Big Five, because we know the traits are separate, we know they're identifiable, we know that they exist cross-culturally, we know how they're related to all sorts of different forms of mental illness and health, we know how they predict job performance. We know their neurobiology to some degree, their underlying structures. So it's like, if you want to sort out elements, use the periodic table, because it's correct. You could use other mechanisms of sorting, but they're not going to give you accurate information. And so they're not all built the same way by any stretch of the imagination.
And you, as you mentioned, there are some things that you might not be surprised about. It's like, oh,
Yep.
well, I'm high in extroversion.
Yep.
But I was like wildly high in openness to experience, which from my background or sensibility, I wasn't sure that I was like, wow, that's interesting. Or I was surprisingly low in politeness. I was like, really? I think, isn't there a part of this where it's the things that surprise you about your personality?
Oh, definitely. And
are
it
the
isn't
key.
necessarily all pleasant news,
Right.
you know, like,
Yeah.
lots of people, for example, discover that they're very low in conscientiousness. And that's often, but not always, allied with being high in openness. And
Sure.
that's the liberal configuration, say. And there's some utility in that because it makes you less rule-bound, and so it makes you more flexible in your choices. But it's hell if you're trying to implement something. I mean, so if you're low in conscientiousness, you're going to have to learn to use a scheduler like a calendar and to keep track of your time. And it's a real fight to discipline yourself. But you're going to pay a big price for it if you don't.
If you don't, yeah. Yeah, and you've obviously spent decades thinking deeply, seriously about everything in this course. What would you say is different about what people can learn in this course than they might find elsewhere online or in other courses?
Oh, they're going to get a much deeper understanding of what the personality traits are, conceptually, biologically, and also practically. And the course unites those levels of analysis. You know, so I try to provide a relatively complete description of what the traits are grounded in biologically, and what that means from an evolutionary perspective and from a biochemical perspective, and what the impact of that is politically and sociologically, and also in terms of your own life and understanding the world around you. And so, first of all, the information is accurate, scientifically grounded, but it's also extremely broad.
And you said a deeper understanding. There's some challenge in this course. You've got to be paying
definitely.
attention.
Yeah. You have to listen and pay attention, and it's fairly information rich, and it covers a very wide range of topics. And so, and I think it'll provide people with plenty of food for thought. I mean, for example, the discussion on conscientiousness, I think, sheds really quite new light on what happened in Germany and during the Nazi period. And it's quite shocking, I would say. So that's all. There's a little bit of pain associated with that knowledge as well.
When you talk about the biology, the evolutionary history of personality, when you widen back and you look and you say, nature has kind of, you know, created us with these distinct personality tendencies. It's in the same way I was thinking of it when you're like, it's kind of so odd that we can even dream. In a way, isn't it odd that we do have these personality tendencies at all, and that they seem to be complementary to each other in terms of we need all of them?
Yeah, well, it's a staggering thing to understand how different we are innately, you know, and there's tremendous resistance to that idea, and even on the political front. I mean, that attitude is often described now by the people who are obsessed ideologically with the notion that we're only a consequence of our socialization. They call that biological essentialism and think about it as politically inappropriate, but it's not at all, because the other thing too is that the fact that you are a certain way gives you a certain intrinsic value and also a certain intrinsic dignity. You know, like you are a certain way. You can't even force yourself in some ways. You have to negotiate with yourself, and to know that people are the way they are, you know, with some parameters for change, gives you some respect, I would say, for the diversity of opinion and perception that manifests itself in the world. Like, it's really incumbent on you, if you're a conservative, for example, to understand that there are unalienable advantages to a liberal perspective. Now, that doesn't mean that the liberal perspective is correct 100% of the time, but it's correct some of the time. Well, and so is the conservative perspective. And with, you know, wildly creative people tend to have contempt for conventional people, and often the reverse is true too. And that's not helpful, because we need conventional people to keep the conventions in place, but we also need innovative people to make change when it's necessary. And that means that those two different types of people have to learn not only to put up with each other, but to appreciate the fact that those differences that can cause conflict actually exist. And so I would say that genuine understanding of the range of diversity and the depth of that diversity also brings about something that approximates genuine tolerance. And maybe the willingness to listen too. You know, it's actually interesting, once you understand how much people differ, to talk to someone who's temperamentally different than you are, because they don't see the world the same way. And if you listen, you might get some clues about what advantages their idiosyncratic or particular perceptual frame brings to that particular situation. And so it can really help you be motivated to listen, because you don't think so much, well, this person just disagrees with me, right? The facts are the same for everyone, and we're just having a disagreement. It's like, no, you're talking to a different being. The world manifests itself to them in a different way. And as I said, some of that's going to cause conflict. Some of it's going to be irritating because it rubs up against your own presuppositions. But it's also fascinating to know that you're actually talking to someone who is different than you.
And grappling with that makes us better.
Well, it certainly makes us better when we're trying to solve complex problems, because by definition, if you have a problem, then your knowledge and your temperamental proclivity isn't sufficient to have eradicated the problem. So you better be looking for sources that are other than sources of information that are other than what you have at hand. And they're often going to be generated by people who are thinking about this differently than you.
Right. Are there other misperceptions about personality that you see out there in the world? Is personality different than temperament and other terms that people use?
Well, you know, all those terms tend to be loose enough so that there can be a substantial amount of overlap. And personality and temperament's more used, I would say, the connotation is more on the biological end. You know, so your temperament is perhaps what's more, let's say it, hardwired. And your personality might be the mixture of your temperament with however your environment shapes you. Misapprehensions? Well, yeah, there are forms of personality variability that people talk about a lot that don't exist. Emotional intelligence is a good example. There's virtually no evidence for the independent utility of emotional intelligence as a concept. And I would say the same thing about self-esteem. Grit is another good example that's become very popular, but grit is merely a variant of conscientiousness, and the fact that it's been marketed as something different is actually not appropriate, I would say, from a strict scientific perspective. It's actually, it muddies up the water. Then there's all these different personality tests that are very popular, the Myers-Briggs being a good example, which is the most popular personality test. It's radically out of date. You know, it was made in the 1930s, far before we had the understanding of biology and motivation and emotion and brain function and the statistical techniques necessary to parse the personality traits out into their proper dimensions. And so it's not like all personality tests are created equal. And so that's another set of misapprehensions.
Right. And it seems like that argument, your argument has, you know, you're hearing that echoed. Adam Grant and others are big critics of Myers-Briggs and others. And so this is
the Myers-Briggs has no predictive validity with regards to job placement, for example, but it's used in corporate settings very, very frequently.
So when you think of the Big Five, when you think of this course, we've talked about the relationship of parents to their kids, a bit about the relationship with somebody you might date or a partner. How can this help leaders? How does it help in the workplace?
Well, one of the things that it can help you understand is who you should select for hiring. You know, if you're hiring managers and administrators, you want people with high cognitive power, and that's associated with openness to experience, intellect, and IQ. You want people with high cognitive power, especially as the job complexity increases. Low complexity jobs, which are ones that you can learn and then do by rote, they don't require so much general cognitive ability. But if you're hiring people to stay on top of a dynamically changing environment and they need to learn and make complex decisions, then you have to hire for general cognitive ability. And the difference economically between making the proper hiring decision and the improper hiring decision is overwhelming. It's going to make or break your enterprise. And then if you want managerial and administrative types, you also want to hire for conscientiousness. And so if you use an amalgam of general cognitive ability and conscientiousness, you can improve your hiring accuracy. Well, you can imagine your failure rate is 50%, in that 50% of the people that you hire are below average and 50% are above. It's just an arbitrary cutoff. If you use a decent selection process, then you can decrease your error in hiring by 50%. And so that will definitely make or break your business. And then if you also might need to hire entrepreneurial and creative types, depending on what they might be doing. But certainly you want an interleaving of entrepreneurial and creative types in your enterprise so that you have people who can think laterally, so that when the situation around you changes radically, you'll have people who can generate new ideas. And the managerial and administrative types aren't good at that. They're good at implementing what's already been formulated, right? If there's a forest and the trees, then the managers and administrators are focusing at the level of the trees. And the entrepreneurial types, the creative types, are focusing at the level of the forest. And they're going to be frustrating, the creative types, because they're not going to be great at detailed implementation. But you need to understand that it's not easy to find someone who brings all of the positive elements of all of the traits to bear simultaneously. You know, every time you pick a dimension along which you're going to select, you decrease the number of people who are qualified. Like, let's say you want someone who's real smart, top 10%. Well, you've eliminated 90% of your applicant pool. Then if you want someone who's in the top 10% of conscientiousness, you've eliminated 90% of your high cognitive applicant pool. And so you're down to 10% of 10%. You're down to 1 in 100 people with only 2 dimensions. Then if you also want someone who's extroverted, well, you're facing exactly the same problem. So what that means is you're not going to get everything in one person. You're going to need a diverse range of people.
And you extrapolate this out in the course in a really significant way, because you look at the failure of companies, even really large companies, and what that kind of catastrophic collapse can be because people don't understand.
Well, yes, and that's part of what's discussed in the course is the radical difference in productivity between individuals, and that's something that's, well, it's quite shocking to understand that that's the case, that in most enterprises it's a minority of people who are doing the majority of the productive work, and that, well, that you need to know that that's the case, that you need to hire to try to find more people like that, that you need to identify who those people are. And here's another thing that, like, managers often don't understand this. Say you have 10 people working for you, let's say you have 100 people working for you, and 5 of them are in trouble in one way or another, right? So they cause interpersonal trouble, or they're having a crisis in their life, or a series of ongoing crises in their life. The managers generally spend most of their time with the employees that have the most amount of trouble. And that's exactly the opposite of what you want to do if you want to increase corporate productivity. Is what you do is you find your best employees and you spend all your time with them. So, and that isn't what people do, and it's economically counterproductive. It's partly because as a manager, you're not likely to be able to solve the problems of the people that you have who have problems. You just don't have the time or the expertise to manage it, generally speaking. Plus, it's extremely difficult. Now, that doesn't mean that if you run a company, you should ignore the people within your company that have or are causing problems. If they're causing problems, you might think about not having them. If they're having problems, well then, you know, people are going to vary throughout their life in the degree to which they're having problems, and you want to set up your company so that there are support mechanisms in place for people who are in temporary crisis.
How do you answer the traditional question, are leaders born or made?
Well, it would depend on the kind of leader, I would say. There's a certain amount of born that's associated with it. I mean, a tremendous amount of the difference in general cognitive ability is genetic. You know, and no one likes that idea, but it doesn't matter. Well, it's especially the case as societies become richer and more egalitarian, because many of the sources that would produce differences in cognitive function get eradicated. I mean, 150 years ago, one of the reasons that there was huge variation between people in terms of intelligence was that some people got enough to eat and others didn't. And that made a huge difference, and that's still the case in many places in the world, especially early childhood developmental stunting because of low nutrition has permanent effects on cognitive function. That's pretty much gone in the Western world, and so you're left with biological variability. It's very hard to be a competent leader unless you're part of the so-called cognitive elite, you know, up in the top 10th percentile, 5th percentile, 1st percentile of cognitive function, because you have to be fast and sharp enough to be on the cutting edge.
So a final question or two. You've just finished over 100 cities that you've been lecturing to very large groups. This course you're with a smaller group. What's the dynamic of learning that is different in that kind of environment?
Well, generally the dynamic is that the larger courses are the larger audiences are more impersonal. I would say that the way I lecture, it actually doesn't make much difference, because even if I'm speaking to a large group, I'm always speaking to the individuals in the course. And what I would hope in this course is that people who are watching the material feel as if, have the experience that they're being communicated with directly. Because I'm not talking to the group ever, I'm talking to individuals. And so I think that's also what makes the material personally relevant. I have a kind of rule that I abide by with my lectures, which is, first of all, I'm always talking to individuals, but second, I try not to offer facts that are independent of their utility. I'm always thinking in the course and in my lectures in general, it's like, well, here's something that exists, here's a scientific fact, but you need a reason to grip it and use it, because scientific facts are actually tools. And this course is actually a toolkit for operating in the world, in your intimate relationships and in your business relationships. And so hopefully people will find that it's as if they're being offered a set of personalized tools.
And I think it would be accurate to say that it's kind of like a mini college class, and we're being invited into that classroom with you.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I would say that this course, which isn't that long, it's 5 hours in total, approximately. I would say that that's roughly the equivalent of a third to half of a fairly detailed university course on personality. Although I would say more than that. I would say that in this 5 hours, you will find more information than you would find in the typical full-scale one-semester personality course in university, because the information is very densely packed. So, I mean, in my personality course, I cover at the university, I cover a tremendously wide range of fields and thinkers and topics, but there are many courses that concentrate, say, fundamentally on the big five and biological models, and so you get a pretty comprehensive view of that, overview of that in this course. And it's not, I didn't, what would you say? It isn't an unsophisticated introduction, right? You have to think your way through it. But I think that there's enough narrative scaffolding, there's enough of a story associated with each of the lectures so that it's, if you're concentrating and interested in the material, that you'll have no trouble following it. You might have to watch it more than once, but you should have no trouble following it.
Thank you.
So, my pleasure. Very nice talking with you. Well, so the first thing we might want to talk about is, well, why would you want to know anything about personality? And in some ways, that's a foolish question, because you have to deal with yourself and you have to deal with other people, and everybody is a personality. And so the more you understand yourself and the more you understand other people, hypothetically, the better off you're going to be in the world, the better your plans are going to be, and the more likely they are to come to fruition. And I would also say the less frustration and disappointment you're also likely to experience. Frustration in particular, because it really is the case, you know, we hear an awful lot of talk about diversity in our world, and by far the greatest range of diversity among people is with regards to personality, rather than the sort of canonical, what would you say, categories of diversity that seem to be foisted upon us constantly now. It's definitely the case that across groups of people, regardless of how you group them, the largest amount of variance, largest degree of variance that you're going to experience is in personality. And it really is the case, it genuinely is the case, that people are different. And of course, it's difficult to get a handle on that because you tend to see the world through your own personality. And so it's not easy to understand that other people are genuinely different from you and how they might be different. And maybe even more difficult is to understand that the differences, although frustrating, are also necessary. You know, we wouldn't have the entire range of human personality that we do have unless there were specific instances, and perhaps sometimes not so specific, where those idiosyncrasies were exactly the solution to the problem that's emerging at the time. And so part of the utility in the diversity is that different problems emerge to oppress us at different times. And you know, if you have a problem you can't solve, which is highly likely at some point in your life, then maybe you hope that there's someone around who's quite a bit different than you that might have some insight into how to solve that problem. And so then it's worth putting up with the idiosyncrasies of everyone else, even though that can be very disconcerting, to say the least, to have the opportunity to benefit, all of us, to benefit from the full range of diversity of opinion. There's a guy named, he wrote The Master and His Emissary, Ian McGilchrist. One of the things he pointed out is that a lot of complex problems are often solved as a consequence of opponent processing. So for example, you have two hemispheres and they work in concert, but they also work antagonistically. You know, and he pointed out to me, I thought it was a lovely example, that if I wanted to move my left hand very, very finely, you know, the best way to do that is to take my right hand and to push against it, and then to use both of them to make the adjustment. And so a lot of what happens when we're trying to zero in on a solution to a particular problem is that we need to have our position, whatever it happens to be, and then we need to have people opposing that position so that we can find exactly the right, what would you call it, the right line between chaos and order. You know, and I think that's a good way of conceptualizing the political realm with its constant battle between, let's say, those on the right and those on the left, which is quite a contentious battle. It's like, well, we're trying to find the sweet spot in the middle, and of course that dances around, and the only way to do that is to push. You push one way and I push the other, and hopefully we can push each other carefully right to the point we're supposed to be. And so that's worth that's worth thinking about with regards to dealing with people of other personalities. And it's also worth thinking about with regards to relationships that you have, because, you know, intimate relationships, familial relationships, friendships, all of that can be contentious. But if you're stuck with the problem of complexity, which you certainly are, then the contentiousness can actually be a means to solving the complex problems that arise. Okay, and so we could probably start with the idea of complexity. I mean, see, the world is obviously an extraordinarily complex place, and you know that for a couple of reasons. You know that because now and then you become aware of your own ignorance, like when your car breaks down on the highway and you have no idea what to do about it, or when your computer crashes, or when any of the things that you take for granted around you fail to work. What's immediately revealed to you in some sense is a little insight into the depths of your ignorance. And I like to use the examples of the failure of familiar complex technologies, because when they're operating, then you have the, what would you call it? You have the sense that you're the master of the world, and then when they fail, well, it's like a window opens up into all the things that you don't know. And so the problem is that there's so many things that you don't know that there's no way that you're smart enough to know all of them. So the question is, how do you survive with partial knowledge? And this is something that's really worth thinking deeply about. I've just started to really formulate this properly lately, I would say. One way of thinking about it is that you actually have a complete representation of the world, but that the representation is very low resolution. So it's like a map without a lot of detail. And sometimes what you're trying to do is so simple that a map without a lot of detail is perfectly fine. You can, in fact, if what you're trying to do is simple, you actually want a map with very little detail, because why clutter it up? The problem is that sometimes you're in a situation like when things fail, which is the classic example, where the low resolution map doesn't have enough detail to get you from point A to point B. And that's actually when you become aware of the gap between your conceptual knowledge and the actual world. And that produces, well, I would say that produces, number one, it produces anxiety, right? Because you no longer know what to do. But it can also produce a sense of possibility, because what it means is that there are what would you say? There are resources and pathways available in the world that the manner in which you had mapped the world hadn't revealed. So that's why a crisis can also be an opportunity, right? Because it reveals new things. And unfortunately, the crisis usually manifests itself as something that's anxiety-provoking before it manifests itself as something that speaks to, you know, increased opportunity. That's partly because you're more wired to be sensitive to negative emotion than you are to be responsive to possibility and positive emotion. And the reason for that is that, well, you can only be so happy, but you can be like 100% in pain and dead. And so it's much to your advantage to tilt towards sensitivity to negative emotion. That's actually something that's very relevant to personality as a whole. So the question is, you have around you this world that's incredibly complicated, and most of its complexity is revealed to you by failure. One of the issues is, given that the world is so complex and that you're not the master of all of it by any stretch of the imagination, how is it that you can exist in the world in your state of relative ignorance? And the answer to that is to be found in the processes that we use initially to simplify the world. And some of those aren't psychological, and that's also very much worth thinking through carefully. So if it's you against everything, then you lose. And so it can't be you against everything all the time. It has to be you against the limited subset of things that you have mastery over. And it's easy, very easy to think about that psychologically, because you can think of mastery as a psychological phenomenon. But there's much more to it. So for example, you might notice that we're all sitting inside a room, right? And you notice as well that the room has electrical lighting and it has heating. And then you might think, well, yeah, we're sitting inside a room, but the room is nested inside a city, and the city is nested inside a province, and that's nested inside a country, and that's nested inside a system of international relations. And so the fact that you can sit here peacefully in this room with a minimum number of things happening is actually a consequence of a massive functional infrastructure that surrounds you, that's fundamentally invisible to you right here now, as long as everything keeps working. And of course, it's not just the city and the state and the country and the international relations, but it's also the entire web of technological and infrastructure systems that keep everything that we're doing functioning, so that we can act as if we know what we're doing, even though in many senses the reason that we can do that is because we're being constantly scaffolded by other people whose presence isn't even known to us at this moment. And so that's one of the ways that you solve the problem of complexity, right? Is that you always move to position yourself somewhere where you're shielded from all of the excess of complexity that might otherwise come raining down on you. And I mean literally raining down on you, because one of the reasons that we're in a room is so that, well, because it's cold outside, and because it might rain, and because, well, there's all sorts of mutable and changeable variables that could beset us that would interfere with this very specific goal-directed action that we're hypothetically all here to undertake today. And so none of that is really psychological, except in a sophisticated way. I mean, part of the reason that we can be nested inside these multiple framing systems, let's say, and have them work, is that we've also established a game. That's one way of thinking about it. A game that we all mutually play and we've all mutually agreed to. And that mutual game is what allows us to interact cooperative and competitively in a peaceful and productive way to maintain the complex interrelated structure of all those nested, they're walls really, all those nested walls that guard us. And so there's a funny interaction between what's psychological and what's technical and infrastructure. And I mean, part of the reason that people don't like to have their belief systems, what would you call, challenged, is that there's a psychological component to that, because if you have your belief system challenged, then it disturbs your belief in the validity of the relationship between your map and the world itself. And so that's disconcerting. It might also be a threat to your perceived social status. So if you are an expert, hypothetically, in some area, and because of that you've been granted a position in a dominance hierarchy, then if I threaten your status, then I threaten your claim to the validity of the position in that social hierarchy. And that's also disconcerting, because your position in the social hierarchy, your perception of that is one of the things that regulates your emotion, right? If you have a certain status, it means you can expect something in particular from the present based on that status, and you can read out into the future based on that status. And then if I formulate a claim that undermines the validity of your justification for that position, maybe putting your job in question, then all of the security that you have and also the hope that's dependent on your projections because of that position is thrown into question. And then the final thing is, if you mess around with people's belief systems, if you undermine them or challenge them, then you're also posing a threat to the game that we're all playing together, right, that we've agreed upon, God, over centuries or maybe even millennia, about how to play this game, to keep all these nested structures functioning well simultaneously. And so that's a threat, of course, to all of the systems that protect us from the complexity and chaos that we're completely incapable of managing as individuals. And so that's kind of a, what would you say, that's like a socio-psychological take on how it is that we deal with the fundamental complexity of the world. But there's more to it than that. And the reason I'm telling you this is because personality traits are actually one of the ways that we deal with the complexity of the world. But I'm going to get to them in sequence. And a trait is, you think of a trait as a characteristic way of perceiving the world, evaluating the world, thinking about the world, and acting upon the world. But I would say of all those, the most mysterious and interesting is probably perceiving the world, because we tend to think that the facts present themselves to everyone equally in some sense, and then we consider the facts and we think about them and we come to our conclusions and we act. And that would be a perfectly reasonable hypothesis if there weren't so many facts that it's impossible to keep track of them. And there is, and that's related to the idea of the complexity of the world. Because there's so many facts, we need a mechanism that screens facts for us a priori so that we don't drown in them, right? And that's what your temperament does. That's what your personality does. It actually provides the framework within which you perceive relevant facts. And this is a deep idea. It's a really deep idea because it tells you something about the nature of perception itself and the nature of facts and the nature of values. So there's a famous experiment. The way the experiment is set up is there's a number of people, 6 of them, playing a game in front of an elevator, the way it's set up. There's 2 teams, 3 dressed in black and 3 dressed in white, and the black team has a basketball and the white team has a basketball, and the black team just throws the basketball back and forth to the other people dressed in black, and so does the white team, or they bounce it, whatever, and they're kind of moving around. And the video frame is filled with the people. It's not distant, and it's important to know that. And the experimental victims, let's say, come in to watch the video, and they're asked to count the number of times the white team throws the basketball back and forth in I believe it's a 3-minute period. And so that's exactly what they do. They sit and count. And they do that because, well, they're playing the game. The game, when you come to a university, is to assume that the people who are in the authority structure know what they're doing. And then if you're a reasonable person, then you follow the instructions that you've been given. And you do that to show, I suppose, that you're a reasonable person, which is a good thing to show on a general basis so that you don't terrify and disrupt other people. So you want to go along with it. And you know, you also want to do a good job, in all likelihood, count the number of basketball throws. You think, well, I'm being evaluated by someone who's in a position of authority. It'd be a lovely thing for me to be able to demonstrate my minimal competence, right? So that hooks you in. Well, that hooks you into it from a motivated perspective. And also something that, as a general heuristic or rule of thumb, is a good practice, right? And so you sit and you watch carefully the basketball and you count 16, which is the correct number of passes. And then the experimenter says, did you see the gorilla? Which is, of course, not a question that you'd expect given the setup. And you say, well, what do you mean, gorilla? And they say, the experimenter says, well, how about we rewind the film and watch it again? And about 1.5 minutes in, this character, who's about 6'4", it's not like he's invisible, comes walking in, or sauntering even, right to the center of the video and pounds on his chest and then leaves. And it's literally 50% of the people who see the video, it's actually slightly higher than that, don't see the gorilla. And this is a staggering demonstration of how our perceptions work, because our perceptions are actually tied to our intent, and our intent is tied to our values. So I mentioned why you might be motivated to listen to the experimenter to begin with, right? There's an authority structure. You're sort of identified with that. It's part of the structure that protects you. You want to demonstrate your minimal competence. You concentrate on on what? You concentrate on the basketball. The question is, well, while you're concentrating on the basketball, what do you not see? So what do you not see when you see what you see? And the answer is you'll see virtually nothing. And it's so much of what you see, so little moment to moment, that it's actually a kind of miracle that you can see it all. And it looks like your brain is stitching together like point perceptions constantly. And of course, you're pointing and focusing your eyes on very, very specific things. And generally what happens is that you increase the resolution of what it is that you're focused on using your fovea, which is the central part of your vision, and a huge part of your visual cortex. I mean, the center part of your vision is accurate enough so that when I look at each of you, but I have to look directly at each of you, I can actually see your facial features. But if I look at you, for example, I can't see your facial features, and you're just kind of a pink blur with black, dressed in black. I can't see your face at all. I can see your eyes and your mouth, but I can't see your nose or your ears, and I can see you quite clearly. And so, and then by the time if I'm looking here, by the time I'm out here, I can't even tell how many fingers I'm holding up at that point. And it's actually the case that my vision out here is in black and white, even though I can't detect that. So you have this tremendously high resolution central focus that fades out into increasingly low resolution surroundings until it disappears entirely. But it's so focal that something completely anomalous can occur, like the emergence of a gorilla in the middle of a, of a pseudo basketball game, and you won't see it. And it's quite shocking. I mean, psychologists for a long time assumed that you saw, but you also were likely to see anomalies or what was unexpected. But it turns out that the issue is you actually don't see anything that's unexpected unless it specifically interferes with your ongoing goal-directed behavior. And that's part of what makes it relevant, right? Trillion things to pay attention to. Almost all of them are irrelevant. Why are they irrelevant? Because they don't interfere with or facilitate your goal-directed action within the limited scope of time and space that you're currently processing. Okay, so your attentional focus is dependent on your goals, and that also limits what manifests itself to you in the world. So that's another way that you reduce complexity, right? You pick particular targets, and then you only attend to what's relevant to you undertaking the movement towards that target in the time and space that you've determined is appropriate for that particular undertaking. And so you miss the gorilla. He did a second video, which is quite interesting. For those who thought they learned their lesson with the first video, he did a second video. And in this one, the gorilla comes onto the stage, but at the same time, one of the players leave, and the curtain behind the stage turns color, I think, from red to gold. And so all of the people who now think that they're capable of perceiving everything, of course, report that they saw the gorilla, but none of them noticed that one of the players left, and it's one of the players on the team they were attending to, which makes it even worse. And I think that's the case anyways. And then the curtain changes color. And the moral of that story is that, even when you're looking for unexpected gorillas, that other things can happen that you don't predict. And so you can't even be awake to your blindness in some sense without producing blindness of another type. All right, so there's a very tangible relationship between your ability to reduce complexity, all of these overarching structures that we've talked about as sort of nested walls, and then your proclivity to focus in on a particular valued goal as a way of pinpointing your perception and maximizing your use of the limited perceptual resources you have. Oh yes, and I should say, remember, this is also perceptual. The people do not see the gorilla, right? It's not like they see it and then evaluate it as irrelevant. It's pre-cognitive screening, and that's another thing to understand. That really, it's one of the things you really want to get out of this lecture series, I would say, is that it isn't just that people think about the same set of facts differently. Is the world presents itself to them differently. And so they're not even considering the same set of facts. In fact, it's very frequently the case that if you're having a discussion with someone, you have to have quite a long argument before you're going to agree on what set of facts you're all going to consider, right? So that makes the problem Well, it's a plus and a minus, because it means that the issue of diversity is even more profoundly diverse than we might have thought, because you're not looking at the world the same way I am. It's not presenting itself to you the same way it is presenting itself to me, which means that you could conceivably be a broader resource in that you actually see things that I don't. But then it also is a problem because it increases the degree to which it's difficult for us to communicate, because it doesn't necessarily appear that we're all inhabiting the same world. And but whatever, you know, you don't get an advantage without a disadvantage. Okay, so now next thing you might consider is, what is it that's determining what it is that you're aiming at? And so we could think of it this way. First, we might think about the fact that you're probably aiming at something of value. Or we could even define value as determined or indicated by what it is that you're aiming at. And that aim is multifaceted. So and it's more pervasive than you might think, because you have to aim even to see. Because one of the things you have, and we primarily orient ourselves in the world by vision. We're basically visual creatures, human beings. And so we're always aiming our eyes at things. And to see the things, you have to focus, and to focus, you have to focus intently. So even to see, you have to have an aim. And then you say, well, you aim at what you want to look at. And so then we might say, well, what you want to look at is a reflection of your value structure. And so then we could also say that what it is that you see is a reflection of your value structure. And that's also something that's an unbelievably important thing to know as well, because it might mean that if you don't like what you see, then one of the ways that you could change that would be by changing your value structure. And so that's something, I'm not going to go into that particularly deeply today, but that's something that's very much worth thinking about. So you aim at what you need or want, let's say, and that determines what you see and what you hear and what you sense, all of that, because all of those perceptual windows onto the world are goal-directed related. And that's an important thing to consider too, because, you know, we're not naturally creatures who seek out or even understand objective fact. And that's partly because, well, there's an absolute overwhelming plethora of objective facts, and it's not clear which ones we should attend to. That's the fundamental problem I addressed to begin with. But more importantly, you're not here to collect objective facts. You're here to, well, let's say we can think about it purely biologically. You're here to survive and to propagate. You're actually a creature that's active in the world. And it's certainly the case that your self-preservation, your freedom from pain, your freedom from anxiety, your desire to experience a modicum of positive emotion and some hope and curiosity and so forth, your desire to regulate the interaction between those emotional states is a huge part of what it is that helps you determine which facts you're going to find relevant. So you can't consider how people live in the world without thinking of them as motivated, living, emotional, biological beings, right? With a teleological intent. We're actually up to something all the time. And so we're not just, what would you call it? We're not just dispassionate observers of the set of objective facts that make up reality. And that's also very important when you're starting to try to understand how it is we reduce the complexity of the world to what we understand. All right, so we said, well, you're in an international, let's say, you're ensconced within an international set of regulations, and then inside a country, and then inside a state or a province, and then inside a city, then inside this room, right? And then inside this conceptual sphere, because all of you people have been brought together here, at least in principle, by your shared interest, and that also renders you somewhat mutually predictable to one another, as you might have been able to determine when you were talking to each other before the lecture started, because your goals are aligned at least to some degree. It gives you something in common. That's another thing that makes you simpler to each other than you might otherwise be, because you could imagine maybe there were 4 or 5 people, 4 or 5 protesters here. That's certainly something that might have happened. Then that would cause a rift in the predictability of the situation, and that's because the competing values and aims would bring a level of complexity to the situation that wouldn't be there if everyone shared a goal, and that would produce emotional dysregulation and a certain amount of conflict, and that would be an indication of the underlying complexity of the world. But you didn't have to worry about that, because at least to some reasonable degree, we can all act as if we're here for one thing or for some set of circumscribed things, right? We're going to try to have an intelligent discussion about personality, and we're all on board for that, and so that makes us much more isomorphic in our structure than we would otherwise be. And that's another reflection of the importance of having a shared value system. All right, so now let's go to the psychological element of this, because we talked about the external element, and the psychological element is, well, now how is it that you orient yourself in the world given the world's complexity, once you've solved the problem of setting up these multiple walls so that you have a reasonably secure and predictable space to operate in? And see, that's not good enough. There still have to be constraints on how it is that you process the world for it to be not overwhelming. And some of those are unbelievably ancient. Those are evolved structures. And those, I think, the easiest way to think about those evolved structures is as motivational systems and as emotional systems. Now, there is no circumscribed set of motivational systems that's separate from emotional systems, that's separate from cognitive systems, that's separate from perceptual systems. Those are all short of hands. Shorts of hand? I guess that's the plural. That enable us to start to parse out the complex territory conceptually. And so what I'm giving you is a rough pass approximation, but it's good enough because it'll move us farther along in the discussion. So the motivational systems, they're really belong to the same category that Freud was attempting to describe when he described the id. You know, there are certain biological necessities, let's say. There are certain necessities that drive our behavior, and the fact of those necessities is reflected in systems that you might describe as systems of drive that orient us towards certain goals. And those systems seem to be instantiated in specific neurological structures. Now, it's not like we have one neurological structure for motivations and another neurological structure for emotions and for thoughts. The overlap is complex and it's messy, just like the conceptual overlap between those domains is messy. But it's clear enough so that you can use the conceptual simplification and the biological analysis to zero in on what our basic modes of valuation might be. So we could start with a brain structure called the hypothalamus, which is a very, very important brain structure. It sits up above the spinal cord. It's not very big. It's important enough so that if you take a fairly complex animal like a cat, this is especially true in the case of female cats, because male sexual behavior happens to be more technically complex, so it's more interfered with if you do to a cat what I'm going to describe has been done to these particular cats. And the cats that have been studied are decorticate, and what that essentially means is that their entire brain has been removed except for the spinal systems and the hypothalamus. And by entire, I mean like 90%. It's almost all the emotional systems and the entire cortex. So pretty much everything that you'd recognize as the bulk of the brain is gone. And yet, in a female cat, that cat is still capable in a bounded environment, so like inside a cage, inside a room like this, still capable of undertaking almost all of the biologically relevant functions that are required for survival. So that cat can eat and drink and thermoregulate, and it can engage in sexual behavior, and it can engage in rudimentary forms of maternal behavior, and it's hyper-exploratory, which is a pretty damn strange thing for an animal to be when it doesn't have a brain, right? I mean, that's quite the mystery, but it does give you some indication about how the brain is structured. And so the hypothalamus is responsible for thermoregulation. It's responsible for defensive aggression. It's responsible for sexual activation. It's responsible for hunger. And it's responsible, have I got them all? I might have missed one or two, but it doesn't matter. And it's also responsible for exploration. It's actually got 2 modules, and one of the modules seems to set these more specific goals. If you're hungry, you eat. If you're thirsty, you drink. If you're attacked, you defend yourself. If you're in need of sexual companionship, then you seek that out. If you're too hot, then you go somewhere cool, etc. You know, these are the basic needs. That's a way of thinking about it, and they're regulated by this hypothalamic system. And inside the hypothalamus is a number of smaller complex modules that are each responsible specifically for each of these different orientations towards the world, right? Because the brain is so insanely complicated, all the way down to the molecular level, that at each level of analysis, you know, atomic, molecular, the next would be sort of organelles and broader brain systems, and then the brain itself. It's complex like a city at every single level of analysis. And so even small brain areas can have unbelievably complex functions. And so anyways, the hypothalamus tends to set primary goals, the ones that I described, and also to be responsible for exploration. And that's a very useful thing to know, because the exploratory system is a very important system, and it'll be very relevant to our discussion of trait personality. And then there's subsidiary systems that are outside of the hypothalamus that aren't quite as old, that are also responsible for fairly fundamental, or some of them are equally old, that are also responsible for perhaps fundamentally for motivational drives that are as important as the ones I just laid out. So there's a separate system for pain, and pain essentially indicates that you've encountered a set of circumstances that's putting the systems that constitute you in some danger of destruction, right? Or that they're under attack at the moment, and that's pain. So that's a separate system. And anxiety is a separate system as well. And the anxiety system is there to indicate 2 things essentially. One is that there's threat of damage. So anxiety is a warning for pain. And the other thing anxiety does is indicate the presence of uncertainty. And so that's a separate system. And so that's not a bad overview of the fundamental motivational and emotional systems. And like I said, there is pain an emotion or a motivation? Well, we can't say, but it doesn't matter, because the border between the 2 categories isn't firm anyways. Is hunger an emotion or a motivation? People would usually throw that in the motivation pile. You know, so, and I think a reasonable distinction between motivations and emotions, although not one that's precise, you know, doesn't have exactly precise borders, is that motivations set goals and emotions help you regulate your movement towards the goals. But it's a bit more complicated than that, because some emotions also set goals. So anyways, it can't be made any simpler than that. Now, one of the things that I'd like you to consider, classic psychologists, the behaviorists, for example, would tend to think of a motivational system like hunger as a drive. And the reason they thought that was because they were trying to come up with the simplest possible explanation for animal and human behavior. And the simplest possible explanation is like a deterministic mechanism, so that A happens, and then B happens, and then C happens, and then D happens. And so the animal or the human being sort of acts like a clock in this deterministic manner. And the way that behaviorists got away with that assumption was that Skinner, for example, one of the world's most famous behaviorists, starved his animals down to 3/4 their normal body weight. So they're in a state of chronic, severe hunger. And so an animal that's in a state of chronic, severe hunger is a lot simpler an animal than and especially if it's also in a constrained environment, so it's alone, and it's in a place that's like a room where only one thing is happening. It's a lot easier to consider the animal a simple system that's determined. But that's an oversimplification. It has its utility as a model. But I think it's more useful conceptually to think about motivations the way that the psychoanalysts thought about them, which is that each motivational system really has its own personality. And so what that means is that, like, if you're gripped by hunger, for example, Hunger comes along with a set of perceptions. So, for example, if you go into your kitchen when you're hungry, the things that are going to snap out at you, pop out at you as relevant from all the things that you could conceivably do in your kitchen are whatever implements are directly relevant to whatever your current plan is, often manifested in fantasy, about how you're going to rectify your hunger, right? And so things that get in the way annoy you, and things that facilitate your movement towards making your peanut butter sandwich make you happy, and everything else is irrelevant. And the thing is that the system, the hunger system, not only has its ability to produce fantasies, you know, say you're sitting there working and all of a sudden, you know, you get interrupted by this thought or this image of having something to eat. Maybe it's a consequence of your response to internal cues, and then that becomes more and more insistent until it sort of takes you over. And it takes you over by pre-preparing patterns of behavior that have been associated in the past with food preparation. So that'd be that whole array of skills that you have that's associated with food preparation. And then all of the relevant perceptions that go along with that. And the relevant rationale and emotions. Well, it's time to eat. I need to eat now because if I don't eat, it's going to interfere with me being able to work, right? So it's a narrow personality, but it's got all of the aspects of a personality. It's got an aim, it's got perceptions, it's got emotions, it's got thoughts, it's got actions. It's just narrow. It's constrained. And a lot of what we do actually is move between those constrained personalities. And you really see that in 2-year-olds, because that's kind of what they're like, period, is they just bounce from one highly motivated sub-personality to another. There's no integrated personality. Now, what seems to happen, let's say, as we mature, is that those underlying systems that provide us with the basic building blocks of our value structures get aggregated into more complex unions, let's say, synthesized to some degree, and that it's between the basic level motivations and emotions and whatever you are as an integrated entity that the personality traits lie, right? So you think of the motivations and emotions at the bottom, the personality traits in the middle, and then you as an integrated person at the top. And the personality traits seem to be aggregations of solutions, let's say, to fundamental problems of motivation and emotion. And they're solutions that seem to be generally applicable. And so you could think of your personality as a functional map of the world that increases the probability that you're going to be able to rely on quick and dirty judgments that are sort of built into you to solve the complex problems that you're going to be faced with in a world that's beyond your comprehension with regards to its complexity. You come pre-programmed with sets of low-resolution solutions. And that's a very nice way of thinking about what a personality trait is. It's a low-resolution solution to a complex problem. And so then the question might be, well, why would people have different personality traits? Like why would they vary in their position on each trait? And there's 5 traits, as we'll talk about later. There's going to be variation in position. And then with 5 traits, each of us is sort of a unique combination of the variation among those 5 traits. So that's a lot of room for variation, right? There's only 4 dimensions in the world, right? Height, width, length, time, 4 dimensions. And the world's pretty damn complex. You have 5 dimensions of variation. So there's plenty of room there for complexity. And you might say, well, why do you need that much complexity? Why doesn't everybody step into the world with the same pre-programmed set of low-resolution solutions? And the answer is, well, the world isn't the same all the time. Like, it differs as time progresses, and sometimes it's a really good idea to be an introvert, and sometimes it's a really good idea to be an extrovert. Sometimes it's good to be emotionally stable, and sometimes it's good to be terrified out of your skull almost all of the time. And sometimes you should be agreeable and easy to get along with, and sometimes you should be predatory and competitive, and sometimes you should be open and creative, and sometimes you should be conventional and careful. And God only knows when those times are, which is why the dice is shaken before you're born, and you emerge with this somewhat random set of attributes. It's the hand that you're dealt at birth, let's say. And
in principle, there's some probability that that hand will be optimally matched for the current environment. And you can think of that as part of the broader Darwinian process, right? Because the way the Darwinian process functions to adapt to a world that's too complex for simple things to organize themselves in is by producing all sorts of variants of those organisms and hoping, so to speak, that some of them are well adapted enough to the current circumstance so that they manage to survive and reproduce. And so we'll stop there. That's lecture number 1. Okay, so this is lecture 2, and it's on measurement, psychometrics. That's psychological measurement, and there are psychometric specialists, and often those are personality psychologists, and I'm a personality psychologist as well as a clinical psychologist. And I actually got obsessed with measurement, strangely enough, about, it certainly wasn't something that I expected to have happened, by the way, about in 1993, 94, when I first went down to Boston to teach, because I started to get interested in, well, actually what happened, I might as well tell you the story. It's kind of an interesting story. So I was down at Harvard teaching, and the salaries were actually quite low, especially given relative to the cost of living in the Boston area. And you might be surprised about that because, of course, it's a very rich institution. But generally speaking, when people are asked to go teach there, they don't say no. And so, well, right. So it's not like you have a lot. What are you going to do? You're going to say no? No, you're not. And they know that. And so your bargaining power is 0. And you know, and so that has a commensurate effect on salary. And it's not like they're out of line with other academic salaries, but they were on the low end, and it was very expensive there. And my wife couldn't work because we were Canadian and she didn't have a green card. So I taught extra courses at night, I think 3 of them, to make ends meet. And this was kind of distressing to me. Not that I minded doing the extra teaching, although it was somewhat tiring. But I thought, well, this is peculiar because here I've got this job, and hypothetically what I'm supposed to do is be devoting as much time as I possibly can to research, but I can't do that because I have to do this additional teaching, because otherwise I can't afford to live. And so I phoned the dean at one point and I said something like, what the hell? How can this be? Because it seems counterproductive. It's like, what's the rationale here? I don't really understand it. And he said, well, most of our people consult. And I thought, no, that's complete rubbish. Your junior professors don't consult because they just got here. And like, if you're going to do consulting, you have to have a network. You can't just hang out your shingle and consult. It takes like 10 years to build a consulting network. And I thought, well, that's complete rubbish and not helpful for me. Then I thought, well, is there anything I know that's actually of practical utility to people that I could consult on? And so then I started thinking about this project I had been involved with at McGill. And so what we had done was, so there's a part of the brain called the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and it's at the front of the brain, and it's a more evolutionary new part of the brain, and it's expanded very rapidly in the last 7 million years since we diverged from our common ancestor with chimpanzees. And it's the part of the brain, the cortex in general, is often regarded as the part of the brain that makes us specifically human, that gives us our linguistic capacity, for example, our ability to see forward into the future, and our ability to regulate our behavior in a very complex manner. And the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex seems to be the part of the brain that's particularly associated with abstract problem solving. Now, we were curious when I worked at McGill about the relationship between dorsolateral prefrontal cognitive function and antisocial behavior, especially in adolescence. And I worked with a research team there who was trying to understand antisocial behavior. And so one of the things we did was take a battery of neuropsychological tests that had been designed at the Montreal Neurological Institute to assess people with known forms of brain damage because of psychosurgery, and start to use them on adolescents who had cognitive or who had conduct disorder problems on the assumption that it was perhaps specific impairments in their ability to problem solve that might be associated with their conduct disorder. And so we put together a battery of these tests, all of which were done with little machines or on paper and pencil, and it took about 9-10 hours for a trained neuropsychologist to administer. And I thought, okay, we're assessing dorsolateral prefrontal function. We're using it to study psychopathology, right, to study abnormal behavior from a clinical perspective, but maybe we could flip that. Maybe it would be the case that people who have enhanced dorsolateral prefrontal cognitive function would be exceptional performers academically or in the industrial organizational setting. So I thought, well, maybe we'll make a battery of neuropsychological tests and computerize it. So it was just at the point then where that became possible, because Windows had just come out and it was starting to become more possible to do such complex programming. And so we designed what I think was the world's first dorsolateral prefrontal computerized battery. I designed that with a graduate student of mine named Daniel Higgins, and we worked on that for a very long period of time. And the idea was, well, maybe we could use performance on a battery of tests, so that'd be a number of tests, to predict how well people would do academically and how well they might do as managers and administrators and perhaps as entrepreneurs. And so we spent about 5 years figuring out how to predict academic and organizational behavior. And this really made me obsessive about measurement, because I actually wanted to predict something useful, right? And so I needed to know exactly what the relationship was between the performance and the outcome. And that meant I had to measure performance on the tests exactly, and I needed to know what performance meant. And then I also had to figure out how you measure performance in the workplace, because that's not an easy thing, right? Like if you're a salesperson, you can measure your performance in a fairly straightforward manner by how many dollars you bring in per year. But you know, you also might be the kind of salesman who a company brings in who's a little on the psychopathic side, and you lie and cheat to your customers, and it just ramps up your income like mad for the first year and makes the entire company's income decline precipitously the next year. That's a time frame problem, right? Because just because something works now doesn't mean it'll work tomorrow and the next day. And so even in relatively simple situations where you think you could use an index like money generated by a salesman as an index of performance, there's still obvious complex problems like, well, maybe that salesman irritates the rest of your salespeople, or, as I said, interferes with customer relationships. And so it's very hard to get a measure of performance in a complex organization that matches the effect of the organization on the real world. And that's actually, as far as I'm concerned, the fundamental reason why a free market economy actually works, is because what a free market economy, imagine that the environment is shifting around all the time, and of course you know it is, not least because of technological progress, but also because world events throw everything into upheaval all the time. The environment's dancing around like mad, and trying to stay on top of it with your measurement system is virtually impossible. It's a very, very difficult task. And so what you do is you distribute decision-making power to as many brains as you possibly can. That's what you do with the free market system. And you hope that their aggregated response either constitutes the environment or tracks the environment. It's something like that. And it's possible that there is no other solution. This is why centralized economies don't work, as far as I'm concerned, is that you cannot predict the direction that the environment's going to move, not with sufficient accuracy. And so you can't plan a complex system, because the assumptions that you're making while you're making your plans are going to change on you in an unexpected way. That's sort of the definition of reality itself. You know, reality is, what is it? Life is what happens when you're busy making other plans. It's something like that. Anyways, so we encountered the measurement problem on two fronts. The first question is, well, how in the world do you assess, let's say, general competence from the measurement perspective? And I don't want to watch you for 5 years, because that's really not measurement. That's just, in some sense, that's just observation of reality. I want to compress that ability to assess into a short period of time so that it's got practical utility. And so we used these dorsolateral prefrontal tests. And then I was also interested in whether or not there were additional sources of measurement that might add what's called incremental validity. So imagine that you have a variable that predicts an outcome, and that variable accounts for a certain amount of the outcome. So you nail that down. And then what you want to do is add a different measure that adds additional prediction. And that's one way of determining whether what you've discovered is actually useful if you're a psychologist. Imagine there's a set of measures that psychologists have already established that do predict performance, behavior, in some important manner, and you think you've come up with a new way of doing it, then one of the things you have to show is that your new way of doing it adds something to the old ways of doing it, because otherwise you've just invented the same thing and given it another name. And that happens in psychology almost all the time. And so I got extremely skeptical about measurement and have become even more skeptical since then, partly because I worked with this student on building this computerized neuropsychological battery, and to do that we had to go way deep into the neuropsychological literature. But then we found that there was an overlap between the neuropsychological literature and the IQ literature, because problem solving and planning turns out to be something that's integrally associated with intelligence, and so there's an overlap between intelligence and neuropsychological function. And so then we had to learn what the overlap was, and it turned out that it was way larger than we had suspected or that anyone else had suspected. And anyways, there's a cognitive domain that's usefully, what would you say, assessed for predictive validity, and there's a personality domain. And this is when I started to get interested in the Big Five models that we're going to talk about in detail today, because the thing about the Big Five models, like the cognitive variables, is that they could be assessed reliably and validly, and they did have incremental predictive utility. So if you're actually trying to figure out how to account for someone's behavior, even to predict it into the future, they worked. And then at the same time, this was kind of cool too, at the same time, right early in the 90s, there were psychologists working on another problem, which was, let's say that you could increase the accuracy of your ability to predict how well an employee would perform by 10%, something like that. What would the economic consequence of that be? And the answer to that turned out to be huge beyond belief. And it's because, and we'll talk about this in some detail, performance among human beings is not normally distributed. A normal distribution is a distribution where most people are in the middle and there's a few people at the edges, and lots of things are normally distributed. Height is normally distributed. Weight is normally distributed. Intelligence is normally distributed. The personality traits are normally distributed. There's a general theorem in social sciences that what would you call phenomena of interest, measurable phenomena of interest, are normally distributed. It's like an axiom, a belief, but it's not true for everything. And that actually turns out to be dead bloody relevant, because it's not true for creative achievement, it's not true for productivity, and it's not true for the distribution of material goods. Not at all true. In fact, a completely different distribution holds. And if you look at your employees, for example, what you're going to find is that a small proportion of them are responsible for almost all of the productivity. So for example, if you have 10 salesmen, 3 of them are going to make half your sales. But if you have 100 salesmen, 10 of them are going to make half your sales. And if you have 1,000, then 30 of them are going to make half your sales. And that follows a distribution called the Pareto distribution. Small number of people end up doing most of the work, and a small number of people end up accruing most of the gains. And there's some overlap between those who do most of the work and those who accrue most of the gains, but it's not perfect, right? Because of course no system is perfect. And so the reason that increasing your ability to predict the behavior of a potential person that you hire by some increment is so high is because at the upper end the gains are magnified by this Pareto distribution phenomena. You want to have, if 30 of your salespeople out of 1,000 do half the work, it'd be good to have 33 people like that, right? If you could possibly manage to select them. So anyways, we did this, we computerized this battery, and we found that, sure enough, people who did well on this dorsolateral prefrontal battery were much better academically. We showed that at the University of Toronto and at Harvard. They were better managers and administrators. We showed that in an industrial setting. and you could gain additional predictive validity using that measure by adding a measure of conscientiousness to it from the Big Five. And so we could predict long-term job performance with a fair degree of accuracy and with immense economic utility. Then we spent a whole decades trying to sell our assessment process that we developed to corporations, which was a complete bloody catastrophe. It didn't work at all, partly because we realized that there was a whole bunch of reasons, and perhaps I'll tell you some of them, but one of them was that corporations, generally speaking, at the middle management level are much more interested in never taking a risk, never being held responsible for any decision, and never annoying anyone than they are concerned about increasing productivity and the bottom line. And I'm actually not being cynical about this, although I was for a long time. It took me a long, well, I couldn't believe that corporations who are hypothetically motivated by economic maximization wouldn't be interested in a technology that would demonstrably increase their productivity. And not just a little bit, but by a huge amount with huge multiplier. But people are more wired to be sensitive to the possibility of failure and the emergence of the unexpected than they are motivated by gain, especially when the gains that their risk might produce aren't associated with their progress. You know, so for example, I'd talk to HR or subsections within a company, and they'd say, well, we're not credited with any productivity improvements that our assessment processes produce. It's like, well, you're dead in the water then, right? Because I'm going to ask you to take a big risk on an unproven technology, and if it works, none of the benefit is going to go to you, even in terms of people understanding that you did it, and if it doesn't work, then you get fired. It's like, well, that's not a sellable proposition. Anyway, so okay, so while I was studying measurement, I was trying to figure out how it was that you made something that was a good measure. And this is, you can't believe how important this is, because there's all these concepts floating around right now that are really bending and twisting our political landscape around. You know, like microaggression, that's one, and safe spaces, and white privilege, and patriarchy, and self-esteem, that's another one. All these concepts that sound like they represent something real that have never been subjected to the kind of analysis that would be necessary to determine whether or not they represent something real in the world. And there's a technology, and that's the psychometric technology, the measurement technology that I described, that actually helps you determine whether or not what you're measuring exists and whether or not it's real. And these are complicated questions, because it's not obvious what it means to have something exist. And it's not obvious what it means for it to be real. Now, the way we generally solve that is we don't. Because, like, let's say you and I are having a conversation, and of course you're using a bunch of individual words, like anger, let's say. Let's say you wake up, you said, I woke up this morning and I had a discussion with my wife and I got angry. And see, I'm not going to say to you, well, what do you mean angry? And the reason is because I also get angry, so I know what you mean. But what I might say is, well, what were the circumstances that elicited anger in you this morning? And then you're going to tell me a story, or you might have already, that enables me to understand what exactly you mean in that context by the word anger. You know, and then maybe I'll have a conversation with you, and I'll find out that you were angry this morning too, but it was for a whole different set of reasons, and maybe I have the same conversation with you. And what that means is that the word anger stands for slightly different things in all three of your situations. There's some underlying commonality, but it doesn't matter because you specify the meaning by the entire conversation, right? It's not like we just go around to each other and throw out words. Single, fear. I don't come up to you on the street and say fear unless I want you to run away. You know, so we contextualize it. And so the fact that our single words don't necessarily represent real categories, like real scientific categories in the world, doesn't matter because we're always contextualizing it with our conversation. But you can't get away with that in science, because in science what you're trying to do is to build a category that well, it's like a proper set. You can precisely define its parameters, like the set of all triangles, right? Triangles have to have 3 angles, and they have to be closed. They have to be closed forms, and so and the 3 angles have to add up to it's 180 degrees. And if they don't, then it's not a triangle, right? It's like there's triangles and there's things that aren't triangles, and the border is very, very tight. But lots of things in the real world aren't like that, like psychiatric diagnostic categories, for example, aren't like that at all, even though they're kind of real in a strange sense. And so you're trying to make your concept as real as you can in the realm of psychology, and so then you have to figure out how to do that. And so there are rules. And so let's talk about, we'll make this specific. We'll talk about how the personality traits themselves were identified and discovered. And I think discovered is the right word. And the personality literature is particularly interesting because it's basically brute force empiricism. It's not theory. I mean, there's always some theory, and I'll lay out the theory, but it was as close to atheoretical as you could really manage, I would say, once you accepted a certain set of axioms. Okay, and now you have to have axioms in your thinking. You have to make presuppositions, and the reason for that is you have to start somewhere, right? Otherwise you're in the problem of infinite complexity again. So you have to take some things for granted. You do that with mathematics, you do that with statistics, you do that with everything you do, as a matter of fact. And so there are axiomatic presuppositions that underlie the development of the Big Five model, and I'll lay out what they are. So the first one was, it's reasonable to assume that human lexicons, and so that would be the entire vocabulary structure, the linguistic structure of language and communication, have captured the essential elements of personality. And so that theory, that presumption, is based on the idea that, well, we don't have anything much more important to talk about than ourselves and other people, and the probability is that over the centuries, the thousands of years, the tens of thousands of years that our language has evolved, that we've come up with a lexicon that does a pretty good job of covering the major sources of variation and commonality among human beings. Now, you could dispute that. You could say, well, no, we're just not that smart, and there might be important elements of human behavioral variability, perceptual variability, that we've never cottoned on to and haven't captured linguistically. And, people have made that claim, but we're not going to have that discussion today. We're just going to accept this axiom. We could accept it as reasonable, and then we could say, well, let's proceed on that basis and see if anything useful emerges. And we've kind of already defined what useful might mean. Could we increase our ability to understand and to predict and to control, let's say? And so we can test that. So that's the first hypothesis, the first axiom. And the second is that there are various ways that you might get access to that lexical information. And one would be, you could ask people questions. So there's a theory there. People know enough about their own personality to report on it with some degree of accuracy. Okay, now that turns out to be true under certain conditions. If I ask you a bunch of questions about yourself, you're likely to answer in a way that's valid and reliable. Valid means it predicts something else of importance, and reliable means if I measure you twice across some time span, that the measurements are going to be highly associated with one another, so that you look like the same person across repeated testings. Because if it's not reliable, imagine you had a ruler that was like really, you could stretch it, or it would stretch by itself, and contract randomly. It's like, well, it's not much use as a ruler. It's not reliable. And a reliable measure produces the same results when you use it repeatedly. And the more reliable a measure is, generally speaking, the better. And there are statistical indices for describing the reliability of a measure, and there are certain parameters that are acceptable for reliable psychological measures. The implicit association test that everybody talks about now that measures implicit bias is not sufficiently reliable to be used as a clinical diagnostic tool. It's not even close. Okay, the most reliable measure we know of is IQ. IQ is unbelievably reliable. We give you a test now, we wait 5 years unless something's happened to you in the interim. The probability that your scores, especially in rank order comparison to other people, have remained stable is incredibly high. So anyways, so now the the next issue here is there might be a variety of different ways that language has captured the essential variation. Full questions, I could ask you full questions. I could use phrases, I could use adjectives. Now people have tried verbs and nouns, but I'm not going to go into that today, but we'll stick with that. Full questions, phrases, and adjectives. And what you'd hope is that if there is something underlying the use of these descriptors, that questions, phrases, and adjectives would all come up with the same answer, essentially. And that is what has been discovered. So there are big 5 measures that use full questions, there are big 5 measures that use phrases, there are big 5 measures that use adjectives, and you still get the full 5 dimensions. Okay, so then what do you do next if you're going to construct a measure? I ask a bunch of people, as many as I possibly can, as many questions as I possibly can. And so maybe what I would do, so for example, when we made a measure of political correctness 2 years ago. And you might say, well, what's political correctness? And the answer is, well, we don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. So it's like, well, how do you construct a measure then? And so what we did, we got a team of graduate students together, and we asked them to lay out as many questions as they possibly could that they might ask people if they were assessing them for political correctness, whatever that was. And then we had undergraduates scour journalism accounts, news accounts, and find out what people were referring to as politically correct, and turn those into questions. And we produced way more questions than we wanted, 400 of them, which is too many, right? Because who's going to sit down and do a questionnaire that has 400 questions, and it takes too long? So then you want to shrink it down. But what you do first is you ask people way more questions about who they are than you would like to end up with. All right, so it's like you have a target and you're using a shotgun at a long distance. You know, you're going to hit a bunch of things that aren't the target, but you're also going to hit the target. And then you can use statistical techniques to zero in and find out what the canonical questions are. Now, here's the basic idea. If there's a pattern to these questions, like maybe if I asked 400 questions, I'd get 400 different answers. So then there'd be no simplification, and each answer would be unique, uncorrelated. So you might answer question 1 and 2 one way, and you would answer question 1 and 2 a different way, right? There'd be no pattern between them, and so we might end up with 400 factors. A factor would be the manner in which questions clump together, and I'll tell you what clump together means in a minute. It might be that they don't clump together at all, and that there's an infinite number of ways of varying, like maybe people vary on 400 dimensions. But what powerful statistics will enable you to do is to see if people answer the questions in a patterned way. So let's say you answered question 1 and 20 with 9 out of 10, and you answered question 1 and 20 with 2 out of 10, and you answered questions 1 and 20 with 7 out of 10. We'd see that, and that was the case across people. There was a relationship between how everyone answered question 1 and question 20. And then you might say, well, it wasn't just question 1 and 20, it was question 1 and 20 and 40 and 69 and 85 and 125 and 113. And so then you see that there are patterns there are questions that are answered in similar ways across people. And so correlational analysis can show you that, because you can correlate every question with every other question. You can see, well, if you answered question 1, if I plotted your answer to question 1 against your answer to question 2, I'd see that there was a relationship. Let's say that was across the entire set of people. But then that's a huge matrix, 400 questions by 400 questions. It'd take you forever to assess that. And so people invented this technique called factor analysis, which is like an analysis of correlations, and enables you to find patterns of correlations. Or to put it a different way, it enables you to find questions that clump together. So if I know how you answered question 1, I can be pretty sure about how you answered question 10, and so forth. And then it also tells you how many patterns there are. And so it turns out that if you ask people enough questions about themselves using questions or phrases or adjectives, that you get 5 dimensions. And not only that, that if you do that cross-culturally, the 5-dimensional structure is pretty stable. Now, there's a couple of ways of doing that. You can take the English language set, and you can derive out the questions, and then you can split them into their 5 factors, and then you can translate them and give them to people in different cultures and see if the statistical relationships remain relatively constant. Or you can go into the other language and regenerate the entire lexical set and start from the bottom up. And regardless of which of those 2 techniques you use, the 5-factor solution appears pretty stable. Now, that doesn't mean that it's fixed and finite, because there are multiple other solutions. You can come out with a 20-factor solution, although the predictive utility of the factors decreases as the number increases, and the number of items per factor shrinks as well. And so you have to use a little bit of judgment. You don't want to have too many factors because you're after simplicity. You don't want 400 factors if you had 400 items. It'd be nice to have 5. That's a lot simpler. It's a lot simpler to work with 5 things. And well, maybe you want multiple items per factor so that you can, because your measurement's going to be more accurate if there's multiple items, and it's not just something idiosyncratic. And hopefully that'll be more replicable across situations. So you have to use your judgment a little bit. You want simplicity. You want to account for most of the variability, but you want simplicity, because otherwise it's not useful as a tool. A tool is supposed to make the job simpler, not more difficult. So anyways, the upshot of this, although there's some debate around the edges, is that there's a stable 5-factor solution. Okay, and the 5 factors are extroversion, neuroticism, agreeableness, conscientiousness, and openness. And we've developed a 10-aspect variant of that breaks each of the 2 traits into each of the 5 traits into 2 aspects. So that gives us a 10-aspect solution, which is higher resolution, right? More complex. That's the downside, because now you have to use 10 variables instead of 5, and you want simplicity. But one thing you would try to test out as a reasonable social scientist is whether the additional complexity buys you sufficient ability to understand and predict to make the additional complexity worthwhile. And the big 5-aspect scale, which is really the measure that we'll concentrate on today, I think does a nice job of hitting the sweet spot between complexity and accuracy. Now, there are times when the 5-factor solution is even better, and there's a 2-factor super solution, which is also, we've also derived. So extroversion and openness clump together, and so does neuroticism reversed. That's often called emotional stability, conscientiousness, and agreeableness. So it's sometimes possible to use the 2-factor solution as a predictor for behavior, or sometimes the 5-factor solution, and sometimes the 10-aspect solution. Think about it as a differentiated hierarchy. 2 factors at the top, that's as simple as it can be, but you lose the resolution. 5, well, it's a bit more complex, it's higher resolution, but it's still pretty simple, so you'd use that if it was possible. And then 10, well, if it's really important to you to accrue additional differentiation when you're analyzing certain phenomena, then you might want to use the 10-factor solution, 10-aspect solution, especially if you could measure it in the same amount of time. And it turns out that you can. You can get a pretty stable 5-factor estimate with 100 questions, but you can get a pretty stable 10-aspect solution with 100 questions as well, because then that's another consideration, practical consideration, right? You can't have, if it's going to be usable in any practical sense, which is different than it being objectively true, right? It's a pragmatic issue. Then it has to be something that doesn't irritate people to death, and to be usable in the lab, but also hypothetically to the degree that that would be possible in the real world. And so, okay, so that's basically how this was derived. Now, once you derive a measure, then you have the problem of what does it predict? We already described that. But you also have the problem, and it's an associated problem of, well, what other measures is it associated with it, or might it replace? Because there's dozens of measures in psychology. And this is a weird thing, because if you think about it, a lot of psychological measurements rely on people's self-report. They're questionnaires. Okay, now, the big 5 people came along, roughly, this really got going in the 1990s, and said, hey look, if you take a broad enough selection of questions and you subject it to factor analysis, you get 5 clumps of questions. And so here's their conclusion. This is the weak conclusion. The weak conclusion is that if you take a language-based approach to the assessment of human similarities and differences in personality, the underlying structure has 5 dimensions. That's the weak conclusion. Okay? The strong conclusion is that personality has 5 dimensions. But we don't have to go with the strong conclusion. We can go with the weak conclusion. We can say, well, insofar as you could measure it with language, personality has 5 dimensions. And then that begs a very important question. Well, if you have other measures that you derived as a consequence of self-report with language, and they have different names, but the rule is that if you do the analysis properly, you only get 5 factors, and we already named them, then how do you know that those additional measures aren't just variations of that big 5-factor structure? And the answer generally is, well, we don't want to know. Because I've been studying my construct, let's call it inhibition among children, for like 20 years, and now I'm going to find out, well, it's a variant of introversion, or it's a variant of neuroticism. It's like, I don't want to know that. And so one of the things that is really challenging in a field like psychology is to get the damn variables reduced to the minimal number, because people don't want to give up their measure, and the reason they don't want to give up their measure is because they've staked their career on it. And these aren't trivial problems. This is not a trivial problem. They've staked their career on it, and their career, their moral justification for their position in the career hierarchy is predicated on the validity of their measure. They give up the idea that their measure is valid, then they give up their claim to that position. And that no one wants to do that. Like, you don't want to be revealed as, you know, fundamentally blind and incompetent, especially when you're in a position of relative authority and benefit. And so people have real reason to resist this sort of thing. And you know, you don't want to be too cynical about that. You want to put yourself in the position of someone who's found out that what they studied for the last 20 years doesn't exist. And I'm not well liked among many psychologists for exactly that reason, because I think that almost everything that psychologists measure don't exist. Self-esteem, for example, is a great example of that. And, you know, because we're always trying to raise people's self-esteem, but you can predict self-esteem almost perfectly by taking extroversion and subtracting neuroticism from it. And so people with high self-esteem have more positive emotion and less negative emotion. And that's pretty much all there is to it. And I'm dead serious about it. I'm dead serious about that. And that's a big problem, given that there are literally tens of thousands of studies on self-esteem and whole educational institutions devoted to, you know, enhancing self-esteem. It's like, yeah, that's a problem because it doesn't exist. Not in a fundamental sense. You've got it conceptualized wrong. It isn't even about how you view yourself. It's about the relative balance between positive and negative emotion, and a huge chunk of that is actually biologically determined and part of your essential temperament. Plus, it's not obvious that more of it is better than less. Because, well, maybe you're worried and anxious. It's like, well, that's, you know, rough on you and maybe kind of hard on the people around you, but maybe it makes you more sensitive to threat in your environment, and that's exactly appropriate. Because maybe the people in your environment who are less threat sensitive are more likely to end up dead. And it's not like being anxious is pleasant. And it's going to be reflected in heightened self-consciousness and more self-denigration. Because if you're high in negative emotion, you have more self-doubt. But that doesn't mean that you're wrong. It just means that it's not pleasant. And, you know, people also might feel bad for you because you're sweating and worried and anxious and nervous and all of that. You don't think much of yourself and all of that. But that doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means that, well, in the best of all possible hypothetical worlds, you know, it could be otherwise. So, the big 5 and IQ, which we'll also talk about a fair bit today, they are concept killers. And, you know, one of the things that's been happening in the psychiatric literature, for example, there's all this plethora of psychiatric diagnosis, especially on the personality disorder end of the distribution. And the big 5 theorists have been insisting, no, you've got to reconceptualize your entire diagnostic scheme, because these forms of psychopathology are actually extreme variants of the underlying Big Five structure. And that war has been going on for 30 years. It's very, and you know, that's not that long, historically speaking. There has been a shift towards Big Five conceptualizations, but you know, it's long in the span of a single lifetime, and it looks like it's proceeding at a glacial pace. And so, okay, so now you've got your measures, and you want to find out, well, are they good for anything? And so the first thing you might want to do is you want to correlate them with a bunch of other measures, and you'll find out, for example, that measures of anxiety and depression, they correlate very highly with measures of neuroticism. They're all clumping together into a negative emotion dimension. Impulsivity, inattentivity, those things, and sociability, those things tend to clump with extroversion. The proclivity to be interested in people and to want to take care of people, that's an empathy dimension, that tends to clump with agreeableness. The proclivity to be competitive and predatory, but you can be predatory in a socialized manner, by the way, which we'll talk about when we get to agreeableness. That sort of clumps with disagreeableness. The proclivity to be orderly, that goes along with conscientiousness. So does the proclivity to be industrious. Creativity stacks up with openness, and so does intelligence. And so you can use the Big Five as like a periodic table of the elements and start to say, and IQ, because you've got to put IQ in there too. You can use that as the basic foundation. Say, look, we've discovered the underlying pattern. And now we can start slotting all these other measures into a conceptual scheme, and that's still sorting itself out in psychology, partly because it's difficult to do, but also partly because people want to cling to their constructs, and so they won't test them against other predictors. So in my lab, for example, there was a rule. If you came up with a new conception, one of the things we wanted to do, for example, we're interested in predicting academic performance, and we thought, maybe if you measured people's values, you'd get some incremental predictive validity. We already knew that IQ you could measure, and that would predict quite highly academic performance. And conscientiousness, that was also a pretty good predictor. Not as good as IQ, but pretty good. And so the combination of those two would pick up about 25% of the variance in academic performance. It doesn't sound like a lot because it leaves 75% unaddressed, but you know, we don't measure academic performance that accurately. It's actually pretty hard. Like grade point average isn't a necessarily dead accurate measure of your academic proclivity. People take different number of courses, right? So that complicates it. People drop courses if they're not doing well, and they do that at a differential rate. People take courses of different difficulty, and universities are different in their level of difficulty. And so there's all this error in academic measurement, and so you can't predict an error-ridden measurement very well, so 25% of the variance might be picking up almost all of the signal. Who knows? I think it probably is, by the way. And anyways, we tried to add values to the mix, and we used this character whose name, Schwartz, had spent a lifetime working on a value structure that was also questionnaire-based, which begged the question, was it just a Big Five variant? But in any case, we gave students a value survey as well, and then used IQ, and then used conscientiousness first, because we knew they worked and that they were fundamental predictors, and then added values in. And the first study we did, we found that there were two values, I'm not going to tell you what they were, that did predict academic performance, but it was an exploratory analysis, and so it tended to capitalize on chance. And so I wouldn't let my student publish it before he replicated it. When we replicated it twice, and it failed both times. We couldn't find any evidence for additional predictive utility. And then he didn't get his PhD. So that's the cost, right? You know, that's partly why this is so difficult, is if you're going to be skeptical about your own measure, what you want to do is you want to set your damn experiment up so it has a high probability of failing. So if you're going to measure, like I want to predict academic performance, I've got this new measure, let's say it's grit. You've heard about grit, most of you. Grit is nothing but conscientiousness. I am absolutely dead serious about that. All that happened was that people who didn't know the literature invented a new concept and then failed to do their measurement properly. And so they produced this huge uproar in the popular literature and in the school systems about grit and its miraculous what would you say? It's miraculous properties. And it's because they didn't do the fundamental analysis properly. But the person who invented it ended up with what were those called? Those genius scholarships. MacArthur Genius Fellowship, yeah, for her work on grit. And so even though it was like someone rediscovered iron and gave it another name, it's like, oh look, isn't this stuff hard? It's like, yeah, we already knew that. So, but it's a huge problem. And so, well, and so what you try to do is you try to stack the experiment against yourself. But the cost of that is, well, my student, for example, he spent like 3 years doing these studies. And there were other reasons he didn't get his PhD. But like, that's rough, man. 3 years of, you know, you do your statistical analysis, it's like pulling the arm on a one-armed bandit. You know, it's 2 years of what's worse. 2 years of work, click, bang, there are the results. It's like, you're not very smart. That's the results, you know. And he was plenty smart and quite hardworking, but the cost of failure in science is so high that scientists are very motivated not to fail, and that means that we've set up the system wrong, right? Because they have to be allowed to fail. Okay, so anyways, those are the 5 factors. I should also point out, because we'll also talk a little bit about child development, is they're also importantly associated. This is another area of convergent validity. What you want to find is that your measures measure something that other measures don't, right? Because otherwise, what good are they? You want to show that your measures predict something that other measures can't, even if you aggregate them. And you want to show that your measure predicts the same thing that other measures that are like your measure predict. So that's convergent, same as other measures, divergent, different than other measures, and construct. Is construct? That's wrong. Criterion. Criterion is the target, the thing that you're trying to predict. And so you want to see, is your measure stable across repeated administrations? That's reliability. Is it valid? Does it predict something of importance? Is it associated with other similar measures? Is it different in important ways from what already exists? And then is it useful for multiple different criteria? And then you have something that's, well, then hypothetically you have something that exists, because you can detect it. But even more importantly, and this is where the line between objective and pragmatic truth shades in science, because you don't just want an objective truth in science. It's objectively true that this floor is, you know, uneven, but who cares? Because what are you going to use that fact for? It's not an interesting fact scientifically, and the reason for that is it doesn't have any functional purpose. And so a lot of what we're trying to do in science is to find things that you can actually detect and measure, but that also have a useful purpose, right? So even though we claim that science is essentially an objective process of determining objective truth, it's more complicated than that, because you only are motivated to identify objective truths that are of pragmatic utility. Now, there's one level of complexity above that, which is, well, sometimes you don't know if what you've discovered has pragmatic utility, and it might. And so then you could add to the motivation for scientific discovery the discovery of new objective realities that might have functional utility. Electricity fell into that camp. I think when the person who identified electromagnetic radiation, and the name escapes me, he was being grilled in the British House of Commons or in the House of Lords, Faraday, about the utility of his discovery, and he famously said, well, of what use is a newborn baby? And so, which turned out to be quite intelligent with regards to electromagnetic radiation, because it turned out to be quite spectacularly useful. So, but, okay, so when people study child behavior, children are kind of lower resolution than adults. Their personalities aren't quite as differentiated. But you still see the glimmerings of the Big Five structure. You see differences in children in terms of positive emotion, activity level, and sociability. So that'd be extroversion. You see differences in children that are stable within the child in terms of their anxiety and difficulty in soothability and frustration, tolerance, that sort of thing. Probability of crying, and so that's negative emotion, that's neuroticism. And you see differences in their ability to abide by rule-governed structures. And they call that constraint in the child. That's one of the terms anyways. And constraint seems to differentiate into agreeableness and conscientiousness as the children develop. My suspicions are you'd also see individual differences in creativity, and we certainly know that you see them in IQ in children, so the openness to experience dimension is also, what would you say? There's variability that's evident in children at a very young age among that dimension as well. So, and that was a separate literature, so that's kind of cool, because the developmental psychologists went and assessed childhood temperament independently, more or less, of the adults assessing temperament in adults, and yet they came to the same conclusion. And that's another thing you want to see, is across multiple instruments of measure that the same results emerge, just like you use your eyes and your ears and your sense of touch to triangulate on the real world, right? Well, there's a wall, I can touch it, I can hear my hand against it. It's not a holographic projection. I have three sources of evidence that it's there. The sources of evidence are quite divergent in their structure, and so I can assume with reasonable reliability that the wall exists. We actually use 5 senses to do it, so we're quite cautious, and then we talk to each other about what's real too. Okay, so that's what you need to know about measurement theory, and so we'll stop the second lecture at this point, and then what we'll do from here on in is to talk about each of the 5 traits and their 2 aspects. And so now we'll stop there for now. Lecture 3, extroversion. So I think what I'll do first is review the actual items that are associated with extroversion so that you have some sense of, you can try to place yourself, imagine you're answering on a scale of 1 to 10, and I can tell you whether they're positively keyed or negatively keyed. Sometimes you want people to answer in the reverse direction. It helps overcome a certain type of answering bias that can skew your results to some degree. And what we'll try to do is to jointly build up a conceptual model of what constitutes extroversion. And then I'm going to lay out the underlying psychology, I guess, from a neurobiological perspective to some degree, from a chemical perspective, from the perspective of child development, and then also discuss how this trait manifests itself in the world practically. So that'll be the basic structure. Okay, so extroversion, as far as we've been able to tell, did this work on this scale called the Big 5 Aspect Scale, which you can find, by the way, at understandmyself.com. If you're interested in having your personality assessed, you can find it there. People had taken the Big 5 and broken it up into higher resolution sub-factors before, but they'd never done it empirically using the same statistical approach that was used to derive the Big 5 itself. They had done it conceptually, and we felt, well, conceptually was a reasonable start, but there was just no reason not to use the same. There was every reason to use the same statistical techniques. So we derived, it was Colin DeYoung and Lena Quilty, derived the Big 5 Aspect Scale. And I it's got to be 10, maybe 12 years ago, something like that. And it's become very widely used. And it's actually turned out to be quite useful in predicting specific outcomes. So for example, it's very good at predicting political affiliation, breaking it down. Because conscientious people are more likely to be conservative, but conscientiousness breaks down into orderliness and industriousness, and it's the orderliness that looks like it's associated with conservatism, and that turns out to be insanely interesting. So, but I'm not going to talk about that right now because we're talking about extroversion. So anyways, it turned out, for reasons that we don't exactly understand, Colin probably understands them better than me, that each of the traits broke quite nicely into two aspects, which wasn't something that we had built into the models. It just turned out that way, and I don't exactly know why that is, and there's some evidence on the genetic front that twin differentiation seems to be relevant and valid and perhaps mediated by genetic factors. So, and this Big 5 aspect scale has become quite widely used. I think the paper has 1,000 citations now, which that's how many times some other scientist has referred to it, whether positively or negatively. It's a rough indicator of impact on the field, and 1,000 citations is, I think it's my most cited paper. So anyways, extroversion breaks down into two fundamental aspects. One is assertiveness, and the other is enthusiasm. And so this is what you're like if you're assertive. Take charge, have a strong personality, lack the talent for influencing people. That's reversed keyed. So obviously if you're assertive, you have the talent for influencing people. Know how to captivate people. Wait for others to lead the way. Reversed. See myself as a good leader. Can talk others into doing things. You can see how that might go dreadfully astray, that one. Hold back my opinions. Reversed keyed. Am the first to act. Do not have an assertive personality. Reversed keyed. So assertive people, there's an element of what people often describe as leadership there. Now, there is a literature on leadership, but maybe leadership is a personality trait. It seems quite probable, and if it's a personality trait, then it's either one of the Big 5 factors or some amalgam of them. And so it would be a mistake to associate leadership per se with assertiveness. Because, you know, a leader might also be someone who's visionary, right? And that would load on openness, and maybe someone you could trust, and that would load on conscientiousness, and maybe someone who can keep their head in a crisis, and that would be the opposite of neuroticism. So, you know, you don't want to make the mistake of assuming that these things are any simpler or any more complex than they need to be. So that's assertiveness. And enthusiasm. Make friends easily. Am hard to get to know. That's reversed. Keep others at a distance. Reversed. Reveal little about myself. Reversed. So enthusiastic people reveal everything about themselves. I've known extroverted people who are particularly enthusiastic, and they couldn't not tell you everything about themselves, right? And so warm up quickly to others. Rarely get caught up in the excitement. Reversed. Am not a very enthusiastic person. Reversed. Show my feelings when I'm happy. Have a lot of fun. Laugh a lot. You know, you see enthusiastic people who are smiling all the time, and you know, you think they must have that's pretty damn fine mode of existence, eh? That your basic orientation is to be smiling at people, and you know, that's your set point. And you know, it is the case, by the way, that these factors, these traits, are quite highly genetically influenced. And I think the right way to think about that is, so imagine a normal distribution again, with most people in the middle. There's some reasonable probability that you're going to be born, there's a probability distribution that you're going to be born somewhere on that distribution, right? And that's sort of, in the average environment, that's where you'd settle. And then the environment can move you to the right or to the left. But the farther you want to be moved, the harder that gets. You know, so if you have a child who's temperamentally inhibited, say on the introverted side, and maybe a little high in neuroticism, with proper exposure, you might be able to tap them up into the normal range, but it's going to be very, very difficult to take someone who's temperamentally introverted and turn them into an extreme extrovert, right? You're going to hit the law of diminishing returns, too. You might get quite a lot of movement, you know, if you're trying to, you might be able to get a reasonable amount of movement at a low cost with minimal effort for the first few degrees of movement, but as you continue to push, it's going to get harder and harder because you're moving against their temperament. So, and I would also say, and this is something that's practically useful to know with regards to your own personality, and partly also why you might want to know what it is that it's a lot easier to adjust the job to you than to adjust you to the job. And so it's useful to know what your proclivities are, because then you might be able to find a place where the hand that you've been dealt can be optimally played. And that's actually not a bad way of understanding the association between that kind of genetic determinism that set you up with a particular temperament and how you might operate in the world. It's like you are a certain way, and that means in some ways that your choices are constrained, which actually is okay, because you don't want completely unconstrained choices, man. You just drown in that, you know. But then your goal as a relatively free agent or as a partially free agent is to take what you're like and to find the niche where you're that's most suitable for you. And there's every reason to assume, at least under most circumstances, that you can do that. And even if you can't, that it's still your best bet, right? It's definitely harder for some people to find a productive niche, you know, given the way the world is at the moment, you know, which might favor extroverts, for example, which it seems to do to some degree. But you're still far better off finding where you belong rather than finding somewhere arbitrary and then trying to mold yourself into whatever you need to be. And that's what that might smack of biological essentialism, as the social constructionists like to say, but that's okay because they don't know what the hell they're talking about. So, okay, so what else do you want to know about extroverts? They're sociable versus retiring, fun-loving versus sober, affectionate versus reserved, friendly versus aloof, spontaneous versus inhibited, talkative versus quiet. They make more eye contact on first meeting. They tend to be drawn to sales and personnel work, nursing and teaching. They're more impulsive. They gamble more. We did a series of experiments looking at something called delayed discounting. So here's how a delayed discounting paradigm would work. So imagine, I ask you a bunch of questions like this. I'll give you $5 right now, or I'll mail you $15 in 3 months. Or I'll give you $20 tomorrow, or I'll mail you $100 in 2 years. And so what you do is you vary the amounts, and then you vary the time frame across which they're distributed. And then you can find out how much people value the present versus the future. And you know, you might think, well, you should value the present because it's right in your hand, right? A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Or you might say, no, 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 you should delay gratification, man. You should, like the ant in the story of the grasshopper and the ant, you know, that ant didn't get stepped on, right? Because you can imagine an ant that worked hard all year and winter was coming and then someone stepped on him and then the grasshopper like won that round, that's for sure. Well, that's the thing about future discounting, is that the thing about the present is that here it is. And the probability of it existing is very high, because here it is. And the closer the present is to now, the higher the probability is that you can predict it. Now, the problem is you go out into the future, well, you want to take care of the future, obviously, but the problem is that the farther you go out in the future, the less the probability that you can predict it. And so you need to discount your sacrifices as a function of the unpredictability of the future. And then the next problem is, well, how unpredictable is the future likely to be? And the answer is, you don't know, and neither does anyone else. So the unpredictability is actually unpredictable. And so how do you solve that? And the answer is, you solve that with your temperament. Because you guess at how unpredictable the future is going to be, and you play your hand accordingly. And if you're extroverted, you tend to discount the future more. So, and that also is the case if you increase your mood. So if you increase your mood, you're more likely to take risky bets. And the idea is something like, well, it's an emotional calculation in part. Well, if things are going good right now, well, then they're going good right now. And so maybe it's a smarter time to lay a higher risk bet. Now, maybe not too, but since it's a bet, you don't know. And that's how these things work at the heuristic level. So extroverted people are more likely to be impulsive. And you can see this too. And in fact, I think often people try to modify themselves chemically so that they can be that way. You know, there's this really tight association between impulsivity and pleasure. And it's a painful one, because this is the other thing, is that in our culture, everyone thinks, well, there's nothing better than positive emotion. We should all strive to be happy. It's like, yeah, how happy? Manic happy? Because that's a really bad idea. You know, people who are manic, bipolar disorder, in their manic phase, they're overwhelmed with positive emotion, and their negative emotion decreases to a minimum. So what happens to them? Well, their heads fill with grandiose plans about how wonderful everything is and is going to continue to be. And they spend every cent they have and all the money they can aggregate. And so then they come out of their manic phase and like they're in serious, serious trouble. But hey, lots of times people won't take medication for manic depressive disorder, for bipolar, because they don't want to miss the manic phases, or at least the hypomanic phases, because you know, it's kind of pleasurable to be happy and not feeling negative emotion. But don't be thinking there's no cost to that. You know, we should be happy. It's like, no, you should be about as happy as you should be given the realities of your current circumstance. And it isn't obvious how happy that is, which is why there's variability. And so any simple-minded notion that happiness in some sense is an optimal state is, well, it'd be lovely if that was the case. The other thing that's kind of interesting about happiness is it actually turns out, if you do the analysis carefully, is that people actually don't want to be happy. What they want to be is not miserable, which is quite different. So they would rather be free of pain and anxiety. So what they're, like if you look at scales of well-being, for example, they tend to load much more heavily on neuroticism than they do on extroversion. And so it isn't that people want to be happy, it's that they don't want to suffer. And fair enough, you know, but that's definitely different than being happy. So, okay. They're more impulsive, they gamble more, they're more sexually active. That's another form of impulsivity. They have higher levels of positive emotion altogether, and they're less affected by punishment. Okay, so here's the best way to think about extroversion. Extroversion is basically the positive emotion dimension. And so what we should do is try to figure out exactly what that means. What's the function, let's say, of emotion? And this will be useful because it will also help us understand neuroticism, which is what we're going to talk about next. So I said in a previous lecture that motivations tend to establish goals and emotions tend to keep you on track. Now, emotions can also set goals, but they definitely keep you on track. So a positive emotion says, keep moving ahead and doing what you're doing. And a negative emotion says, wait a second, there's an obstacle in your path or there's something wrong with your plan. Okay, and both of those are reasonable outcomes. And then the question might be, well, how happy should you be when things are going well? And the answer to that is, you don't know, so you bet with your temperament. And the other question is, well, how upset should you be when things are going wrong? And the answer is, you don't know, and so you bet with your temperament. And I can tell you a little bit about how you hedge your bets. These are very difficult things to calculate, right? Because if, let's say you have I've had clients who were depressed in my clinical practice, and they had like 20 years of stellar business success. Then they have like a bad quarter. Okay, so how upset should you be if you have a bad quarter? Well, you might say, well, I've had 20 years of success. A bad quarter compared to its 1/80th of the time that I've been in business, it's irrelevant. Or you could look around and you could think, yeah, but you know, things have really changed. Well, I'm 20 years older. Maybe I'm out of it a bit. Maybe my training is no longer relevant. Maybe the marketplace has shifted underneath me. Maybe this bad quarter, this worst quarter, is just a harbinger of things to come that are much, much worse. And you know, so you can get yourself into quite a depressive spiral. And you might say, well, which is the more accurate way of looking at it? And the answer is, you don't know. Because sometimes, look, if your business is going to fail, even if it was successful, which happens, the way it starts failing is that you have your first bad quarter, obviously. And so these things are very tricky. I think when I get to neuroticism, I'll tell, well, I could do this a little bit with positive emotion. Well, how do you calibrate how positive you should be about something that's positive? You do it in a bunch of tricky ways. You have your temperamental variability. That's one. Another thing you do is that you do assess your own competence. And you do that in part by comparing yourself to other people in a hierarchy. And so if there's a hierarchy and you're in it and you're near the top, then there's some probability that you will respond to positive events with more positive emotion than you otherwise would. And the reason for that is that your brain assumes that if you are comparatively competent, that's an indication that things are going well, at least comparatively speaking, which is how else are you going to calculate it in some absolute terms? No, you're going to compare yourself to other people. If you're doing well compared to other people in a hierarchical structure, then it's safer for you to take a bet on being happy and assuming that things are going to go well. So you're also calibrating you're also assessing your position relative to other people all the time in an attempt to figure out how to calibrate both your positive and negative emotions. And that's also unbelievably worth knowing, because one of the implications of that is that like let's say you have a particular position in a hierarchy, maybe it's a fairly high status position, and something comes along to challenge that. Well, that knocks your stability for a loop, practically speaking, because your position in the hierarchy is associated with the probability of stability and progress in the future, but it also dysregulates you emotionally. Because one of the things that your brain is doing to triangulate exactly how upset or how happy you should be is by looking at how you're positioned relative to other people. And then if that's thrown up in the air, well then you don't know, and that produces immense emotional, two things. It produces more preparation for emergency, and it increases emotional variability. And people do not like that. And no wonder, because it's very psychophysiologically costly. I mean, one of the things that's worth pointing out, we'll talk about this more when we get to neuroticism, is that when you feel anxious and bad, frustrated and all of that, that's not merely psychological, right? It's psychophysiological. There's underlying physiological systems that are mediating these responses. And part of the negative emotion system is an emergency response system. And the emergency response system prepares you for what might happen. And that's actually costly because, like, if you know exactly what's going to happen, then you're expert at it. You can do minimal preparation because you can predict the specific thing that's going to happen next. So that's not that costly physically. But if you don't know what's going to happen, well, what should you do if you don't know what's going to happen? Well, the answer is you should prepare maximally for the widest possible range of outcomes. Well, you know, you're in your car and you've got the gas pedal pushed to the metal and the brake on. And you're prepared for any eventuality, but it's very, very hard on the mechanism. And that is exactly the case for human beings, is that uncertainty puts you into a state of hyper-preparation. And that's really costly physiologically. Your cortisol levels go up, and all of your biological systems are accelerated. And you start to burn up future resources. And what that essentially does, the simplest way of thinking about it, is it makes you old faster across all the dimensions. So it increases your proclivity to all of the infirmities and diseases that are associated with aging, including, you know, the actual phenomenon of aging itself. So when people are trying to cling to their position in the dominance hierarchy, in part to regulate their emotional responses, they're doing that because their life depends on it. It's not just psychological, right? This is tied to a very profound underlying reality. Okay, so let's think a little bit about positive emotion. So here's a way of framing how a personality operates. Okay, we already said that personality determines your perception. But then we might think, well, what are you perceiving exactly? Now, if you think about that gorilla experiment that we talked about already, you were perceiving the thing that was directly relevant to your goal, okay? Obviously, because you're looking at the ball. Okay, so that's one part of the puzzle. Part of what you're perceiving is your goal. Well, and let's think about that as the place you're going on a map. Something like that, because you're traversing through time and space. You want to get somewhere. That's your aim. Okay, so well, what else do you need to perceive if you're going somewhere? Well, you think about, what do you need to know if you have a map? And one is where you're going. But if you don't know where you are, where you're going is completely useless. So the other thing you need to know is where you are. And so if you know where you are and where you're going, then you can calculate a line. And then as you are a mobile creature, right, you inhabit a mobile body, then that's what you're doing pretty much all the time. And I think one of the best ways of thinking about your conceptual structure is that it is a map of the underlying territory. But it's a map that specifies a journey. I'm here, point A. I'm going to point B. How do I get there? With the minimum amount of time and effort, right? That's what you want to calculate, because why take the complicated route if you can do it simply? And so and you're always in one of those maps. And if the map goes astray, then, well, it's the same if you're in a new city, let's say, and you're trying to get from point A to B and your phone dies, because that's about the only way you can get lost now, then the probability is that the uncertainty that surrounds you, especially let's say you happen to be in a rough neighborhood, then the uncertainty that surrounds you is going to decrease your positive emotions substantially and increase your negative emotion a lot. That's the consequence of the failure of the map. And you think about the map conceptually. Okay, so you have point A and point B, and then you have a line that leads from one to the other. And here's a way of thinking about the connection between the mind and the body. So the mind might have an abstract representation of who you are. Like maybe you have a conception of your position at your business. And it'd be quite complex, right? Because where you are in your career depends on how other people think of you. It depends on your reputation, all of that. And you have a representation of that, but it might or might not be accurate. Hopefully it's accurate enough so that you can use it to plot your future move. But it might not be. You could fail at that. And then you have some sense of where you're headed as well. And then what you need is a strategy to implement to move you from one point to the other. And some of that strategy can be abstract. So you might sit down with your wife or with a friend and say, well, you know, here's my career plan. But then when you think about what happens when you implement that career plan, is that it starts to become non-abstract. So you think, well, there's a mind and a body, and you know, there's no way of connecting the two, but that's not exactly right. The mind is connected to the body as your actions differentiate. So at some point, you say, well, I'm going to negotiate with my boss for a raise, because I need a raise. That's part of my goal. Or maybe I need a promotion, right, because I'm moving upward. All right, and so that's all abstract, and you can think of that as a function of the mind. But then when you go in to negotiate with your boss, what are you doing? Well, you're actually moving, right? You're moving your mouth, you're talking, you're moving your eyes, you're moving your body. Like, you're translating that abstraction down into its physiological platform. And so at the highest level of resolution, the map of the world that you use to orient yourself is actually composed of action. And that's how the mind meets the body. So here's another way of thinking about it. So we'll think about this hierarchically. So we're going to say your basic map is you're at point A and you're going to point B, and there's a line. But then you want to kind of think about those things as nested. So let's say you're planning to make dinner. All right, so, and then there's going to be subroutines that are associated with that. So if you're going to make dinner, well, you have to bend down and you have to get a pot out of the cupboard and you have to put it on the stove. Maybe you have to put some water in it, and you have to slice some vegetables. And so there's subcomponents that are part of make dinner. Make dinner might be cooked vegetables, sliced vegetables, set table, right? And each of those is another one of those. I'm here with a table that's unset. I need a table that's set. I'm here with vegetables that are unsliced. I need vegetables that are sliced. So the overarching map has smaller maps inside it that are higher resolution, and the resolution increases to the point where you're actually engaged in the action, and then it's not conceptual anymore. Then that's where the pedal meets the metal or the rubber meets the road. Okay, and so your high order abstractions that orient you in the world are composed of higher and higher resolution, smaller and smaller models until you hit action. And that's what grounds you in the world. And so that's kind of cool. And there's an interesting corollary to that. So here's a model. So imagine that you want to be a good person. That's pretty abstract. That's pretty much all mine. And so you say, well, to be a good person, part of that, decompose that. You might say, well, you're going to have, you're going to be a good father. You're going to have a good career. You're going to be a good sibling. You're going to be a good son. Those might be higher resolution, lower components of being a good person. Be a good father. Okay, well, that part of that might be, well, we can use the cooking arrangement again. Make a meal now and then and do a competent job of it. And then you break that down into, well, all the subcomponents that you have to engage in to make a meal, right down to the point where you're slicing the vegetables. And so if you're a good person, one of the things you can do is handle a knife pretty viciously when you're hacking up carrots. Now, it's not a very big part of being a good person, but it's not nothing either. And you could substitute it with some other high-resolution skill. You don't have to be someone who can, whack up carrots an eighth of an inch thick in 15, a whole carrot in 15 seconds. But it's not a bad little skill if you can manage it. You might be able to substitute other useful things for that. But the point is that that whole structure of being a good person is based on basic level skills that you implement in the world, abstracted up into a hierarchy that makes up your fundamental map. And one of the reasons that's so useful to know that, and you can imagine that each of those little maps covers a different area of, let's say, time and space. I hate to think of it that way, but life. Let's say you have a child, and you're teaching your child how to set the table. And you give him a spoon. Maybe he's just a little guy. You give him a spoon. You say, go put that spoon on the table. And you point out how to do that. So he's building up his ability from the motor level upward, right? Because You say, pick up the spoon, turn towards the table, walk over to the table, place the spoon on top of the table. So you're building up the subroutines from the bottom up. And then maybe he drops the spoon and you say, you're a stupid, bad child. You think, well, what do you think when you hear that? Well, you think it's funny because you laugh, but it's a dark humor sort of thing. And the reason that you think it's funny is because there's an incongruity between the magnitude of the error and the magnitude of the response, right? The response should be, no, you have to be more careful when you're carrying the spoon. Or maybe the response should be, you must have not gripped that properly when I first handed it to you, right? You want to match the punishment to the crime. And so this is something that's unbelievably useful to know in your relationships, because if your spouse, your partner, your sibling fails in a high-resolution subroutine, you don't jump right to, well, you know, you're pretty damn incompetent, and you've been incompetent in the past most of the time, and I see a lot of evidence now, and probably you're going to stay that way in the future as well. It's like all you're going to get out of that is a lot of emotional dysregulation on the part of the person that you're talking to, because you're going after the integrity of the map that they use to map the entire world, instead of trying to repair that tiny little piece that's gone astray, you know, somewhere way down the hierarchy. And so it takes careful analytic skill to zero in on the smallest possible unit of correction. But it's unbelievably useful. It's also a good way, especially if you have a depressive proclivity. Because what happens to people who have a depressive proclivity is they'll make an error at a high level, at a high resolution level. You know, like maybe they'll burn dinner, and it's like the next day they're suicidal. Right, and that happens. That's depression, right? Maybe they imagine that they burned dinner, and that's enough to make them suicidal. And what's happened is the mechanism that stops error messages from propagating up that hierarchy has gone astray, and they can't constrain the spread of error. Because I mean, it could. Everyone who's phenomenally incompetent burns dinner. But not everybody who burns dinner is phenomenally incompetent, right? But if you're depressed, any evidence of error is going to be evidence of catastrophe at the ultimate level of conceptualization. And when we talk about neuroticism, well, maybe I'll get into the neurobiology of that a little bit, because it's quite interesting. But the rule that you want to pull out of this is, if you have to interact with someone in a corrective manner, including yourself, you want to specify the narrowest possible domain for the correction to occur. So you might say, well, you know, maybe you're dealing with your wife or your husband. Here's a bunch of things that you're doing really in a quite stellar and spectacular manner. And here's this small thing that really is not of much consequence, but we might as well fix it. And I'm pretty damn sure that you could, in fact, do it. And then maybe with that approach, they'll listen, and there'll be some possibility that they'll make the small correction and not just tell you to go to hell, which is what's going to happen if you're incautious with your assault. And so minimum necessary correction is a very useful disciplinary strategy, but you really have to think it through. One of the ways of thinking it through is, if you're having an argument with someone, you think, okay, what's my minimal precondition for satisfaction? And that's kind of rough, because sometimes you want to, you know, take out the bread knife and slash the person if you're angry. Well, because anger tends to make you accelerate your responses up the hierarchy, because you want to hurt, but it's not helpful. Think, okay, I'm having a dispute with this person. Hypothetically, there's something they could do to minimize the dispute. What's the least I could possibly accept so that I would shut up and go away? And that's a very helpful thing to also offer your partner. It's like, well, all I want is this. It's not that big, and you know, and I'll try to do the same for you the next time I do something stupid, which, you know, won't be very long, you can be sure of that. So, and if you understand that idea of hierarchy, and the idea that the broader the area of the map that you're criticizing, the more emotional dysregulation that you're producing, that can help you be much more specific in your complaints. It's also useful in an industrial setting. Maybe there's a problem in your organization, you have to go to your boss about it. The first thing to do is figure out, well, I wouldn't say how to minimize the problem, because that isn't what you want to do. You want to portray it accurately, but you don't want to make it any worse than it is, right? So you want to go with minimal accuracy. And then it's not such a bad idea to also step forward with something that approximates a solution. because you don't necessarily want to get a reputation, even if you happen to be accurate in your conceptualizations, as the person who's always coming forward with the problem. You know, even if it's not your problem, even if it's only something you observe. That's a nice thing also to offer your partner. It's like, well, here's a problem I think that's happening in our relationship, and it's just a minimal problem over in this tiny little sub-corner of the whole structure, and you know, here's what I might regard as a reasonable, minimal solution that I would also be satisfied about. It's like if you're careful with that, it's also a good thing to do for yourself. If you're careful about that, then you know that can work. Okay, so now you know where you are and you know where you're going. So the question is, what might happen to you along the way? And the answer is, and the other way of conceptualizing this is as a story, because so it's a map, but it's also a story. And stories are maps, as far as I'm concerned. And what person almost always does when they tell you a story is they tell you about where they were, and they tell you about where they were going, and they tell you what happened along the way. And often they'll tell you about something unexpected that happened, because that makes the story even more interesting. It puts a little twist in, for reasons we'll go into. But anyways, you start where you are, and you're going to where you're going. And then, well, what can happen? And one answer is, you lay out your strategy, and it works. So, you know, so let's say what I want to do is I want to walk over to that computer. And it's not disturbing me very much, that idea, because it's pretty high resolution, and I've walked over like that many times in the past, and it seems to me that I can rely on this environment to remain reasonably stable while I'm traversing this distance. So it's not disturbing me very much. And so it could stop me, and that happens. You don't know when the ground is going to shift beneath your feet. But for now, my inductive intuition is that this is going to go okay. And so then I start to move. So as soon as I lock eyes on my goal, then I'm motivated, because I can see that the goal is within reach. Okay, now that, and what I mean by motivated is the positive emotion system engages. And that's what it's for. So what positive emotion does is move you forward towards desired goals. That's its basic function. Okay, so because this is you. You can do this, you can do this, you can do this. You can move ahead, you can stop, and you can move backwards. And the question is, when do you move ahead? And the answer is, when you're moving towards something you want. And then the question is, well, how does that make you feel? And the answer is, if it works, it makes you feel good. And it should, because you're going towards something that you need and you want. And so why wouldn't you feel good about that? You feel good if you see yourself making progress, because you're making progress. And you feel good if you see yourself making progress, because then it means that the frame that you're using to encompass the entire circumstance is actually accurate. It's not only that you're making progress, it's the fact that you're making progress indicates that the map that you're using is accurate. And that's even a better deal. It's like, ha, my plan's working. My plan is valid. Yes, because the plan usually has more tentacles than the one thing that you're doing. And so every time you have some indication that it's valid, it's like a little boost. Now, you want to keep moving ahead. So now what happens as well? There's a chemical consequence of this, activation of the dopaminergic system. And that's the system that's hooked into the hypothalamic exploratory system. Okay, and so the consequence of the delivery of that positive emotion, increase in dopaminergic release or decrease in its uptake, is that not only does that make you feel good, but it also is reinforcing in the old technical sense. So imagine that what you want to do is you want to grow circuits in your brain that work, and you want to have the circuits that don't work go away. Okay, and so the question is, well, what does it mean work? And the answer is, well, if you implement the circuit and it does what it's supposed to do, then it's working. And then it should get stronger. And so when dopamine is released, what happens is that the neural processes that were activated while you were engaging that sequence grow stronger. And they grow stronger in proportion to their temporal juxtaposition with the event. The closer they are to the event, the stronger they get. And that also makes sense, right? Because the more proximal the thing is, the more tightly associated it is with the event. So not only does the positive emotion system make you feel good, and you know, I kind of wonder sometimes, although I don't know if this is the case, I kind of wonder if that feeling good is actually a direct consequence of the flourishing of the circuitry. You know, because you'd expect that feeling good would be associated with growth and development, right? I mean, hopefully that would be the case. So then maybe that's what's happening, is that you get that direct sense of the flourishing of something, and that's associated with positive emotion. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. And then I think, well, if you hit an obstacle, something that causes you pain or anxiety, and you feel that negatively, that's actually the consequence of the death and destruction of those systems, that the attempt at annihilating those systems, part of you that are alive, that have resulted in that failure. So I think you directly experience your growth and your death at a neurological level. I'm not certain about that, but it's a good, simple hypothesis, and it might be the case. So anyways, when you're moving towards something and everything's working, it's like positive emotion. And the question is, well, how much positive emotion should you feel for each unit of success? And the answer is, depends on how extroverted you are. The more extroverted you are, the more pleasure you're going to feel per unit of success. And so it's a crapshoot, fundamentally, because maybe those systems should be reinforced like mad. If you're successful, it's like, keep going down that same track. Or maybe it should be, yeah, just because you've had a little success doesn't mean you should, you know, be overwhelmingly self-confident about it. That's what happens in mania and grandiosity, for example. Narcissism, it's like, so, you know, cool your jets a little bit. Who knows? Extroversion is the bet on that. So that's a very useful thing to know. So that's positive emotion. Now here's something else that's kind of cool about positive emotion. You're hemispherically specialized for it. So the left you have two hemispheres in your brain, which is kind of strange. You know, it's like you have two brains. Now, they communicate, but they're quite separate. If you sever the connection between them, which sometimes happens if you do surgery for epilepsy, for example, they actually think quite different thoughts. And it turns out that the left hemisphere is specialized more or less for positive emotion and movement forward, especially the right hemisphere is specialized for negative emotion and uncertainty. And so you see people who are depressed, they show more right hemisphere activation. And you can even detect this in infants, by the way. They've done this with infants, and using EEG, and partly to detect how early these positive and negative emotion systems come online. And they come online, they're detectable. Well, with newborns, you can get it with taste right at birth. So they'll respond with positive emotion, facial signs of positive emotion, and hemispheric activation to sucrose and citric acid, and negative emotion to, I don't remember what they used that was bitter. But people tend to respond to bitter negatively, right? That's why you say you get bitter when something happens to you that's not good. It's an association with that taste. Same emotional system. So those emotional systems seem to be active pretty much right at birth. And so that positive emotion. And we might just look at for a moment why it's the left hemisphere that might be associated with positive emotion, just for the sake of curiosity. It's the linguistic hemisphere. So that's kind of for most people. Sometimes this is reversed in people, depending on their lateralization, but they still have the same systems. They're just in different places, so it doesn't really matter. You know, it's like they're mirrored. Conceptually, it doesn't make any difference. So you talk about things that you're after. That might be a way of thinking about that. And then you also have fine motor control that's associated with linguistic output, and there's also pointing, which is so there's a relationship between linguistic dexterity and manual dexterity. It might be that we learn to use our hands before we learn to use our mouth, evolutionarily speaking. They're quite tightly associated. And you imagine that the things that we take apart with our hands are also things that we name. And people who are extroverted do tend to be more verbally fluent. As we said, they're more talkative. And so there seems to be some fairly tight association between the left hemispheric language functions. People talk more when they're happy and less when they're sad. And so they're less out there in the world when they're sad, and so they keep to themselves more, they withdraw more. And that seems to be part of the issue with hemispheric specialization. So, okay, so let's review for a minute. Well, extroverts are more enthusiastic and more assertive. They manifest more positive emotion in the world. Positive emotion says, bet now because the times are good. The downside is impulsivity, manic behavior, grandiosity, and the risk-taking that goes along with that. The upside is, well, people like to be happy. I mean, or like and happy are the same thing. And then we said, well, what is positive emotion? It's fundamentally associated with approach behavior, so you can tie it into motoric activation. And the fundamental bet that extroverts are taking is that the world's a pretty damn good place and that you can get a long way by interacting with other people. They see them as fields of opportunity in some sense, and that's the niche that they inhabit. So, and that's the end of the lecture on extroversion. Okay, so this is lecture 4 on neuroticism, and neuroticism is the partner to positive emotion. So positive emotion is the extroversion dimension, and neuroticism, which is sometimes known as negative emotionality, is its negative partner. Generally speaking, we're more sensitive to negative emotion than to positive emotion, and you can tell this if you do your experiments properly, because people are hurt more by a loss of a given magnitude than they are rewarded by a gain of the same magnitude. So they'll pay more to forestall the loss than they will to accrue the gain. And then that skew, you know, there's going to be individual differences in that skew. The more extroverted someone is and the less neurotic, the more oriented they are towards gain and the less oriented they are towards forestalling loss. And so, you know, and you can see that there are benefits to positioning on every element of that distribution. Neuroticism as a trait is broken down into 2 aspects: withdrawal and volatility. And withdrawal, I would say, is associated with the animal behavior of freezing. You don't want to move. Well, and that's, why do animals freeze? They freeze because they feel that they're likely to be detected by a predator. So there's something terrible out there that's lurking, that's carnivorous and dangerous, and your best bet is just to not move. And it's not a pleasant experience, well, for obvious reasons, and it's also associated, even though you're not moving, it's also associated with physiological hyper-preparation. Because an animal that's frozen in place, it's not like their heart rate isn't up, way up. Their muscles are ready to, your heart rate goes up because your muscles prepare to move. That's why your heart rate is associated with emotion, because it prepares your muscles to move. And so when you're frozen like that, you're also prepared to dart in any direction as necessary, a very high intensity state, a very unpleasant one. And so that's withdrawal, freezing like a deer caught in the headlights. I guess that's a good way of thinking about it. And then volatility. Volatility is more, I think it's probably associated with defensive aggression. There's predatory aggression when you're after something or someone for something, but there's defensive aggression when you feel that you're just, you know, rejecting attempts to injure you. And defensive aggression, that's actually a hypothalamic function. It's way deep down in there. And people who are volatile are touchy, and so, you know, they're more likely to hyper-respond to a negative comment, for example. You're kind of volatile if you're one of those people that curses a fair bit when you're in your automobile. You know, you drive with people, I'm like that, by the way. I'm cursing all the time when I'm driving. It's just an appalling characterological fault. But you know, you drive with some people and they're just calm, and I wonder, what's wrong with you? Look at what's going on. How can you be calm? And so if you have a volatile partner, it's useful to know that not taking what they're doing with excessive seriousness is helpful, to be detached a little bit and to understand that maybe it's more them than it is you, and to step back from that. It's not an easy thing to do. It's probably better for people who are high in neuroticism to have partners that are low in neuroticism. I know most of the time if you want a partner, you want them temperamentally matched with you, but if you're both high in neuroticism, then you're divorced. And I actually mean that technically, because the best personality predictor of divorce is neuroticism, because neuroticism is the best predictor of general unhappiness. So it's not that surprising. So anyways, this is withdrawal. Seldom feel blue, reversed. Am filled with doubts about things. Feel comfortable with myself, reversed. So that's self-consciousness. Self-consciousness loads on neuroticism, by the way. So that's interesting, because self-consciousness is a, you know, it's kind of a cardinal human trait, right? To be aware of ourselves, and to be aware of our limitations in the world and our mortality and all of that. And it's something that in some sense we also regard as an accomplishment, to be self-conscious as compared to animals, but it loads directly on negative emotion. And so, and you know that because generally you don't like to be made self-conscious. You know, you say you're on stage, you think, well, I got really self-conscious. It's not like people are happy about that. I've hit a higher level of cognitive achievement. It's no, you start to, what do? You start to reflect on your own insufficiencies and faults and limitations. It's something like that. So anyways, that's what happens with self-consciousness. Feel threatened easily. Feel depressed. It's rarely feel depressed, reversed. Worry about things. Am easily discouraged. Am not embarrassed easily, reversed. Become overwhelmed by events. Am afraid of many things. So not pleasant and quite stressful. So that's withdrawal. And volatility, the second aspect. Get angry easily. That's that defensive aggression. Rarely get irritated, reversed. Get upset easily. Keep my emotions under control, reversed. Change my mood a lot, reversed. Rarely lose my composure, reversed. Am a person whose moods go up and down easily. Am not easily annoyed, reversed. Get easily agitated, can be stirred up easily. So it's hyperreactivity to frustration, disappointment, and pain. So it looks to me like the withdrawal aspect is more associated with freezing-related anxiety, and that the volatility aspect is more associated with sensitivity to punishment. Okay, so now we could take negative emotion apart a little bit. Well, let me tell you, before we do that, let me tell you a little bit more about the difference between someone who's high in neuroticism and not. Worrying versus calm, nervous versus at ease, high-strung versus relaxed, insecure versus secure, self-pitying versus self-satisfied, vulnerable versus hardy, irritable, moody, touchy. So, all right, so now let's take negative emotion apart. So you can differentiate it, and the basic elements of negative emotion, I'll list a bunch of them. Frustration. That's when you're approaching a goal and you're blocked. Disappointment. That's when you're pursuing a goal and it doesn't work. Grief. That's when you lose something. Pain, right? Threat, uncertainty, anxiety. Those are all somewhat separable systems too. Like the pain system and the anxiety system actually function separately because anxiety is a marker for pain. Imagine pain is a marker for damage and anxiety is a marker for pain, or for the possibility of damage. And so you feel anxiety so that you don't have to feel pain. But that doesn't mean that feeling anxiety is particularly, well, it's not pleasant by any stretch of the imagination, but perhaps it's better to be anxious than to be hurt. Well, that's how you've evolved. You've evolved with that assumption. Better to be anxious and careful than to be hurt and damaged. But you still pay a pretty high price for that, because the thing is, when you're hurt, you're only hurt when you're hurt, but when you're anxious when you could be hurt, and you could be hurt all the time. And that's a big problem, because it means that there is reason to be anxious all the time, and there's a lot more people than you think that are anxious all the time. And so, you know, that's a very difficult thing to cope with, but that's how it goes. And so, pain. Pain-related emotions seem to be, first of all, you can identify them neurochemically, because a pain-related emotion can be quelled by opiates. Opiates are analgesic, right? You take them for pain. And so, but opiates work for things that aren't exactly just physical pain. So they reduce frustration, they reduce disappointment, they reduce grief. And so if you're frustrated, disappointed, and grieving, then opiates actually happen to be a pretty good drug for you. And you think about the opiate epidemic in the United States and its association with phenomena like unemployment and which is also associated with depression and chronic pain. Depression seems to be a pain-related condition. That's my take on it, is that and a lot of people who have depression also have chronic pain. Anyways, opiates are good drugs for pain. Antidepressants are better drugs for depression, but they also work on pain. This is a useful thing to know. If you know people who are in chronic pain, antidepressants are good medications for the alleviation of long-term pain. There's a drug called Cymbalta in particular that's good for that. And so, and if people are extraordinarily stressed as well, antidepressants can help with that. Now, what antidepressants do actually is increase the levels of available serotonin by stopping cells from taking it back up once it's been used as a neurotransmitter. And higher levels of serotonin are associated with less sensitivity to pain and negative emotion, and they're also associated with higher positioning in a dominance hierarchy, as we already talked about. And so, and the rule seems to be that if you're higher up in a positional hierarchy and your life is more stable, then it's not necessary for you to feel as much negative emotion when anything painful or threatening occurs, because it isn't evidence that's as profound that everything is likely to fall apart right now. But if you're barely clinging on to the bottom of the social reality, you know, and one more bad thing happens, that could be enough to tip you over the edge. So anyways, what antidepressants appear to do is to increase serotonergic production and mimic the state of being higher up in the hierarchy. My observation has been, this is just clinical observation, and it's not supported by any relevant research, because I don't believe the research has been done. But what I often did in my clinical practice when I was thinking about whether or not to recommend, suggest, let's say, that the client have a conversation with their physician about antidepressants, because of course psychologists can't prescribe, was to find out, well, how's your life, generally speaking, compared to other people's lives, you know? Do you have a job that's reasonably productive and reasonably secure? Are you about as educated as you should be given your background and intelligence? Do you have some friends? Do you have an intimate relationship? How's your family life going? You know, are you suffering from any severe physical or mental illnesses of the sort of non-psychogenic type? And do you make reasonably productive use of your time outside of work, at least in principle? If the answer to all those questions was yes, but you were still depressed, then my observation was you would respond well to antidepressants, because something had gone wrong, right? You have a life, but your emotional reactions aren't in keeping with that reality. And then you see people sometimes too, you meet people or you see them in your clinical practice, and they answer all those questions negatively. They don't have a job, they're not as educated as they should be, and so their probability of getting a job is low. They don't have any reliable friends, they don't have an intimate relationship. There's nothing but trouble with their family. They have something wrong with them physically, and they don't know how to make structured and productive use of their time. It's like, well, those people are often in very, very rough shape, as you might imagine. Sometimes maybe an antidepressant can help them forestall the probability of suicidal thought or intent. But my experience has been that although the antidepressant might help them start to get back on the right path, there was so much about their life that was in disarray that the chemical means of treating it alone was insufficient. And so that's another useful thing to know. And I said already, researchers haven't done a good job of differentiating those two things, even though I think they're of critical importance. You know, there's some dispute about whether or not antidepressants work, and the answer seems to be, for some people, they really work, and for other people, they don't work at all. And I suspect there's multiple reasons for that, but I do believe that one of them has to do with whether or not you're actually depressed, which might mean that there's a discrepancy between your actual position in the world and your perception of that position, or whether you just have an appalling life. And so, and that's also, you know, extraordinarily and painfully common. So now the pain-related emotions that are associated with frustration and disappointment and damage tend to elicit anger and aggression, whereas the anxiety-related emotions tend to elicit freezing. But if you're more prone to pain, you also tend to be more prone to anxiety and anger. So you could imagine the negative emotion system as a tree, with a thick trunk. And if you think about the branches as the cortex, and so the uppermost part of your neurological being, there's a very, very powerful trunk that emerges. One of them is positive emotion, the other is negative emotion, and then the negative emotion trunk branches into defensive aggression and pain sensitivity and anxiety, but they're still fundamentally related to an underlying sensitivity to negative emotion as such, and that's neuroticism. Okay, and so why does neuroticism function that way? Why do we function that way? We can go back to the idea of the story and the map that I used to outline the situation for extroversion. So imagine we're going from point A to B again. All right, and so what are the options? Well, the first thing might be, let's say there was an obstacle in my path, like I don't know, just a footstool or something like that. And then I take a look at that pathway, and I have an emotional response to it. It's going to be a pretty minimal emotional response because this is a trivial operation. But let's say I was standing, I wanted to get to the podium, and there's a footstool in my way right there, and I look at this part of the environment. I'm going to have slightly more negative emotion and slightly less positive emotion if I see an occluded pathway, even if it's something trivial, than I would be, let's say I moved over here and the footstool is no longer in my way. Then when I look at that, it's going to make me slightly happier and slightly less possessed by negative emotion. And that's a kind of a useful thing to know, because one of the things that determines negative emotion, maybe a primary thing, is how cluttered up is the pathway to your goal. And the more cluttered it is, the more negative emotion, and it makes sense, because if negative emotion is a sign of cost, something like that, if I can move right from where I am to where I'm going, straight, that's a low-cost solution. But if my path is full of obstacles, then I have to meander around, and that means that I'm burning more resources to gain whatever I'm trying to gain. And so obviously I shouldn't be I should be less happy and more displeased about that. And so one of the things that I've recommended to people that's become sort of absurdly well known for how simple and obvious it is that they start by cleaning up their rooms. But it's actually useful mental health exercise, because it is the case that landscapes that are cluttered by obstacles produce negative emotion. And so, maybe it's not that easy for you. So I would say, well, straighten out your life. It's like, oh God, straighten out my life. How am I going to do that? It's complicated. It's like, well, let's make it simple. Let's focus on something straightforward. It's like, what sort of shape is your room in? Well, it's a complete disaster. It's like, well, how about the closet? Oh, I haven't touched it for 5 years. How about the left-hand side of your closet? Could you do some? Really, I'm dead serious about it. It's like, especially if you're dealing with someone who's depressed, it's like, I could never face my closet. It's like, well, could you pick up 2 pieces of clothing this week and only throw 1 on the ground, right? Because that would constitute an improvement. I'm dead serious. What you do in behavior therapy, especially when you're dealing with depressed people. Imagine that hierarchy I talked about. Good person all the way down to implementable actions. And the implementable actions are very small. Say, well, you can barely do anything because you're paralyzed with anxiety and pain. You can barely get out of bed. I had one client who was just depressed beyond belief. And he had his reasons, man. He was like 86, and he'd fallen off a ladder, and he'd broken his neck, and they had to fuse it, and so it was fused forward. He was in chronic pain. It's like, it's no bloody wonder he was depressed. And because, well, for obvious reasons. He couldn't get out of bed. So what did we do? Well, I started by trying to figure out if there's anything he could do. Could you read? No. Could you read anything? Well, I don't think so. Could you lift up a magazine from the bedside table? Yes. Could you look at the cover? Yes. Could you do that for 15 seconds? Yes. It's like, well, what happens? Well, that's movement forward, isn't it? The goal is to get out of bed. Hypothetically, well, what does it mean to get out of bed? Well, normally it means just to move your legs and get out of bed, but maybe that's way beyond you. Well, you decompose that into the smallest possible implementable units. So we started with him just picking up a magazine and looking at it. Well, that's a move towards reading, but it was also an indication to him that he could actually do something more than he was doing. Now, it wasn't much. It wasn't much in and of itself, but it was also an indicator of something broader, you know. And then, well, and then he'd read a sentence aloud, and then I'd get him. The next thing I think I got him to do was to swing one leg over so that it was like out from underneath the covers, because that's part of what you have to do if you're going to stand up, you know. And then I don't remember, it's quite a long time ago that I did this. I think it took about 2 weeks before I had him standing beside the bed, you know, which is a lot different than laying there doing nothing. And then I think it was another week or so when he was walking up and down the hallway, and that's a hell of a lot different than being stuck in bed. And it wasn't like he was still in pain, although one of the best treatments for chronic pain is to get moving again. Now, you have to talk to your physician, because maybe you're in one of those rare circumstances where movement will make the pain and damage worse, but almost always the treatment for chronic pain is get moving. And that's part of the reason for that, is that, again, it has to do with the relationship between the positive and the negative emotion system. So the negative emotion system is freezing you, but the positive emotion system, which moves you forward towards a goal, releases dopamine. And dopamine is analgesic. Cocaine, amphetamines, drugs like that, those are the drugs of abuse that people often use, right? Because they potentiate positive emotion. And so they potentiate positive emotion, but drugs that potentiate positive emotion also alleviate pain. It's another thing to know. So if you know somebody who has intractable cancer pain, the best medication is a combination of opiates and psychomotor stimulants like cocaine and heroin. Now, finding a doctor who will prescribe both of those is not possible. But you can use attention deficit disorder medication, Ritalin and opiates together. And you might want to keep that in the back of your mind, because maybe someone's nearing the end of their life and they're in terrible pain, and you crank the opiates up enough to reduce their pain, but they're so sedated that then they can't function. It's like, well, if you cut that a little bit with an amphetamine, like Ritalin, which is a kind of a low-level amphetamine, then that potentiates the opiate effect, because it's analgesic in and of itself, raises positive emotion, and increases alertness and activity. Remember, kids who are more extroverted are more active when they're little. And so that's a useful thing to know. And there may come a time when you really want to know that. So, okay, so anyways, you know, you get the person moving, and because now they've got a goal, and maybe the goal is nothing more than, well, I'm going to get to the end of the hallway and back, but it's a goal, it's something. And so now that they're perceiving that goal, they can feel some positive emotion, and the positive emotion that they accrue as a consequence of successfully moving towards the goal is analgesic, and that helps treat the depression. And so you can get sort of a virtuous cycle going again. And you know, we got the old guy back home. It took I think it took 2 months. It might not have been that long, but that was pretty good, from basically catatonically frozen in bed to, you know, as functional as you could hope for under the circumstances. And so, well, so that's a little bit on the treatment of like severe depression and anxiety. So, all right, so now we can talk about as well differences in childhood. You see the same thing in childhood. You see the positive and negative emotion systems coming online both pretty early. You can see marked differences in children with regards to their anxiety levels and their soothability and their ability to tolerate frustration and disappointment, their proclivity to withdraw in social circumstances. And so there's a guy named Jerome Kagan who studied inhibited children, and he had a very interesting methodology. He would, let me make sure I've got this exactly right here. Children were assessed in the lab at 21 months for behavior manifested to novel people, rooms, and objects. And so they were 21 months old. And then he screened a fairly large number of children, and he found the ones that were the most reactive negatively and the least reactive. And so the more reactive kids, the ones who had more negative emotion, showed what Kagan described as long latencies to interact with unfamiliar adults. Okay, so how would that manifest itself in an actual child? Okay, so I was at my son's wedding a month and a half ago, and the boy that was going to be the ring bearer was very, very probably both introverted and high in neuroticism. So he's an inhibited kid. And his father had to walk down the aisle with him. He was probably about 4, I would say. And the little boy basically hid behind his father's leg as he was walking up the aisle and would peek out, but he was pretty much clamped to it, right? And so he had that dorsal contact, which is very soothing. So this is one of the things that's kind of cool about pain-related negative emotion, is that physical proximity is analgesic. That's another thing that's useful to know. So, I mean, what do you do when someone's grieving? What can you do? I mean, you express your condolences, obviously, but about the only thing you can really do is give them a hug. And that's what you do to a child that's in pain as well. You know, if they've scraped their knee or whatever, is you give them a pat or you give them a hug. And that close physical proximal contact is actually analgesic. And so that's another useful thing to know, because if you happen to be grieving, or if you know someone who's grieving, then one of the things that you could recommend to them is a massage, because that touch is actually going to be directly helpful to them. And so, and you know, you soothe an irritable baby usually by rocking it, but by touching it. And babies are very, what would you say? Part of their sense of security is actually established as a consequence of close physical proximate touch. And babies actually die without touch, eh? That was discovered almost 100 years ago. So, you know, even if they're given enough food and enough liquids and enough shelter, if they're not attended to and touched, then a lot of them, the gastrointestinal systems will shut down and they'll die. And even if they don't die, they're unbelievably compromised in their future development. And so touch is analgesic. So that's kind of a useful thing to know. So anyways, this boy was clinging to his father's leg, and you know, he'd sort of peek out. And you know, if he would have practiced it 20 times, he probably would have been able to detach himself from his father and go down the aisle by himself. But the father would have had to do it really slowly. Like maybe the next thing to do would have been say, look kid, I'm going to go 5 feet here, and you can just grab on my leg, but the next 5 feet, all you can do is hold on to my pant leg, right? And so you say to the kid, well, you think you can do that? And the kid says yes. You say, well, let's try it, and then you see if he can do it. And then you say, okay, well, for the next 5 feet, you can hold on, but every third step you have to let go, and then you can grab on again. And so it's that, this is what you're trying to do when you're trying to potentiate development in people, is you want to find a step forward that actually constitutes an improvement, right? So it has to be a step forward, and it has to actually constitute improvement. It can't just be you're good the way you are with a pat on the head. There has to be improvement built into it. And then you want to find a magnitude of improvement that's where it's relatively probable that the person will do it correctly. Not 100%, because then it's not challenging enough, right? It's the same when you're setting yourself a challenge, right? You don't want to set the challenge so that the probability that you'll attain it is 100%, because that means it's something that you already know how to do. Maybe you want to set the challenge so your probability of attaining it is like 75% or something, so that you have to stretch yourself, you know. And that stretching is actually useful because it propels further development. And so anyway, so imagine you're doing this with this kid, and maybe the third or fourth time you go down the aisle, he's 5 feet behind you, and the second time he can walk halfway down with you sitting in the middle. And so, and that works. That's, well, they call that habituation, but actually what's happening is the child is learning through observation that their lack of proximity to a figure of security does not result in the apprehended catastrophe. Because the anxiety that freezes the kid is part of that predation response that I described. There's something terrible out there that might get me, and the safest place to be is right here. It's like, well, how do you find out if there's something terrible out there to get you? And the answer is by exploring a little bit and finding out what happens. And so all of that separation from the parent is in fact that exploratory behavior. And that's also something that's very useful to know if you're a parent, because what you want to do is facilitate that independent exploratory behavior to the degree that that's possible. Now, Kagan found that these kids that took a long time to interact with new adults, you know, that would cling and move slowly, had other, what would you say, behavioral, there was other observable behaviors as well. So if there was an unfamiliar adult that entered the room, they'd stop playing and they'd stop talking. And that's another example of that withdrawal and freezing, right? Because if it's a predatory response and you're freezing, you don't want to be playing, because that's pretty obviously, and you certainly don't want to be talking, because that's going to identify you. So a novel adult comes in, the kid freezes, stops playing. You can tell that your children aren't anxious and that they're well adjusted to the circumstance if they're playing. That's also unbelievably useful to know. Playing actually has its own circuit, right? It's a mammalian behavior, and it has its own biological circuitry. And it's very easily disrupted by any other motivational state. So if you see a child playing, you know that all's well with the world. And so one of the ways that you can tell if your household is well structured and you have small children is that they're comfortable playing there, because that indicates that everything else that they might need has been taken care of, because if it wasn't, it would disrupt the play behavior. So long periods of proximity to the mother. So then he took the kids that were the most like that and the least like that, and then he followed them up for 5 years. The kids that were reassessed at 4 years of age, so remember this is from 21 months to 4 years, so that's a long time in child development. The behavioral differences between the groups were preserved. You could still identify the kids who were more inhibited. They were reassessed at 5.5, and the formerly inhibited children were all less talkative and less interactive across all settings: laboratory testing situation, play with a single unfamiliar peer, and a child's school setting, and reassessed again at 7.5. And so Kagan established that there was long-term temporal stability of high levels of negative emotion, and that goes along with the evidence indicating that there's pretty high retest reliability among the same person on scales of neuroticism. So if you're high in negative emotion when you're 20, you tend to be high in negative emotion when you're 30 and when you're 40, comparatively speaking. What Kagan did discover, and this is also useful for people who have high levels of negative emotion as adults, is that voluntary active exploration did normalize the children's behavior. It would move them closer up to the normal range. And that's exactly what you see when you're dealing with people who are anxious in a clinical setting. So what you do is you find out, okay, what are you anxious about? Well, I have this, maybe I have no plan. That's certainly a source of anxiety. Let's say you experience anxiety within your framework going from point A to point B. But one mode of being anxious as well is to have no plan whatsoever, because then everything, like there's no constraints on you anymore. So not only do you not experience much positive emotion because you can't identify a goal and move towards it, but because there's no constraints on your perception, then everything's there to make you nervous. So, which is why maybe you have a job and you're nervous about the job, but if you're unemployed, you're a lot more nervous about that. It's like the range of terrible possibility is broader without a plan. It's something like that. And then when you have your plan and you're moving forward, well, obstacles can get in your way, and that causes negative emotion. And the other thing that causes negative emotion is if something unexpected occurs. So that's another thing, is that negative emotion is not only related to pain and the possibility of pain, but it's also related to uncertainty. And that's also partly why people don't like uncertainty. If you're an anxious person, there's something to be said for a routine. So I would say two ways of handling high levels of negative emotion. 3, good to have a plan, one there's a reasonable probability of implementing successfully. And you make the simplest plan that you can that is also motivating. So something like that. The next is don't underestimate the utility of routine. It's not such a bad idea to get up at the same time every day, for example, and to go to bed at the same time every day, and to eat at the same times. And if you have an anxious child, putting those islands of stability in their life is a good, like you don't want to overdo it, but you want to scaffold that predictability so that they can explore around the margins. And then the next is to expose yourself to unfamiliar situations voluntarily. You know, one of the things that's happening in the universities, and something Jonathan Haidt has written about recently, is that the idea seems to be that if you have people, young adults, who are easily let's say they're volatile and they experience high levels of withdrawal, that what you want to do is protect them from anything that would upset them. And if you wanted to design a system that made anxious, neurotic people worse, that's what you would design. Because what you actually want to do with people who are anxious is you want to identify the obstacles. It's like, okay, assume you have a plan first, or not, maybe you make one. Once you have a plan, it's like, well, what do you see getting in your way, and what has emerged that's been unexpected and that's making you nervous? And so you get the person to lay out what's making them nervous, and then you do with the adult the same thing that you do with the inhibited kid. You say, okay, well, here's the obstacles that you're encountering on your way to this desired goal, and you're avoiding the obstacles. They're putting you in a position of withdrawal, or they're making you volatile. Can we break down your approach to the obstacles in such a way so that we can find some way that you're approaching that's going to be valid and that's going to be productive and move you forward? And that's the trick with anxiety. And so if you find yourself paralyzed with anxiety, maybe this will be part of procrastination, especially if you're low in conscientiousness. One of the things you want to do is to reduce your ambition. Reduce your ambition to the point where you find a move forward that you will actually implement. And you can learn to negotiate with yourself that way. It's like you notice you're avoiding something. You're frozen in fear. Whatever, maybe it's your tax return or something like that, or something you've been putting off at work. It's like you notice that you're avoiding it. You can berate yourself for it, but it's not that helpful, because that often just makes you more depressed and anxious. What you might do instead is, well, the same sort of thing that I did with the old guy that was laying in bed. It's like, well, I don't want to do my taxes. It's like, okay, do you have everything in a file folder? Well, no. Do you have a file folder? Well, no. Would you go to the store and buy a file folder? Yes, I would do that. Okay, day one, go to the store, buy a file folder. That's all you have to do. Why? Well, at least you're on the way. Maybe the next day, well, collect 80%, 50% of the relevant papers and just shove them in the file folder. You don't have to look at them. You don't have to organize them. You don't have to get all of them. But now you're halfway there, right? You've got the mess in one place, and you've also demonstrated to yourself that you're larger than the predator. Because what you're doing is you're responding to that threat as if it's something that's there to devour you. And then the issue is, well, who's bigger? I saw this fascinating movie once, The Gods Must Be Crazy. Part 2, I think it was part 2. And there was this little kid, a Bushman kid in Africa, and he was being stalked by a hyena. And the hyena was trying to figure out if the boy was bigger than him or smaller. And so what the boy would do is he had a block of wood with him that was about this big. He just put the block of wood on his head. And when he put the block of wood on his head, the hyena would back up. And when he took it off his head, the hyena would come forward. And so that's kind of what you're doing. I know it's a strange example, but that's kind of what you're doing when you're wrestling with things that freeze you. The question is, well, are you bigger than the thing that's lurking, the menace, the IRS or the Canadian Revenue Association, which is a pretty decent predator? So it's got its eyes fixed on you. Are you bigger or smaller? And by facing the thing and approaching it, you indicate to your anxiety systems that you're more competent than the thing is dangerous. And that's a really useful thing to do. It's not exactly that you reduce the danger, because it's still there, but that's not the issue, because things are dangerous. The question is whether or not you can cope with the danger. And that's really what you want to do with yourself and with your children, is that you want to raise them to be people who are convinced that they can face the things that are the threats, but then who also develop the skills that are necessary to deal with the threats, because you don't want just foolhardiness. But you know, if you're avoiding doing something, then reduce your ambition. It's like, and you have to do that in a negotiated way, because you'll have to imagine you're frozen in place. So this system has got you and it's trying to protect you, even if it's gone a little bit astray. You have to have a conversation with that little sub-personality. It's like, well, okay, what is it that you're willing to let go of? What level of risk are you willing to expose yourself to? And you have to find that out. It's often that you have to aim pretty low. It might even be humiliating to some degree. You think, geez, you know, really, is that all I can manage? It doesn't matter, because if you're stuck at 0 and you're not moving forward, any movement forward is better than 0. And you can really learn to negotiate with yourself and other people that way. It's like, find out what you are willing to do. It's very rare, even if you deal with people who have levels of anxiety that are unbelievably extreme. I've had clients who, they couldn't use the phone. They couldn't have coffee with me even though I was their therapist. You know, they're really just terrified into immobility almost all the time. And one person that I worked with, but it took a long time, this guy went from being unable to have coffee with me as a therapist to doing stand-up comedy and reading poetry in front of groups. That took about 8 years. You know, it was a tremendous amount of work, and also expanded his social network dramatically as this occurred, and it was all incremental movement forward. And so, anyways, that's neuroticism, and so it's the response to chaos, it's the response to the unknown, it's the response to emergent obstacles. It's mediated by the right hemisphere. We'll close with that. So the left hemisphere seems to operate when you know what you're doing and you're implementing it at a pretty high level of resolution. And the right hemisphere seems to be instead responsible for freezing and negative emotion, but also for kind of global pattern recognition. And I think here's an example of how it works. So imagine you're alone at night in your dark house, okay? And maybe you're watching a horror movie just to put you on edge. And so now you're on edge, and your right hemisphere is on, and you hear a kind of weird rattling noise in the room that's next to the living room. And you decide, just as an experiment, that you're going to snake your hand in there with the door only partly open and turn on the light. You just watch what your imagination produces. So it'll produce all sorts of images of what might be in there. And so what your right hemisphere is trying to do, it looks like, is to try to get a quick and dirty picture of what the thing that you're afraid of might be. And so that's part of the imagination for horror, you know. And so, and you can think of it as part of the mechanism by which that which is totally unknown becomes increasingly knowable until it's masterable. And so, let's see, is there anything else I want to tell you about neuroticism? Yeah, I guess I should close with this. It is definitely the case that everyone has real reason to be anxious, and also that we all have a high probability of experiencing pain-related emotions, right? Because we're going to be damaged in one way or another. And so that's very depressing, hence depression. And it's very anxiety-provoking, the fact that all that is true. But what's equally true, and perhaps even more true, is that people have an incredible ability to overcome what they face. You know, and I've seen people revitalize themselves under circumstances of almost unbelievable difficulty once they were able to turn around and start implementing small-scale, voluntary, approach-related changes. And so my conclusion as a clinical psychologist has been that as paralyzing and terrible as our propensity for negative emotion is, and as grounded in reality as that propensity might be, it's more the case that our ability to overcome it is actually stronger than its grip on us. And so that if there's something that you need to manifest faith in, that's a good thing to manifest faith in. And so that's probably a good place to close off that lecture. Okay, so we've covered lecture 1, 2, 3, and 4. That was biological and motivational basis, discussing emotions as well, psychometrics, extroversion, neuroticism. And so in this lecture we're going to talk about agreeableness, which I think I've always found this dimension to be the most conceptually difficult in some ways. And I think that's because, as far as I can tell, there are pronounced advantages and disadvantages to being at every point on the agreeableness distribution. And so it seems to me to be the most conceptually complicated. And trying to understand the underlying dynamics is also difficult. So, but we'll see how we can manage it. So the first thing I'm going to do is, well, I'll do what I did before. I'm going to lay out the aspects. So agreeableness fractures, let's say, or divides up into compassion and politeness. And both of those sound markedly positive, you know, but that's something to keep in mind right off the bat too, because it isn't obvious exactly what positive means from a trait perspective, because there wouldn't be a normal distribution of the traits unless there were marked advantages and disadvantages to being on every position among the distribution. And so you can't have a knee-jerk reaction and say, well, it's better to be extroverted than introverted, say, or that it's better to be emotionally stable than to be high in neuroticism. I mean, I would prefer to be emotionally stable if I had my choice, because it's not pleasant to experience undue levels of negative emotion. But that's independent. That's not the same as making a global value judgment. And it sounds good to be polite, and it sounds good to be compassionate, but we need to be alerted to the fact that that distribution wouldn't exist in the shape that it does exist without an equivalence of advantages and disadvantages, you know, a mirrored equivalence. So, and I think it's possible even that, I don't know this for sure, but I think if there's any bias in the manner in which these questionnaires have been formulated, I suspect that the bias, the naming bias, might be most obvious in the agreeableness dimension. Again, because compassion and politeness sound so positive, it's like, well, what's the alternative to compassion? Uncompassionate? That doesn't sound very positive. Impolite? That doesn't sound very good. So I'm not exactly convinced that we have the terminological network laid down as precisely as we might. You run into the same problem a little bit with conscientiousness, because conscientious sounds good, whereas unconscientious doesn't sound so good. But I have some more developed thinking, I think, about the negative end of conscientiousness that sheds some light on that, which is trickier with agreeableness. Okay, so let's look at the trait descriptors first of all. So compassion. Am not interested in other people's problems. Negatively scored, obviously. Feel others' emotions. Inquire about others' well-being. Can't be bothered with others' needs. Reversed. Sympathize with others' feelings. Am indifferent to the feelings of others. Reversed. Take no time for others. Reversed. Take an interest in other people's lives. Positive. Don't have a soft side. Reversed. And like to do things for others. So I'm thinking, you can think of compassion in some sense as a negotiating stance. It seems to me that if you're a compassionate person, the more compassionate you are, the more you're likely to negotiate on the other person's behalf rather than yours. Like, say we're in a negotiation, and maybe optimally, especially if we were going to negotiate a repeated number of times, maybe we'd hope that we'd try to set up a situation where it was 50% for you and 50% for me, you know, depending on what we were pursuing. But if I'm compassionate, then I'm going to skew towards you. And if I'm the opposite of that, whatever that is, harsh maybe, or callous is one way of looking at it, but that seems to be an extreme version of not compassionate, then it's like, well, you can stick up for yourself and I'll stick up for me, and if it's 70-30 me to you, well, you know, straighten up and see if you can negotiate a little more effectively next time. So I think it's useful to think about it as a negotiating strategy. And then I also think it's useful to think about when a negotiating strategy where the other person wins more often than you do might be particularly useful. And this will shade into our discussion of gender differences. I think that's particularly true when you're dealing with infants, because the infant has to be right all the time. And so I want you to keep that in the back of your mind when you're, and maybe that broadens out, and it would make sense with regards to compassion. Maybe that just broadens out into care for those who need care, and then maybe that broadens out even farther into care for everything, you know. And it isn't obvious to me that care for everything is a good strategy. But care for infants is a good strategy, and care for people who need care is a good strategy. So anyways, that's compassion. And then politeness, which I think is better conceptualized maybe as respect for authority. Thought about politeness a lot. It was a tough one to name. Conservatives, there's temperamental differences between conservatives and liberals, say if you're on the right side of the spectrum versus the left. The biggest differences are, if you're on the left side of the spectrum, you tend to be higher in openness and lower in conscientiousness, especially orderliness. We'll talk about that more. But one of the subsidiary differences, because there are other differences that crop up at the aspect level, is that the more conservative types tend to be higher in politeness and comparatively lower in compassion, and the liberal types tend to be higher in compassion and comparatively lower in politeness. And so I've thought about politeness as respect for authority, because that goes along with that goes along with the finding that the more conservative types, you know, who are more patriotic and more, what would you say, akin to identify with established power structures, let's say, and to justify them, and to operate effectively within them, which is another thing that's not trivial, is that they have that respect for authority. And the first item is, in fact, respect authority, which I had forgotten about when I was thinking this through, so I'm kind of happy about that. Believe that I am better than others. Hate to seem pushy. Reversed. Take advantage of others. Avoid imposing my will on others. Reversed. Rarely put people under pressure. Reversed. Insult people. Seek conflict. Love a good fight. Am out for my own personal gain. So, and then broader descriptions. Agreeable people are good-natured versus irritable. Doesn't mean they're happy, right? Happiness, it's a tricky thing to dissociate agreeableness from extroversion, because they both seem to be primary social dimensions. And like, extroverted people are fun to be around, but like compassionate people, agreeable people, they like you. They're warm, and those aren't the same thing. Like, you can find someone who's warm and introverted. That's not that rare. So don't be mistaking the happiness and joy and pleasure and jokes and fun in parties that an extrovert has because you're around for liking you. It's not the same thing. They like the social interaction. They also might like you, and but that's beside the point. But it's not that loving kindness, that warm care that's associated with agreeableness. Soft-hearted versus ruthless, courteous versus rude, forgiving versus vengeful, sympathetic versus callous, agreeable versus disagreeable. And so on the disagreeable end, it's looking pretty nasty, eh? I mean, you stack up those adjectives. Here's what you're like if you're disagreeable. Irritable, ruthless, rude, vengeful, callous, and disagreeable. And, you know, none of that sounds particularly positive. And it shouldn't sound any more negative than the adjectives used on the other side of the distribution. So what do we make of this? It's really complicated. That's really difficult. Okay, so what's going on? And a fair bit of this is speculative, because we don't understand agreeableness very well. Now, there are biological systems that underlie maternal behavior. And I think that a fair bit of the proper way of characterizing agreeableness versus disagreeableness, again, a very awkward word, is it's maternal care. It's the maternal care dimension. Now, it's complicated because, and we'll get to this, one of the biggest personality differences between men and women is on the agreeableness dimension. Women are higher, both in politeness and in compassion. And a fair bit higher. Not an overwhelming amount. Men and women are still more the same than they are different on that dimension, but it makes quite a difference at the extremes. But men and women also differ in negative emotionality or neuroticism, and women are higher there too. And so maternal behavior might be the combination of high sensitivity to negative emotion and high agreeableness. And I think that might be the case, because I think it's necessary, especially when you're caring for very young children or people who are in dire need, that it's useful to be sensitive to threat and pain and also to be agreeable. And so the care might be the axis between agreeableness and neuroticism. And you know, you need an explanation like that, say, in relationship to neuroticism, because you might ask, in relationship to women, if they're higher in negative emotion, there's obviously a price to be paid for that, because it's not pleasant to be higher in negative emotion. And so what in the world would be the potential utility to that? And it could be that, well, that's the price you pay for being an effective caregiver, and that utility in being an effective caregiver is so high, biologically speaking, let's say that maybe it increases the probability of your children's survival, which seems highly probable, that you could easily pay a high personal price for accruing that as a benefit, especially if you think about it from an evolutionary perspective. It's because everything is a trade-off. I've often thought that, now, and I don't know if this is true, but I've often thought that maybe it's the case that women's emotional state is actually optimized for the mother-infant dyad and not for the mother. So, because it isn't obvious what the right unit of analysis is, right? Is it woman or is it woman and child, if you think about it across the span of evolutionary history? And human infants are so dependent, so incredibly dependent, that the probability that you'd need to be, that being sensitive to threat and pain and danger and uncertainty, all of that, was absolutely necessary as a survival strategy strikes me as highly probable. Anyways, we'll discuss that in more detail. Now, but then the question is, well, what's the proper way of, okay, so, sorry, we've got the maternal end on the positive end, and I think what we have on the other end is predatory aggression. And I think, and I don't know exactly how to conceptualize this, because I think the systems are somewhat separate. So imagine there's a maternal care system, but there's also a predation system, because human beings are predators. We're very good hunters, you know, and we are meat eaters, and we've been hunting for a long time. What's his name? Wrote Catching Fire, primatologist, Richard Wrangham. Figures that we've been using fire to cook food, for meat particularly, but also vegetables, for about 2 million years, which is about a third of the time that we diverged from our common ancestor with chimpanzees. So it's a long time. And his hypothesis as well is that we basically traded gut for brain. Because chimpanzees, you know what a chimpanzee is shaped like, right? I mean, they're shaped like a human being that's very out of shape. You know, so a chimpanzee, of course, they're only about this high, but they're also unbelievably wide. And that's because they have immensely long digestive tracts. And the reason for that is that they basically subsist on plants and leaves. And like, leaves aren't nutritious. And so chimpanzees spend like 8 to 10 hours a day chewing. And it's very difficult for them to get enough nutrients. But they do hunt. The males band together and hunt, and they're not too bad at it. And they're absolutely ravenous for meat. They obviously regard it as incredibly high potency food source. And they're very brutal in their hunting. So male chimpanzees will hunt down colobus monkeys, and they weigh about 35 pounds, and they'll eat them alive while they're screaming. There's no inhibition of their aggression whatsoever. It doesn't actually look like there's much innate inhibition on chimpanzee aggression per se, that it might be more sociologically distributed, in that it's the chimpanzee's positioning within a functioning society that keeps the male chimp aggression under control. And the reason I think that, at least in part, is because this has been documented since the time of, who's the famous primatologist, the woman, Jane Goodall. Yeah, Jane Goodall discovered this to begin with, was that juvenile chimpanzees, the males, but sometimes females, but more often it was small groups of males, would patrol the borders, essentially, of their hierarchical territory. And if they came across chimpanzees from another troop, if they outnumbered them, they would tear them to pieces. And so that was the first evidence accrued back in the 1970s of something approximating tribal warfare-like behavior in our closest primate relatives. It was an absolute shock to Goodall, well, and to primatologists in general, because up till that point, it was more or less thought probably following Rousseau, that the human proclivity for something approximating warfare was actually a consequence of social structure and socialization rather than something that was built into our biological structure. But the whole chimpanzee war raiding party observations, which were replicated by many observers other than Goodall, seems to have pretty much demolished that hypothesis. But the reason I'm making that point is because chimpanzees assert themselves within their social groups, and the chimpanzee structure is essentially patriarchal, to use a phrase I absolutely detest, but it seems like a male-dominated social structure, and the males do clamber up the structure, and they do that with competition. But they do that with more than competition, and they can get very aggressive with one another to the point of fatal encounters. And a lot of what seems to inhibit that is the emotional reaction of the group as the fight progresses. The troop will get more and more agitated and attempt to interfere. And you see that in human interactions, right? If two guys square off for a fight, it's frequently the case that other people will intervene and break it up. And so it's interesting because we don't know to what degree breaks on our own intrinsic aggressiveness are actually a consequence of the probability of social disruption if aggression does break out. So because human beings can be unbelievably brutal under the proper circumstances and with what appear to be very little constraints on their capacity for aggression. So anyway, so that's kind of the framework that I'm looking at this through. I think on the one end you have maternal behavior, on the other end you have predatory aggression, something like that. But I don't believe it's one system exactly, because many men who are capable of predatory aggression are also capable of maternal behavior. And so I think both of the systems have to be there, the capacity for predatory aggression and the capacity for maternal behavior, and God, this is the part I don't get, if they inhibit each other or how they interact. So that's the fundamental framework. Now, you know that in many mammalian species, bears are a good example, the males show very little proclivity to engage in maternal care. And of course, bears are a good example because they're pretty solitary and they're pretty predatory. And if generally speaking, if a mother bear has cubs, she'll chase a male away because, well, maybe he'll turn into a predator, right? And obviously human males aren't really like that. We're very much invested in long-term pair bonding and in maternal care. But human beings are also extremely effective hunters. So we're going to assume that agreeableness on the positive side, like a high agreeableness side, I don't mean positive morally, is associated with maternal behavior and with compassion and politeness. And then we might say, well, what's the downside to that, if there is any? Can you be too caring? Well, and the answer to that does appear to be yes. There are pathologies that are associated with high agreeableness, and one of those would be dependent personality disorder. So, someone who has dependent personality disorder, probably also associated with higher levels of neuroticism, is someone who's been unable to establish any autonomy on their own, right? And so basically you see a childlike pattern of dependence on authority figures extended far into adulthood. So those would be, and dependent personality disorder is mostly a female disorder, although not entirely. And so you might say, well, if you're not enough for yourself, let's say, which would be slightly different than being too much for other people, but let's say you're not enough for yourself, then you lack the, competitive force or the competitive drive or something like that, or the capacity to harness the necessary aggression that sort of launches you out into the world as an autonomous being. Because, well, you should care for yourself to some degree. Now, one question might be, how much should you care for yourself compared to how much you care for others? And the answer to that probably is, it depends on who the others are. My sense is that with adult relationships that are iterative, so in any relationship that you establish with someone that repeats across time, that basically you're looking for something approximating a 50-50 split. And so I would say furthermore that agreeable behavior among adults is probably a somewhat counterproductive strategy. Is that you should be aiming at something approximating reciprocity, which means it's fairness in some sense. You should stand up for yourself 50% of the time. If we're locked together in a relationship, it should be for you 50% of the time and for me 50% of the time. And maybe if we're really lucky, we can formulate that into an arrangement that benefits the two of us far more than we would be benefited if each of us were pursuing our own thing, right? Because we could interact together cooperatively, split it 50-50, but the consequence of the cooperation could be that we could do more together than we could apart, which is highly probable, which is why people cooperate. So, and I think that agreeableness becomes counterproductive when, first of all, it interferes with the development of your own autonomy, but then also when you treat other people who have the capacity for independent autonomy as if they're the targets of your maternal behavior. And so, and there are consequences of this. Like one of the consequences, for example, is that agreeable people, now women are higher in agreeableness than men, but I'm just talking about the personality trait, not the gender difference here. Agreeable people get paid less in the same job positions as disagreeable people. And you can imagine why that is, you know, like there are some situations where if we cooperate, we both get more. But if there are some situations where it's somewhat of a zero-sum game, like if the four of us are in an organization that has a fixed amount of money, there's going to be some competition between us as to who gets paid the most. And some of that is going to be hopefully associated with our performance. That would be the logical way to do it, because if the performance is associated with the generation of the money. But the other part of it is well, you're going to ask for it? You're going to make a case for it? And you know, one of the things you do as a clinical psychologist quite frequently, I would say there's the two things you do most frequently as a clinical psychologist likely is to treat negative emotion, depression and anxiety. But the second most common thing is assertiveness training. You know, and you very frequently work with people to help them learn how to put their own interests forward in a more effective way. Now, assertiveness loads on extroversion, and so you might think, given the terminology, that what you're doing is helping people become more extroverted. And I think you are to some degree, because you are facilitating their ability to negotiate verbally on their own behalf. But I think more what you're doing is you're stretching out the agreeable people's domain of competence so that they can start to become disagreeable enough to negotiate on their own behalf. You're really basically making them tougher and, I hesitate to say, meaner, because, well, but it's true in a kind of, it's true in a kind of comic sense. It's like you're definitely trying to get the person to grow some teeth, because it's not that easy to negotiate on your own behalf unless you can stand up for yourself, and it's not that easy to stand up for yourself unless you can say no, and it's not that easy to say no unless you have some teeth and are willing to use them, you know. The funny thing too is that if you have teeth and you're willing to use them, you often don't have to. And it's also not helpful in the least, and I also don't think that it decreases your personality pathology not to negotiate on your own behalf, because one of the things that goes along with excess agreeableness and dependent personality disorders, a tremendous amount of underground hostility and resentment. And that comes out in aggressive behavior, but it's more of the passive-aggressive sort rather than the overtly, like, it's me or you, and we're going to compete, you know, forthrightly and consciously. And so, and then the other problem with excessive compassion, excessive agreeableness, is, I think, exactly the problem I made reference to Haidt and Lukyanov's work, The Coddling of the American Mind. And I do think that, and this is something the psychoanalysts pointed out long ago and was followed up, I would say, quite substantively by therapists working in other theoretical fields, is the idea that, you know, a family can become so enmeshed and so nested with one another that no one in the family develops any autonomy. Right, so that, and that would be an excess of maternal behavior. Now, it could be manifested by the father or the mother. It doesn't really matter, although it's more likely to be manifested by the mother. And that would be the inability to encourage autonomy when such encouragement is necessary. And that, in principle, leads to the lack of autonomy and the fragility, the lack of resilience that seems to be characteristic, at least in some people's opinions, of what's manifesting itself, at least in its extreme form, on university campuses across the West. Now, I think there are more complex reasons for that. I think that there are things that have switched and changed that we don't really understand. People have fewer children, right? That's a big deal, because you used to have lots of siblings. And, you know, there's a lot of push and shove with siblings. They're much more likely to treat you as peers. You're certainly not going to get a lot of, you're not going to get an oversupply of compassion and politeness as a general rule from your siblings. Like, they might love you, but it's, along with the cooperation and the love, there's plenty of competition. And if you get above your status, let's say, or if you want things that you're not entitled to, your siblings are definitely going to take you out. And so the question is, well, what happens if you don't have any siblings? And the answer is, we don't really know, because that's not the natural state for the raising of children. But it's very much more common than it once was. And then we also see that parents are much older than they once were. And I think that makes them more careful and cautious and polite and compassionate, because agreeableness and conscientiousness do increase as you age. Plus, you also have the resource. So, and you're also not as impulsive. And you think, well, that's a good thing. You're not as impulsive. It's like, well, who knows? Because we don't know how negligent you should be to be a good parent. And that, well, we don't, right? Because some of what you want to do with your children is leave them the hell alone, to let them do whatever they need to do as much as you possibly can and should. And I don't know how much that is, but zero amount of the time is definitely wrong. And so if you're always concerned with how they're structuring their time and making proper use of their time and you know, being properly supervised, which of course in some sense they should be, then maybe you don't let them spontaneously explore and make the number of errors and mistakes that they need to make to become fully autonomous, because you have to take risks to become autonomous. And so maybe it's better to be younger and impulsive as a parent, because you make more of the sorts of mistakes that allow your children to investigate what they need to investigate. It could easily be. And then, of course, when you're older too, you have more resources. And so then you can, well, stack your child up with resources until they have no free time whatsoever. And I think it's a combination of many things that's produced whatever it is that is being produced at the moment in terms of overcommitment to children, let's say. It's not simple, but that sort of lays out the territory. Now, with regards to the predatory end, so males are more less agreeable than females, and we laid out a lot of those negative descriptors. And I've been thinking, well, let's think about predatory behavior among men, and we could think about it in the most basic form. So about 8 to 10% of the American population hunts. And so that's a pretty good indication of predatory behavior, because that's actually predatory behavior. And so, and about 92% of the people that hunt are men. And so that's kind of an interesting sex difference. And it's really hard for me to believe that that's essentially a consequence of socialization. I mean, I think it's been the case that men have hunted forever and women haven't forever. And, you know, I remember when my father took my son and my daughter out hunting for gophers in Saskatchewan. And they're kind of a pest, especially if you have horses. And so they were hunting them with .22s. And my son and my father went, and they could do it, but my daughter, and my son's fairly disagreeable. Like, I've tested his personality. He's very emotionally stable, so he seems to be very easy to get along with, but trying to get him to do something that he doesn't want to do is impossible. And that's a good halt. I think that disagreeableness manifests itself in a certain stubbornness. That's another way of thinking about disagreeable people. It's like, no, I'm not doing that, right? Or you can't make me do that. And so he was pretty good at that even when he was 2. He would sit there like that with his face sort of set. It was like, no, I'm not eating that, and you can't make me, and that's that. And we'll see how that works out. And he had his mother pretty much defeated by the time he was 9 months old, because he was willing to withstand more punishment than she was willing to mete out. And that was basically That was basically that. So it was quite interesting to see someone that young have that much fortitude, I guess. That's another way of thinking about it, you know. It was quite admirable. I couldn't really believe that something that tiny could be that stubborn. So anyways, in this hunting episode, all it did was make my daughter burst into tears, you know. And I wouldn't say, well, at that point she was probably more compassionate than she is now, but it certainly wasn't something that she was capable of taking any pleasure in. You might say, well, should you take pleasure in hunting? It's like, well, that's a hard question, man. I mean, depends on whether or not you want to eat. That's what it boils down to in the fundamental, you know, when you strip the world down to its fundamentals. So, and then we could think about, now, I did a series of studies a long time ago looking at agreeableness and what it predicted. And one of the things we found was that more agreeable children did better in school than you would predict from their intelligence. And so we had a hard time figuring out why that was for a while, but I think the reason was agreeableness is the best personality predictor of childhood conduct disorder and adult antisocial personality and criminality. So childhood conduct disorder, that's delinquency for lack of a better word, and it's a good predictor of adult criminality. It's not so much a predictor as that adult criminality is just a continuation of it. And it's very stable, by the way. It's actually jaw-dropping how stable aggressive behavior is. If your kid is antisocial childhood conduct disorder at 4, it's almost impossible to do anything about it. And you think, well, that's pretty pessimistic. It's like, yeah, people have been trying for like 40 years to figure out what to do about that, and they have failed. They haven't figured out anything. The only thing I've ever seen that has appeared to work was a program put in place in Scandinavia by a guy named Dan Olweus. He put an anti-bullying program to work, but it was a comprehensive program, and it basically required the eradication of any fruits of victory for bullies in schools, and it was more sociological than psychological. He modified the reward structure, and it was a very, very careful program. He defined bullying very, very narrowly. It wasn't any form of aggression, which is kind of how it's defined now, which is completely pointless and counterproductive. He defined it very narrowly and was able to minimize it, but it didn't look like it was a psychological intervention so much as a sociological intervention. Anyways, we do know that low agreeableness, like agreeableness on the low end, is also the best personality predictor of incarceration. And we probably know that the most pernicious sort of incarcerated criminals are the people who are low in agreeableness and low in conscientiousness. So, but anyways, of all 5 traits, it's low agreeableness that's associated with the kind of behavior that you might consider violent and criminal. That kind of makes sense too, because men are hyper-represented among the criminal and violent population. It's about 10 to 1, and that seems to be true cross-culturally. So then again, it begs the question, well, how can there be anything positive about that? If you go out to the extremes, well, you end up with, you know, self-centered criminality. But we've already established that if you go out onto the extremes on the agreeable end, that things that aren't so good happen as well. Okay, so there's pitfalls at both ends. All right, so let's move away from the pathological ends a little bit towards the middle on the disagreeable side and say, well, how might you conceptualize male aggression, or aggression for that matter, male or female, without it being negative? And then I think you have to take a very careful look at how predation works in complex creatures like human beings. You know, because if you're a bear and you're going to eat something, you just go out and nail it. Like if you're a grizzly bear, I mean, they're unbelievably powerful, and they can take down a pretty large animal, and they do that in a solitary way, right? So it's just, there's no group in grizzly bear land, right? The males are completely solitary, and they're solitary predators. And you do have solitary male predators among humans, and they're not people you want to meet. You know, they're the ones who are sort of on the psychopathic end of the distribution, and they're not hunting in packs. There's nothing collaborative about them. And so those people do exist, but most of what I would regard as predatory, as as predatory behavior in human beings seems to be brought under the rubric of comprehensive socialization. And so it's not the same thing as simple solitary predatory behavior. And I think this is where the positive elements start to manifest themselves. So let's imagine, well, first of all, we could note that a human being is not a grizzly bear. And I'm using grizzly bears as a particular example. I know, because I looked this up a while back, I don't remember why, what the world's most dangerous predator, in fact, was. And back when in frontier times, they used to match predators. So they'd have a ring fight with a tiger and a grizzly bear. And you think, well, or a lion and a grizzly bear, a lion and a tiger. Tigers could generally take lions, and grizzly bears could dispatch both with no problem whatsoever. First of all, they're unbelievably huge, and they have unbelievably solid skulls, and they're incredibly solid, and they're insanely powerful. And so I don't know if there's a predator that has more outright power than a bear. So that's a good comparison, and they're solitary hunters. And then look at human beings. It's like, well, we've got some advantages, man. Like, we can run like mad. Like a human being in good shape can run a horse to death in about a week. So we can run like no other animal in terms of distance. And it's partly why we're hairless, because we can disperse a lot of heat, and we have a lot of endurance. And so human beings like the Kalahari Bushman, they can run their prey down. They just run them to death over the course of, you know, a fair number of days. And so they have advanced technologies too, like poison arrows, but they're pretty good at running their prey down. But you know, you think about a human being, is like, we're not a grizzly bear, that's for sure. We're pretty thin, we're pretty frail. We don't even have the musculature of a chimpanzee. They're about 3 to 6 times stronger than an adult male. But we are absolutely unbelievable hunters. And so, you know, there's some evidence, 15,000 years ago or so, that's when human beings hypothetically came into North America. And it wasn't long after that until all the large mammals were gone. Now, there are all sorts of theories about why that is, but one of the leading theories is, well, that's just because human beings killed all of them. All of the mammoths, all of the large predators, all of the large edible herbivores, everything. Done. Because we're so unbelievably effective at hunting in groups. And then, of course, we can arm ourselves and all of that, so there's the additional contribution of intelligence. But the thing is, being a predator in a group isn't the same as being a predator by yourself. You know, and I really do think there's something very, very deep here that's worth exploring, which is exactly why I am, in fact, exploring it with you right now. Think about, so if you're going to be an effective hunter, and you hunt in a group, what does it mean to be an effective hunter? Well, maybe it means to be really effective at leading a hunt. And especially when you think it's not one hunt that matters, it's 50 hunts or it's 100 hunts, right? Because it's got to be across the course of your whole damn life. It's not just today and that's the end of it. I mean, if you and I, 5 of us or whatever, are going to arrange a hunting unit, then we have to figure out how to organize our behavior. We have to figure out who's going to lead, and we have to figure out how the hell we're going to share the spoils. And that's a really big deal. Food sharing is a really big deal, and human beings are unbelievably good at that. And, you know, if you're going to be an effective hunter, one thing you're going to do is do what the grizzly bear does, is take down an animal, and then you have something to eat. But that's great for this week and maybe for 2 weeks, but it's not so good for 10 years. But if we can make a coalition of 20 of us or 5 of us or whatever it is in our hunting party, and we can agree that what we're going to do is come up with a competitive and cooperative arrangement over a 20-year span, so that maybe if I'm not doing so well this week, but you're doing quite spectacularly, I also get to eat. And, you know, the idea is, well, you get to eat next week. And so then you see that that competitive drive is definitely brought under the umbrella of a highly socialized cooperation. And that actually makes you a more effective predator in the strangest sense over the long run than the solitary approach. And so, part of the reason I think that this is such a deep idea and so much worth considering is that you see remnants of this that aren't trivial in what we do for amusement. You know, because one of our forms of amusement, obviously, is dramatic. You know, there's movies and there's music and there's the whole aesthetic end of entertainment. although that even shades into what I'm about to talk about. But then the other end of entertainment is competitive sports. And as far as I can tell, competitive sports are abstracted hunting competitions. So, you know, I mean, the fundamental issue with hunting is to identify the target and to hit it. And that's the basis for how many competitive sports aren't that. You know, soccer's that, hockey's that, football's that. You know, you have a goal and you hit it, and you're on a team, which, as far as I'm concerned, is just an abstracted elaboration of a hunt, and the hunt is to put the ball in the goal. And you know, it's even clearer in some sports like baseball, because you're actually well, and football for that matter as well, because you're actually throwing projectiles, right? Which is, you know, we're laid out on a hunting platform. We're unbelievably good at pointing at things and throwing things at them. And if you don't think that that's a consequence of our hunting ancestry, the only reason is because you haven't thought about it. Of course, that's what it's a consequence of. And so it seems to me that the male disagreeable tendency that might be associated with predation, when it's, you know, when it's extended past its socialized utility, is much better conceptualized as something that among human beings has been brought carefully under socialized and cooperative control, and that it's actually partly at the basis of how it is that human beings can organize themselves effectively into goal-directed groups and compete and cooperate with regards to, you know, that pointed end. Because I also think that and this is something I think that the work of the developmental psychologist Jean Piaget also indicated, is that, like, we play games, competitive games, sports games, for example, but those games are also microcosms of our actions in the larger world. And a lot of what we're doing in the larger world at an abstract level is identifying a goal, a target, whatever it is. Like our target, and we say this, or what's our sales target for the year? Well, you don't use target accidentally, right? I mean, that works as a metaphor because it relates to something fundamental. And you know, and then you say, you're trying to rouse up your sales team, you say, go out there and get them. It's like, well, that's another metaphor that has exactly the same meaning. And so I think that disagreeableness works out just fine as part of the competitive spirit that drives cooperative activity forward if it's socialized. And that's how you can think about it on the positive end. And so we'll leave agreeableness there and close that lecture. So this is the 6th lecture, and we're going to deviate a little bit from our course. I'm going to talk about sex and gender differences in the traits. I want to lay out, as we progress, especially with regards to openness and conscientiousness, some of the sociological, political, and economic ramifications of the differences. But this is such a hot topic at the moment, and is likely to remain that way for a substantial number of years, and there's enough extremely interesting evidence accruing around it that I thought it would be more than worthwhile taking a foray in that direction, especially after we talk about neuroticism and agreeableness. So this is lecture 6, and it's on sex differences in personality. And so the first thing that you should be aware of, this is the reason I put it in after neuroticism and agreeableness, is that the biggest differences in temperament, personality, between men and women are in agreeableness and neuroticism. And that seems to be true cross-culturally. And so, because, you know, one of the things you want to know is, so look what's happened, is that psychologists have established a relatively atheoretical model of personality. And I don't believe that there was any bias built into it, or at least that the bias was minimized by the method, because the method was ask people as many questions as you possibly can and use statistical methods by multiple teams to sort out the relationships between the answers. And you know, I thought the Big Five was a pretty ugly theory when I first came across it. It wasn't one that I warmed up to quickly. I would say it probably took between 5 and 10 years before I was convinced by the brute power of the analysis that it had to be taken seriously. And as that happened, because the theory was first laid out only linguistically and statistically, there was no neuropsychology, there was no neurobiology, there was no real theory, there was no developmental theory, it was just lexical description. And so it was like a theory in search of a place to exist as well, because of course before it was established we didn't know what it was also capable of predicting. And that all got built up around that, say, 5 to 10 year period too. And it became more, as we started to understand the relationship between the descriptors and the underlying biology, then the theory became richer and more useful and also more credible. But that actually had certain benefits. Its lack of initial theoretical attractiveness, because it also mitigated against bias, you know, because if you find a theory attractive for whatever reason, then you're more likely to maybe be biased in favor of evidence that support it. And I really don't believe that the people who developed the Big Five theory were very much affected by that. I mean, there are people who built their reputation on the theory, and of course they would be biased in favor of pushing their career forward, but peer review, when it's done properly, keeps that nicely under control. And then the fact that multiple different methods have converged on the same model, and that there's pretty good evidence that it remains, you know, reasonably stable cross-culturally, and that it's associated with the child developmental literature. That's all pretty powerful convergent evidence. And so, well, once you have the theory laid out, you can start to use it to ask and answer interesting questions like, well, are there differences between men and women? That'd be the first pretty simple question. And the next question would be, if there are differences, well then why do those differences exist? But you don't have to get to that to begin with. You can just start with, are there differences? And the answer is, yes, there are differences. And I'll tell you what they are, what we know so far. So by far the biggest differences are in extroversion or agreeableness and neuroticism. And the biggest difference is actually in agreeableness. And so the difference is roughly this. If you picked a random man and a random woman out of the crowd and you said, who's more aggressive, and you bet on the woman, you'd be right 40% of the time, which is actually quite a lot of the time. So there's more overlap between men and women than there are differences, even in the dimensions where the differences are the most pronounced. And then if you took a man and a woman out of a crowd and you asked who feels more negative emotion, and you bet on the woman, you'd be right about 60% of the time. And so that's not exactly right, but it's close enough. You get a flavor for it with that degree of estimation. And so the first thing you note, and this is the first thing to note from the comparisons of men and women, is that men and women are more alike than they are different, especially at each trait level. We did analysis with the Big Five. I never published this, but I tried to come up with a set of questions that would maximally differentiate men and women. So if you didn't know who had done the answering, could you predict by the pattern of answers? And if I took the questions that most differentiated, the best I could ever do was about 75% in classification accuracy. And that's probably a bit of an overestimation, because the statistical technique I used was predicated on the fact that we already knew which men and which women had answered these questions, and so capitalized to some degree on chance. So my guess is that if you used personality testing and it was optimal, you could probably get about 70% accuracy in classification, maybe 65%, something like that. And you know, that's not bad, but it's not enough to think of men and women as fundamentally different. And so another part of that that's quite interesting, and this is something that everyone needs to know, is that there's more diversity within men and women than there is between men and women. So if you're after diversity, you don't get it by selecting for gender. And you certainly don't get it by selecting for race or ethnicity. Because that would be, see, that would only be true if there were more differences between, say, races of people than there are similarities. And there aren't. And that's particularly, well, it's true for races, and it's even more true for ethnicities. So this whole notion that diversity is to be found in the aggregating of people because of their, what would you call it? Well, I don't even know what to call them. Racial, sexual, ethnic identities, that's where the true diversity is. That is wrong. Wrong. It's contradicted by the facts. So, and that's an important thing to know. If you want diversity, you might go for diversity of temperament. That would work, if you want that, and sometimes you do. Like if you're going to set up a business optimally, I would say, you definitely want conscientious people because they make good managers and administrators, say, but you also want open people, creative types, because the conscientious people are really good at going down a pathway if the pathway is established, and that's really good if it's the right pathway, but they're also really good at going down a pathway if it's the wrong pathway, and not very good at all at finding new pathways. Whereas the open people, who are the entrepreneurial, artistic, creative types, they're good at lateral thinking. And so one of the things you want in your business is you want it to hum along on its track when it's going in the right direction, but you also want it to have enough flexibility to pivot sideways when it needs to, when the underlying market conditions shift. And that's a very useful thing to know. Okay, so here's the differences in rank order. The biggest difference between men and women at the aspect level is compassion, women higher. Politeness, women higher. Then the next one is, no, it's compassion, women higher. Then it's withdrawal, women higher. Then it's politeness, women higher. Then it's volatility. And then it's, the next one is openness. That's the creativity element of openness to experience. Women higher. And then it's orderliness, women higher. And then it's assertiveness, it's enthusiasm, women higher, and it's assertiveness, men or women lower. So that's basically the description of differences. And so in each case, there are some differences between men and women, but even if you sum them up, you can't necessarily fully differentiate between men and women. Okay, so then other questions. There are other questions that pop up. And here's a really cool one, man. So, okay, so there are differences. So, where do they come from? And so from a scientific perspective, there's only two places that differences can come from, right? There's biological differences, and there are socialized differences, cultural differences. That's it. Now, it's more complicated than it sounds, because the degree to which something is biologically determined can differ with the culture. So, and this is germane to the point that I'm going to make now. So, what people decided to do, at least in part, to determine to what degree these differences were biological versus cultural was a very interesting series of experiments, and I believe there must be a dozen papers outlining this now, and they all say exactly the same thing, and they're all very large-scale studies done internationally, and they're among the most well-replicated and reliable of all social science findings. Now, you could say, well, you know, that's like, well, that's not much of a competition, you know, if you were going to be cynical about it. Well, but it's not really reasonable, because there is a lot of very solid social science, I would say, particularly in psychology, particularly on the more biological end of psychology. And so you don't want to just throw out the whole social sciences because you're unhappy about one category of results. And it's not, and these are studies that have been done very methodologically carefully. So, okay, so here's the idea. So imagine you could rank order societies by how egalitarian they're, by the degree to which their social policies were egalitarian. Okay, and you can find out if you can rank them by having a bunch of different people rate a bunch of different countries by how egalitarian their social policies are, and then seeing if there's any degree of agreement between the raters, right? That would be the intelligent way to do it, and it turns out that countries can be rated quite reliably, which means that people who are doing the rating have the same conceptualization of what constitutes egalitarian policy. That's the first thing, because that wouldn't necessarily be the case. And second, that they can identify differences between countries with a fair bit of consistency. Okay, and so the next thing you find is this might be called face validity. Face validity is when something measures what you'd think it would measure. It's not a very useful form of validity, but it's got its appropriateness. The countries that come out at the top of the heap with regards to egalitarian social policies are exactly those countries that have made a conscious effort to put egalitarian social policies into place. And so at the very top of that hierarchy, let's say, ranking, are the Scandinavian countries. And just under them are places like the Netherlands and, well, Canada to some degree. And it would be more the Western, the classic Western developed countries, but at the pinnacle, the Scandinavian countries, who've gone the farthest by their own testimony and by world reputation in flattening the socio-cultural landscape so that men and women have equal access to whatever it is that they want access to. Now, it's possible that we're deeply misinformed about what actually constitutes egalitarian social policy, right? And I don't believe that, because I don't see what the alternative to what the Scandinavians have done. I don't see any conceptual alternative to what the Scandinavians have done, but that's always a possibility, is we just don't understand how to make an egalitarian society, and we think we do, but when we implement it, it turns out that that's wrong. I don't think we should go down that route, but we want to keep that in mind as a possibility. Okay, so now you've got your countries rank ordered, and now you know that there are gender sex differences between men and women. And so now what you do is you look at the magnitude of the sex differences between men and women, and you associate them with the degree to which the culture is egalitarian. And you have a very straightforward test of a hypothesis here. And and see if you can think of any logical flaws here, because I can't see that there are any. So here's the idea. If the differences are primarily socio-cultural, then as you treat men and women more the same, boys and girls more the same, men and women more the same, then the differences in their personalities shrink, because the differences were a consequence of differential treatment. And if the differences increase, then the opposite is true, that the socio-cultural effects were actually shrinking the differences between men and women rather than exaggerating them. And this is why this research is so contentious. This is an absolutely crucial test of two different views of the human organism. One being that we're fundamentally socio-cultural constructs, right? That's the social constructionist view that's pushed very hard in the humanities, and much of this insisted upon in the humanities and pushed very hard in much of the social sciences. And the biological view, which is way more balanced, because the biologists basically say, well, of course we're socio-cultural creatures. I mean, we have a brain that takes 18 years to even approach something vaguely approximating maturity, and human beings are tremendously plastic in their behavioral manifestations, as you can tell even by the proliferation of languages. Of course there's a huge sociocultural component, but let's not forget that we're also biological creatures, and that there's no firm line to be drawn between biology and psychology, or biology and sociology for that matter. And the first position, the radical social cultural position, social constructionist position, could hypothetically be true, but most definitely is not. And the second one is perfectly reasonable and quite probable, and all the evidence supports the fact that it's the case. And I don't think that that's something so shocking to people. Is it really so much of a shock to understand that we're the amalgam between biological and cultural forces? I mean, how we have two eyes, that's not socio-culturally determined. We have two arms, it's the same thing. I mean, we share a biological platform, we share motivational states, we share emotions, all of these things that make us essentially human. And the manifestation of that biology, as already pointed out in this lecture series, starts to occur at a very young age. So I just don't see how this is a shock to anyone, but it seems to be a terrible shock to everyone. And this finding was a shock to everyone, because what was found is that as cultures become more egalitarian, and as it turns out, in parallel, as they become wealthier, and those two things are linked, by the way, women and men get more different. And not by a little bit. The effects are actually quite staggeringly large by social science standards. So the biggest differences between men and women in the world temperamentally are in the Scandinavian countries and in the Netherlands. And so that is something we're going to have to chew on for a very long time. And part of the reason is, see, let's think about the idea of egalitarianism for a minute. We could segregate it into two components. We could say, well, there's equality of opportunity. We need to define that. So equality of opportunity is a level playing field, right? And here's the rationale behind it. We think there are important problems to solve. Everybody should agree on that. We want the most competent people to solve them. Competence is in short supply, and so we don't want to restrict the ability of anyone who's competent, regardless of any of their features that are independent of their competence, right? Because that would be not good for them, because then they don't get to manifest their full potential in the world. But it would also be counterproductive for each of us, because, well, it would be better if we had competent people working on the hardest possible problems, because then we could all benefit from their solution. And I think that's an essential, what would you call it? That's a key commitment of the classically liberal West. That idea is, let talent manifest itself where it can. And you know, that it's not like it's been easy to have that universalized. It hasn't. It's taken a very long time, and you could argue that it still hasn't been completely universalized. But I think there's a powerful impetus for that to be universalized, and I think it has been to a tremendous degree. I mean, look, women occupy approximately, it's something in the neighborhood of 50% of the workforce, and that transformation has basically taken place in, what, 40 years, something like that. And it's a long time for one living human being, but in the course of any reasonable historical analysis, that's instantaneous. You can't really imagine, 2 generations, right? You can't imagine a transformation of that magnitude really occurring at a more rapid rate. And so, okay, so you have equality of opportunity, and that's very much worth pursuing. But then you have its corollary, which is equality of outcome. Now, equality of outcome, that's often phrased as equity. And equality of outcome means something like this. It's a much trickier concept than it seems. So we're going to go into it with a certain degree of depth. So equality of outcome means that every occupational category, so pick an occupational category and then imagine it's differentiated, right? Because maybe you're a physician, but there's also obviously physicians at different rungs of authority. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of different occupations, and you could sort of stack them by prestige and income. And then within each of those occupations, there's a bunch of levels, and you could sort of stack them by prestige and income, something like that, right? That all makes sense? Okay, so the equality of outcome doctrine insists that in every occupation, at every level of authority and prestige, every group is represented in proportions that are precisely equivalent to their representation in the general population. Or that's indication of systemic discrimination. That's basically the claim. And then the next claim is, if there is evidence of systemic discrimination as a consequence of unequal distribution of people in comparison to the general population, then large-scale sociological transformations are necessary to bring that equivalence of outcome about. All right. Fair enough, except what's the predicate of that? The predicate is that the only thing that's driving inequality of outcome is systemic discrimination. Okay, now we want to be intelligent about this, because we want to think, well, systemic discrimination accounts for some of it. And it's going to, because people are discriminated against for all sorts of reasons, right? They're discriminated against for race, they're discriminated against for language, ethnicity, sex, attractiveness, that's a big one, height, extroversion, agreeableness to some degree. It depends on the situation, but extroversion, definitely you do better in an interview if you're extroverted and attractive. You also do better if you're tall, so height's another one. Where people are discriminated against on the basis of health. There's all sorts of markers of group differentiation that interfere with equality of opportunity being put forward without error. Fair enough. And we don't want to minimize that. But we also want to ask, well, to what degree is that actually the case? And so here's a case in point. Women are underrepresented in the STEM professions, substantially. Now, interestingly, they're no longer underrepresented in the STEM fields in universities. In fact, they are now overrepresented. That only happened in the last 2 years. So the pipeline is full of roughly equal numbers of men and women, but the higher echelons are still fundamentally occupied by men. And the question is, well, why might that be? And the equity answer would be because of systemic discrimination. But the differences in the proportion of men and women in the STEM fields is larger in more egalitarian countries. So what in the world are you going to make of that? Now, we're going to add another twist to this. I laid out the 5-factor model. There's another trait-like behavior that psychologists have been studying for quite a while, which is interest. And interest seems to be, has 2 poles. People can be more interested in people, and they can be more interested in things. And disagreeable people tend to be more interested in things, and agreeable people more interested in people. That sort of makes sense. But you seem to get some additional kick from the interest scales that you don't get from the temperament scales. And the biggest differences that there are between men and women are actually in interest. And this is really quite a remarkable phenomenon, because there are differences in the distribution of men and women in all sorts of disciplines, and you might attribute that to other factors, like you might attribute to intelligence, for example. That was the case and still is the case to some degree, because there's a hypothesis called increased male variability. And its idea is that although men and women's average IQ are the same, and the evidence for that's pretty damn solid, although women seem to have a bit of an edge in verbal intelligence, men a bit of an edge in spatial intelligence, and there can be relevant consequences of that, that the male distribution might be a little flatter, which would mean that there's more men who are way, way out on the high IQ end and more men who are way, way out on the low IQ end. And that makes a certain amount of sense. And there is increased male variability in many traits across many animal species. And the reason for that, in principle, is because males are more disposable. They're less likely to reproduce successfully. Human males are half as likely to reproduce successfully as human females. That's a big difference. And so men are more likely to play high-risk, high-return games, and the increased variability might be a consequence of that. So anyways, but if it's there, it's a relatively small effect, although the effects can be magnified at the margins. So, but it doesn't look like the difference in male and female outcome that isn't a consequence of prejudice can be laid at the feet of something as simple as ability. Because men and women are essentially the same in IQ, and they're essentially the same in conscientiousness. Men are a bit more industrious and women are somewhat more orderly, but fundamentally it's a wash. And so the 2 biggest predictors of long-term success, pretty stable across men and women. So, but interest, that's a big differentiator. And the difference in interest grows as the egalitarian nature of states increases and as wealth increases as well. And that's definitely enough to drive substantive differences in occupational choice. And we actually don't know how big those differences are going to be, because there are lots of occupational categories that are very sex differentiated, and that doesn't seem to be decreasing across time. And as I said, in the Scandinavian countries, women are more underrepresented in the STEM fields than they are in countries that are less egalitarian. So if you free up men and women to make their own choices, which is hypothetically part of the equality of opportunity game, you actually increase the degree to which certain elements of inequality manifests themselves on the outcome end. And so that's quite amazing. And then you might also think, here's another thing to remember. This is a complicated thing to have sort of hammered into your head, because it isn't really in keeping with your immediate low resolution assumptions. Two populations can be quite similar at the average and yet quite different at the extreme. So here's an example. So we already said that men and women aren't that much different in terms of aggression, right? You could pull a man out and if you bet on him, he's 60% more likely to be more aggressive. You think, well, that means there's lots of women who are more aggressive than lots of men, and that's definitely the case. But lots of times, you don't care what's happening in the middle. It doesn't matter what's happening in the middle, because the real choices are determined at the extreme. So let's think about engineers. Okay, so you think about stereotypes of engineers. By the way, stereotypes are often quite accurate, contrary to public press. And so engineers they're kind of known to be a little harsh and a little abrasive, a little bit on the autism spectrum end of things. And by the way, autism is quite endemic in Silicon Valley, where engineers tend to mate. So I'm dead serious about that. The proportion is way higher in Silicon Valley. And autism, there is some evidence that autism is an extreme thing orientation. It's something like that. So in any case, you know the stereotype of engineers. They're gadget-oriented, not very people-focused, not so great socially, but remarkable at constructing things and putting them together. It's like, fine. So stereotype, we'll just assume a certain face or a certain predictive validity for the stereotype. Well, so the first thing we want to point out is that hardly anybody is an engineer, right? It's like what is it? 1 in 50? Maybe it's 1 in 20? Who knows? It's somewhere between 1 in 20 and 1 in 50. So it's 2 to 5% of the population is engineers, if it's that high. So first of all, we're not talking about your typical person here, because 95% of people or 98% of people aren't engineers. So we're talking about people who are definitely outliers along some dimension. Now, part of that's going to be IQ, because you have to be smart to be an engineer, and so that's going to wipe out 85% of the population, probably right there. And I really mean it's probably about that high. Even at 85th percentile, you're going to struggle to be a competent engineer. You probably need to be more up in the 90th range and above. So, but in any case, well, what else do you need to be like to be an engineer? And the answer to me seems to be, well, you kind of have to be obsessed with things, because that's what you're doing, is you're dealing with things all the time, right? And so there's quite a difference between interest in people and interest in things between men and women, but that's not really the issue. The issue is, if you took the 1 in 100 people, or the 2 in 100 people that were most interested in things, how many of them would be men? The answer would be 90%. And that's enough to account for the occupational difference. And then the same thing happens on the other end of the distribution. Same in Scandinavia. There aren't very many male nurses. Okay, well, there aren't very many nurses, first of all. So we're looking at a small proportion of the population, probably more than engineers. But still, let's say it's 1 person in 20. So 95% of people aren't nurses. So what do you have to be in order to be a nurse? Well, you have to be smart, and you have to be conscientious, but you have to be caring. You have to be agreeable. Generally speaking, you've got to be oriented towards the care of people to be a nurse. You're not really good. It's a nice flexible career, and it's secure and stable, so that's helpful, but you're not going into it for the money, fundamentally. So then you might say, well, if you took 50 people and you found the most caring person in the 50, what's the probability that that person would be female? The answer is quite high. And then if you took 50 people and you said, well, what's the probability that the person who cares most or who's interested most in people is female? And the answer to that is going to be, well, somewhere between 90 and 95%. And so that's where all the action takes place. And so even if the differences in the middle aren't that great, it doesn't matter that much, because all the action's out there at the extremes. And there's a bunch of examples of that. So let's think about criminality. And we'll define that as being in prison, which is not a bad definition. It's pretty, there's not a lot of false positives. If you're in prison, you're probably a criminal. Now, you might be a criminal if you're not in prison, and there's the odd person in prison who isn't a criminal, but it's pretty damn rare. As a diagnostic indicator, it's a pretty good one. And so what's the ratio of men to women in prison, cross-culturally? 15 to 1. Why? Because if you take 100 people, and you take the 2 people who are aggressive enough to be in prison, then the probability is 95%, not quite, 93%, that that person is male. Right. And so, well, these are things that you have to have a certain amount of statistical sophistication to think through, because you can in some sense, you can have your cake and eat it too. You can say, look, men and women are more alike than they are different, which happens to be the case. But you can also say, but hey, just hang on a sec. Even if there are differences, they are stable, they get magnified with increased egalitarianism and wealth, and those differences are enough to drive occupational choice differences. And we're going to have to grow up and take this into account pretty soon, because it's overwhelmingly true. And we don't know exactly what that means, and we're going to have to figure it out. It's like, because there's some other social, psychological issues that we don't understand. It's like, you know, men are bailing out of university at a very rapid rate, and that's been happening for about 25 years. And it's really quite remarkable. And at current rates, and I've been watching this for about 10 years, maybe longer, probably since I was in Boston, so maybe 20 years, I think there won't be a man left in the humanities and social sciences in 15 years. And so what if this was the situation? Because we don't understand these things, because women just entered the workforce. We have no idea how these things are going to lay out. What if there are points of stability? So what if you could have an occupational category, and if it was 50% women and 50% men, it could remain that way. But what if it went to 75% men, or 75% women? Would it go to 95%? Because we don't know. Like, you know, I don't know how the genders really react to each other in amalgamated groups. It's like, are you going to, at what point are you uncomfortable as a representative of your sex in an occupation? If you're outnumbered, let's say 5 to 1, is that enough to make it go to 20 to 1 or 25 to 1? Because there's no reason to assume that the relationship is necessarily linear. And so that's a problem that we're going to have to address. Next problem is, what if men and women really do sex segregate, like to a marked degree? And this does seem to be happening. Like healthcare, for example, is becoming overwhelmingly female-dominated. You certainly see this in fields like psychology as well in the universities. It's like, well, are 95% of the healthcare providers going to end up being women? And what about elementary school teachers? So that's about the same thing. And is that okay? Is that optimal? Like, are there roles, social roles, where we'd want to see a more even gender balance? And how are we going to figure that out? You know, getting rid of the idea that it's just random discrimination that's driving it, because that was more true in the past, but it's becoming increasingly less true, and those places where it's becoming less true fastest are the ones with the biggest differences in occupational choice. And that's also going to drive wealth differentiation, because it's a lot easier to scale STEM interest in things than it is to scale interest in people. Because, like, you know, if you're a child care worker, you're dealing with like kids under 5, it's like, well, there's 4 of them and you. There's not 30 of them and you. There can't be. There can't be, because that doesn't work for the children. And so you can't, child care isn't something that you can scale. But if you're a computer programmer, man, it's like 1 of you and 10 million copies of whatever it is that you program. And so the occupational choice differences are going to drive differences in income, and then there are other choices that drive differences in income as well. And so those are all things that we're seriously going to have to contend with. And we're also going to have to contend with the fact that you can't lay this casually at the feet of sociocultural structure. And to do that, so like one of the things that's happening in Scandinavia, for example, is that the people to whom these results are being made manifest are doubling down. They're saying, oh, we didn't get equality of outcome. We have to redouble our efforts to socialize boys and girls more the same way. Even though the evidence is that the more you do it the same way, the bigger the differences become. They're not thinking it through with any degree of logic whatsoever, and so they're embarking on large-scale experiments, I would say, using children as the unwitting victims of large-scale social experimentation, trying to gerrymander the manner in which socialization processes occur so that we reach this hypothetically desirable equalization of outcome, which I don't think we could ever reach without unbelievable, like a totalitarian inquisition, because it's just too complicated. It's like, imagine all the different ways you can classify people by groups. There's lots. That's the intersectional problem. There's lots. And so the rule is going to be everyone is equally represented among all relevant group differentiations in all occupations at all strata of authority. Now, who's going to keep track of that? That's the first problem. And who's going to enforce it? That's a second problem. It's like these aren't little problems. These are really, really big problems. And then there's a worse problem underneath with that, which is, well, what if it was the case that if you let men and women make their free choices in free societies, that there would be a biological component to that that would drive a certain level of outcome inequality? Well, it looks like that's the case. And so, okay, well, so I'll leave it at that. I'll add one little thing that's kind of interesting too. I've got some charts here, male typical and female typical occupations. So I'll just read the top 10 male occupations and the top 10 female occupations. It's kind of interesting. So one of the things that's quite interesting is that you don't hear demands for equality ringing through our social structure for the most typical male occupations. So that's quite interesting. 99.9% male. Brick masons, block masons, and stone masons, all men. Cement masons, concrete finishers, and terrazzo workers, 99.7% male. Electric power line installers and repairers, a very, very, very dangerous job, by the way, 99.6%. Carpet, floor, and tile installers and finishers, 99.5%. Heating, air conditioning, refrigeration, mechanics, and installers, 99.4%. Iron and rebar workers, these are all above 99%. So structure, iron, and rebar workers, bus and truck mechanics and diesel engine specialists, miscellaneous vehicle and mobile equipment mechanics, installers and repairers, tool and die makers, and roofers, all 99% male. The top 10 most dangerous occupations, by the way, are 95% male. So that's something also that's interesting to consider. Female-dominated occupations. This is cool, the first one. It's the same as it was in the 1950s. It's exactly the same. It hasn't shifted. The number one female-dominated occupation. Secretaries and administrative assistants, 96% female. Childcare workers, 95%. Receptionists and information clerks, 93%. Teacher assistants, 92%. Nurses, 91%. Bookkeeping, accounting, and auditing clerks. Remember I mentioned that women were more orderly than men? It's a logical place for them to be, for orderly people to be in bookkeeping, accounting, and auditing. 90% women. Maids and housekeeping cleaners, orderliness again, 89%. Nursing, psychiatric, and home health aides, caring profession, 88%. Personal and home care aides, 86%. General office clerks, 84%. Oh, interestingly, there's more men in the women-dominated occupations than there are women in the male-dominated occupations. So that's pretty interesting. And I think I'll leave it at that. And that's the end of that lecture. Okay, so lecture 7, conscientiousness. Well, we'll start the way we started with the other traits. Conscientiousness can be broken down into two aspects, and the aspects are industriousness and orderliness. And so if you're an industrious person, these are the sorts of, what would you call, specific trait indicators that you rate yourself highly on. Carry out my plans, waste my time, reversed. Find it difficult to get down to work, reversed. Mess things up, reversed. Finish what I start. Don't put my mind on the task at hand, reversed. Get things done quickly. Always know what I am doing. Postpone decisions, reversed. Am easily distracted, reversed. That's industriousness. I like the first one, carry out my plans. It's kind of an interesting differentiator because it's not plan things, right? It's carry out my plans. And those actually turn out to be importantly different. We'll talk about that in a little while. Orderliness, leave my belongings around, reversed. Like order, well, that one seems rather obvious. Keep things tidy, follow a schedule. Am not bothered by messy people, reversed. That's an interesting one too, the bothered part, right? Because that implies a certain amount of judgment, to be bothered by messy people. Want everything to be just right. Am not bothered by disorder, reversed. Dislike routine, reversed. See that rules are observed. Want every detail taken care of. So, conscientious people. Well, they're conscientious versus negligent, careful versus careless, reliable versus undependable, well-organized versus disorganized, self-disciplined versus weak-willed, persevering versus quitting. And so you see, to some degree, conscientiousness suffers from the same problem as agreeableness. It's pretty obvious why it would be good if you're conscientious, but it's not so obvious why it would be good if you weren't conscientious. So we're going to try to solve that mystery, I think, by looking first at the downfalls, or when we come to that, by looking at the downfalls of conscientiousness, rather than the upside of being unconscientious. We'll do that as well. So, all right, so imagine again that we're back in the story that I talked about. You're getting from point A to point B. But what might conscientious people value? They value duty, diligence, and focus. If they're industrious. If they're orderly, they value organizational ability, concentration on detail, insistence on borders and boundaries. Well, let's talk about some interesting things about conscientiousness from a theoretical perspective. This has been a great mystery to me, this trait. And here's the reason. It's the second best predictor of life outcome. The first best predictor is IQ. So IQ is a very powerful predictor of life outcome. It accounts for about 20–25% of the variance in overall success, let's say, depending on how that's measured, which is a very high proportion given how difficult it is to measure success. That's another thing to remember. And the next best predictor is conscientiousness. And that's especially true in managerial and administrative positions. And so it's hard to see, given its positive association with life outcomes, how there could be any utility in being unconscientious. But to understand that, I think that you have to look at the pathologies that are potentially associated with hyper-conscientiousness. Now, this has been unbelievably difficult to figure out for psychologists, and here's why. Remember I told you when the Big Five models were first developed that there weren't really any theoretical models, there weren't any neuropsychological models, there weren't any biochemical models, there weren't really any animal models because it was all extracted out at the lexical level. And that was also true of conscientiousness. The problem is it's basically remained true of conscientiousness. So here we have this weird trait that is pretty easy to measure with self-reports. And by the way, you can get valid measures of conscientiousness from others' reports. That's something I haven't mentioned about the Big Five in general. If you report on your own personality, then that will predict certain elements of your behavior reliably into the future. But if other people report on you using a Big Five framework, that also predicts. And you can take the self-reports and the other reports and put them together, and you get better prediction from the combination than you do with either separately. So you know some things about yourself that are accurate and not some other things, and some other people know some things about you that are accurate that you don't know. And so that's interesting to know. And with conscientiousness, you can get decent self-report, and you can get decent reports from other people as well. So it's reliable, and it predicts like mad. And, well, OK, so what is it exactly? I've been looking, literally, I've been looking to figure out what conscientiousness is for probably 30 years. And it's been mostly a dismal failure on every front. So let me give you an example. So conscientious people seem to be good at carrying things out. You know, you think about planning and carrying things out. And so there's this idea that's central to the literature on human cognitive functioning at a neurological level, that your prefrontal cortex is responsible for planning. Okay, so I mentioned right at the beginning of this entire lecture series that I had made this battery of tests with my colleagues that tested dorsolateral prefrontal function. And so those were all tests of abstract ability and hypothetically associated with the ability to plan. And I mean, that's how all the neuropsychologists describe the function of the prefrontal cortex. So the prefrontal cortex grew out of the motor cortex over the course of evolutionary history. And the motor cortex is the part of your brain that you really use to engage in voluntary activity. And so what good is the part of your brain that thinks? Well, basically what it is an extension of the part that acts. And so the idea would be you can use the part that thinks to think before you act. And so what are you doing when you're thinking? And what you're doing is you're planning actions, and then maybe you're also laying them out in a conceptual space. If I act this way, what's likely to happen? So you could think about those as practical fictions, right? Maybe that's why we like reading fiction. If we acted in such and such a way, what's the likely outcome? Because then you can fictionalize the outcome, and you can experience it, and you don't have to experience it in real life. And if the outcome's good, well, then you can go implement it. And if the outcome is bad or fatal, then how about you don't act that way? And maybe that's why we like stories, and maybe that's why we like movies, and why we like communicating with each other about what our plans are and how our lives are going. And so, and the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex seems to be integrally involved in that planning and envisioning. And so we thought, well, maybe conscientiousness is associated with dorsolateral prefrontal cognitive ability. That seemed to make it, we couldn't see how that could possibly be wrong, given the parallelism of the theories. That's what that part of the brain was supposed to do, and that's what conscientiousness was. And we have data on, I've never published this data, although some subset of it's been published. The correlation between dorsolateral prefrontal cognitive ability and IQ was extremely high. They might even be the same thing. They probably are. We'll get to that when we get to openness. The correlation with conscientiousness was 0. And 0, that's low, man. Like, it's not negative, but it's as low as you can get without being negative. And it's so strange because it's not that easy to find in psychology two variables that aren't correlated at all, especially if they're theoretically supposed to be. And so no neuropsychological correlation whatsoever. So it's like, oh, isn't that completely incomprehensible? And yes, it was. And so I had another student. We thought, okay, fine, we'll make up a battery of conscientiousness tests. This has got to work, man. So here's one of them. The conscientious person has got to be better at this. So imagine a row of letters, N's, M's, and U's, right? And small print, very close together. Okay, your job is to zip through and circle all the N's. Now, there's nothing intrinsically motivating about that. You'd think a dutiful person would maybe do that faster, maybe do it with more accuracy. Correlation with conscientiousness, 0. And we did a bunch of tests like that. We tried delay of gratification tests. That didn't work. We thought, well, conscientious people are probably more likely to delay gratification. Not with any delay gratification tests that we could come up with. We couldn't find a single thing in the laboratory that conscientious people did better. So, which is amazing when you think that it's the best predictor, apart from IQ, of how people do in the real world. So nobody that I know of has yet been able to come up with a measure of conscientiousness that isn't a personality self-report or other report. And worse, we don't have an animal model. Well, what animals are conscientious? You know, it's like, is that a specifically human thing? It's like, well, maybe sled dogs, like there are animals, but they're domesticated, right? I mean, we've kind of trained them to be work creatures, and sled dogs seem to like to pull sleds. I don't know if that makes them conscientious, but it's not that easy to find a conscientious animal, so there's no animal model. And then there's no real theoretical model, especially when the planning idea went out the window. And there's no correlation with IQ either, so that's kind of surprising, because IQ is correlated with damn near everything that's positive. And so, well, it's just been, I still really can't believe it, even when I'm thinking about it now. It's like, how can we have a predictor that's that powerful? Because it's got to be, after IQ, it's probably the second best predictor of important outcomes that psychologists have ever developed. And we have no idea what it is. Well, maybe we got some insight a couple of years ago. And so this is new stuff. Some of it's been published, some of it hasn't. And very little of it's been aggregated. But okay, so the first thing that happened was that we managed to successfully subdivide it into industriousness and orderliness. And that turned out to be, we think, important, because orderliness predicted political belief. So conservatives are lower in openness, which we'll get to next, and they're higher in orderliness. And so that was kind of interesting. And then we found that orderliness was associated with sensitivity to disgust. Now, disgust is a basic emotion. We didn't talk much about it. I didn't talk about it when we talked about the negative emotions, even though it's a negative emotion. And that was because I knew we were going to talk about it when we got to conscientiousness. And there is a disgust system, and then there's a specific facial response that's associated with disgust. And it's associated with orderliness. So why are people orderly? Because they get easily disgusted. And so they don't like to be disgusted, and so they work at keeping things orderly so they're not disgusted. Okay, so then the question is, well, what's the utility of disgust? Well, like if you're really disgusted with something, you vomit, and you get rid of it, right? Because it's a contaminant. So the purpose of disgust is actually very terrifying, all this by the way. This is a very terrifying set of propositions, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe the most frightening set of propositions that I've ever encountered in my time as a psychologist. So disgust, you manifest disgust to contaminants, pathogens, let's say. Now, Jonathan Haidt, who wrote the book that I referred to earlier, The Coddling of the American Mind, has done stellar work as a psychologist, because he was one of the first people who looked into the psychology of disgust as an independent psychological phenomenon. And he's associated the emotions of disgust with moral purity. So purity is the opposite of disgusting, let's say. Pure is the opposite of disgusting. And so there's a moral element to this. So whatever's pure is the opposite of whatever's disgusting. And so orderly people are aiming for what's pure, and they're aiming away from what's disgusting. Okay, and so how might that be associated with conservatism? All right, well, let me tell you about another study that's deadly relevant to this. So, and this is such a surprising study. This is a good example of how science discovers things you wouldn't expect, right, that have potentially promising outcomes. And so I came across this paper a few years ago when we were looking into disgust, and it was published in an article in a journal called PLOS One. Murray, Scheller, and Sudfield, 2013. Pathogens and Politics. Further evidence that parasite prevalence predicts authoritarianism. Think about that. Now, what the hell? Where does that come from, that idea? Why would you look into that even? So imagine that you could rank order countries by how authoritarian they were, which you can do with a fair degree of reliability and accuracy. And you can even rank order regions within countries with regard to how authoritarian they are. And so then you can look at what predicts authoritarianism. And here's some things that predict authoritarianism. Warfare, negatively. There's no positive relationship between war and authoritarian governance. In fact, there's a slight negative relationship. Malnutrition, barely. The correlation is 0.05. A high correlation, perfect correlation is 1.00. So 0.05, you're barely registering. Famine, 0.26. That's getting up there. That's counting for about 8 to 10% of the variance. So hungry people are more likely to exist under authoritarian regimes. Now, you don't know the causal direction, right? Because it could easily be that authoritarian regimes produce more famine, which is highly probable. Or maybe there's a bidirectional result, whatever. pathogen prevalence, 0.42. That's pathological prevalence as measured by blood parasite count. 0.42. You think, well, how big a correlation is that? It's like, that's bigger than the correlation between conscientiousness and lifetime success, or approximately of the same magnitude. It's way, way up there in terms of the power of relationships found by psychologists. It approaches the relationship between IQ and academic performance. 0.46. This is like 25% of the reason that people exist under authoritarian governments is because of pathogen prevalence. Think, okay, well, what the hell's going on there? Is that some direct biological consequence of pathogen infestation? And the answer to that seems to be no. It seems to be the case that conservative forms of political belief are part of the process by which we put borders and barriers between things. Okay, so let's back up a bit. The two best predictors of political belief are openness and conscientiousness. So open people are creative. They like to think laterally. And open people like free information flow between places because it produces new possibilities, right? So they don't like things to be bounded and bordered. They're always transgressing against borders. That's sort of the definition of creativity, to think outside of the box. Now, if you're conservative, you don't want to think outside of the box. You want to stay in the damn box. And you do that partly because you're low in creativity, and so you don't have any real intrinsic interest in the aesthetic or intellectual consequences of lateral thinking. But you also do it because you're orderly. And you think, well, why would you want to stay in the box? And the question is, well, what exactly is the box keeping out? And the liberal answer to that is ideas and the free flow of information and goods. It's like, yeah, that's absolutely right. That's a big cost of having things boxed in. What else does it keep out? Pathogens. Okay, so what happened when the Europeans came to North America? So the Europeans lived in cities, packed together. And they lived close to animals, packed together. And there was an incredibly high pathogen load, right? Smallpox, which killed a third of Europeans, but left 2/3 of them, somewhat immune to smallpox. Measles, mumps, a whole array of the classic the classic childhood diseases. Europeans come to the Western Hemisphere. The native populations have zero immunity to any of these diseases. What's the consequence? 95% of them died. Right. And so you think, well, and there's some evidence, the Black Plague in Europe, how'd the Black Plague, now we don't know this for sure. But the one hypothesis is that as the Europeans opened up trade into other countries, the rats that were on the ships got infected with fleas that had bubonic plague, and they brought them back to Europe, and so then 1/3 of the European population died. It's like, there are reasons to keep things inside the box. Okay, so that's a terrifying idea. It's a terrifying idea, that. So let's say disgust sensitivity drives orderliness, because the correlation is there. And then let's say that disgust sensitivity protects us from pathogens. And then let's say that the need for protection from pathogens is truly real, right? Well, then you might think, well, what happens if that gets out of hand? Well, we know that what happens if you get too orderly? I don't know what happens if you get too industrious. Industriousness is still a bit of a mystery. I mean, you can work on the thing that you're working on to the exclusion of everything else, right? So that might not be for the best. But I'm going to leave that aside because we still haven't got a good model for industriousness. It looks like it might be associated with guilt and shame, that people who are industrious work so that they're not useless. They feel if they're inactive that they're useless in some way and that that's not morally acceptable, and they're working to avoid that. And that goes along with being dutiful and pulling your weight and all of that. But we don't know enough about that to do much more than speculate. But we do know more on the orderliness side. And so that's disgust sensitivity. And that's a very, very powerful relationship. Now, here's something that I was working on at exactly the same time. So at the same time we were uncovering this relationship between disgust and orderliness, and then the relationship between disgust and pathogen protection. So imagine what you want to do if you're in the presence of contagious pathogens is limit your contact with everything, right? You can certainly think about that. Some pathogenic processes are transmitted sexually, for example. So you can imagine that this certainly happened in the Victorian times, by the way, when smallpox became epidemic. Smallpox might be the one thing that was brought back from the Europeans from the Western Hemisphere. There's some evidence for that, about the only disease that made its way the other way. Anyways, when smallpox, syphilis, not smallpox, syphilis. And so when syphilis became epidemic in Europe, it produced Victorian sexual morality. And well, and of course that makes perfect sense, because like, what are you going to do in the present? Syphilis was a really, really nasty disease, right? It could mimic virtually every disease. It was transmissible from parent to child, and it had terrible consequences, and it was quite contagious. And so you'd expect strictures on sexual behavior to emerge as a logical response to the presence of pathogens. So that's more conservative attitude. The same thing happened, at least to some degree, in the rise of AIDS in the 1980s, right? And of course that's what's going to happen. And so you can see that one of the forces driving strictures on sexual promiscuity is the attempt at the population level to avoid exponential contamination. And so that's just one form of social policy driven by pathogen prevalence. Now, part of the question is, well, what constitutes a pathogen? And the answer to that is, well, we don't know, because it's not like we're evolved to detect microorganisms. We didn't even know about microorganisms till about 300 years ago, but we do have an innate disgust system. And so we get disgusted by things that are quite likely to harbor contamination. And then you think, well, what does someone have to do in order to do something disgusting? And the answer to this is, well, they can do something that's directly associated with a contaminant, but there's moral significance to the idea of disgusting. You know, you can say, well, that was a disgusting idea, or you can say that was a disgusting behavior, or he conducted himself in a disgusting manner, completely independent of whether or not it's associated with something that was biologically contaminating, right? So the idea of disgust is a broader category that reaches up into what we consider moral and pure. And so then the question is, well, what happens if this, and this is perhaps the downside of conscientiousness, which was where I was going with all of this. What happens if the desire for purity becomes paramount? Okay, so, well, there are pathologies associated with excess orderliness. One of them, I would say, is anorexia. Because what seems to happen to women, which it's mostly an illness of women, by the way, is that they become unbelievably disgusted with their own bodies. And you know, we have a very opponent-process relationship with our own bodies. You know, it's like we have to pack them around and we have to live in them, but we're not always thrilled at exactly what they produce and how they behave. And so, you know, that to keep our bodies acceptably orderly and clean is not a straightforward matter, right? And what happens to the anorexic types, who often are hyper-conscientious, you know, because you've probably heard this, that anorexia is a disease of upper middle class young women. And I think the reason for that is that genetically they're more likely to be conscientious, or maybe they're likely to be raised in households where conscientiousness is facilitated. But I have a sneaking suspicion that it's deeper than that. They are after purity and perfection. One of the anorexic women that I worked with, she said, I want to reduce myself right down to the bones, you know, because there was something pristine about the bones, and her perceptions were altered. Anything that was part of her body that was fleshy at all, she regarded as contemptible and fat. And she really was unbelievably judgmental about people who couldn't regulate their eating behavior. And I mean, it takes a hell of a lot of willpower to starve yourself to death. I mean, that's no easy thing, man. There's plenty of willpower there, even though it's misguided. And the thing is that willpower and that desire for purity can get to the point where it's not commensurate with life itself. So, you know, while I was reading this, there was all this literature coming out of the social psychology end of the discipline suggesting that conservative types were more afraid than liberal types. So that maybe they're more afraid of strangers. But the problem with that is there wasn't any evidence that it was the case. So for example, if conservatives were more afraid, the liberals, which might account for their desire for borders, let's say, right, to keep the other people at bay, to keep people where they belong in their boxes, which isn't a bad way of thinking about conservatism. Think about Trump's effect on conservatives when he talked about building a wall, right? And conservatives, they like borders and they like boundaries and they like structure. And I'm not saying this in an insulting way, especially given what I'm talking about. They have their reasons, you know. So, and I think that that interplay between openness and orderliness is best actually conceptualized in terms of boundaries and borders. So the open people have reason to flatten boundaries because they like the cross-contamination of ideas, the cross-fertilization of ideas, let's say. But the conservatives, they're not into that because they're not creative. And because they're orderly, they're disgust sensitive, and they'd rather keep the damn walls up and keep everything where they should be so that all hell doesn't break out. And you might think, well, there's something there that's associated with fear, but it doesn't look like it's fear. It looks like it's disgust. And so one of the supporting pieces of evidence, which I think is quite clear, is that conservatives are not more neurotic than liberals. In fact, they're less neurotic than liberals. The strength of the relationship between political belief and neuroticism isn't very high. So it's not a major determinant of political belief on either side of the spectrum, but it's certainly not enhanced among conservatives. And so whatever it is that makes conservatives more ethnocentric, because that is one of the elements of conservatism, doesn't have anything to do with fear. So maybe it has something to do with a different emotion. Well, Haidt was looking at that in terms of the relationship between disgust and purity. And then we found the same thing from a different direction with regards to the overlap between orderliness and disgust sensitivity. So that was quite amazing. But here's the kicker, man, so to speak. At the same time that we were piecing all of this together, I was reading a book called Hitler's Table Talk. And Hitler's Table Talk was a diary, transcripts essentially, of his spontaneous conversations at dinner times from 1939 to 1942. They were transcribed by his secretary, so you can just buy this book. And so I've been very interested in the motivation for the totalitarian horrors of Nazi Germany. And so I thought, well, I'd read what Hitler said spontaneously and see what I could make of it. And I started to notice a pattern. It was an amazing pattern, a very terrifying pattern. So Hitler's basic metaphor for the Aryan race was a body. And it was a pure body with pure blood. And it was under assault by parasites. That was his essential metaphor. And then there's other things about Hitler that are quite interesting. So he bathed 4 times a day. So that's quite interesting. And so he was also a great admirer of willpower. And so one of the things he used to do when he drove around in his staff cars was he'd hold his arm out like this, right? So that's that Hitler salute. And he could do that for 8 hours a day. And he was very, very proud of his ability to do that. So there was ways in which he was hyper-disciplined. You remember, he'd been a trench soldier as well. So he was a product of the military. And one of the best predictors of military success is conscientiousness, right? Orderliness. It's not like the Germans aren't known for their orderliness. They're known for their orderliness and for their precision in engineering, for example. And so, you know, you think about all those things, precision in engineering, you think of that as hallmark of a sophisticated civilization. It's like, yeah, but what's the price exactly? Here's an interesting price. This is another reason why conscientiousness might get in the way. German tanks in World War II would last forever. They were made way better than American tanks. You think, well, great, good work, Germans, so to speak. It's like, no. How long is a tank going to last? What do you do with tanks? You put them on the battlefield, and then someone blows them up. And so if they're made to last 30 years, that's not necessarily that helpful, given that their lifespan is 2 months. And so the Americans just cranked out hordes of quick and dirty tanks, and they weren't particularly reliable, and they weren't built to last. But it didn't matter. They could produce them at tremendous scale, and that actually worked out to be a much better strategy. So that's kind of interesting, you see, because what you got there was a couldn't see the forest for the trees phenomenon. The Americans thought, well, they're tanks, man. a dime a dozen, so to speak, so let's crank those things out. And the Germans said, no, they've got to be exactly right. It's like, no, they didn't have to be exactly right. There just had to be more of them. So that's a good example, too, of how that orderly obsessiveness with detail can cloud your vision for maybe for the broader picture. You know, and the thing is, to implement something at a broader level, you do have to focus on the details. You do have to get things done, but you can't let your focus on the details interfere with your acquisition of the big picture. And you really can't let it interfere when the big picture has to switch. And so one of the things that's interesting about businesses is we've done a fair bit of work predicting success in businesses. And there's two different patterns of prediction. There's the high IQ, high conscientiousness pattern, and that predicts managerial and administrative success. And there's the high IQ, high openness pattern, and that predicts creative and entrepreneurial success. And so there's a bit of a conflict there, and it's the same conflict as the conflict between conservatives and liberals. It's like if you want a job done and you know what the job is, and you don't want deviation from the path and you want it to be done efficiently, you should hire someone who's conscientious and conservative. But if you don't know what the job is and things might have to move laterally, then you should hire someone who's liberal and creative. And so this is also an extremely useful thing to know, I would say, practically speaking, because, you know, if you're left-leaning, you might think, well, what the hell do we need these conservatives for? And if you're right-leaning, you might think, well, what do we need these liberals for? And the answer is, well, if the conservatives don't have the liberals, then they just go down their pathway in this unidimensional way, and as soon as the path becomes counterproductive, they pretty much had it. That's on the conservative side. And the liberals, well, for their part, they can think up an idea every 15 seconds, but they can't implement them worth a damn. So if the liberals don't have the conservatives to implement their ideas, then their businesses never succeed. And if the conservatives don't have the liberals to revivify the axioms, then they augur in. And and you know, if you think about that from a trait perspective, it actually makes a certain amount of sense, because you would assume that these different personality configurations do have different niches of utility, right? Because otherwise there'd be no use. There'd be no use in the variability. And so it's not that surprising then, in order for things to move along in some harmonious manner across long spans of time, that we need the interplay between people of profoundly different temperaments to keep everything properly balanced. This is also why I think that it's so important for people to be respectful above all of the notion of the free exchange of ideas, free speech. Because if part of our strength is in fact in our diversity, which is a mantra you hear promulgated continually on the left, then what you really want to do is make sure that diverse ranges of people actually have the opportunity to communicate with one another, even though they're going to even though there's going to be a fair bit of tension and stress in that. Because like if you're hyper-liberal talking to someone who's hyper-conservative, that's not going to be an easy thing. And some of the time they're going to be right, and some of the time you're going to be right. And the question is, can you keep the dialogue going long enough to figure out who's right now? And that's really, hopefully, what you do with a stable political system, is you have that dialogue. Anyways, back to Hitler. So he used this metaphor of the Aryan people as a body that was under assault by pathogens. And I thought, oh my God, it's disgust that's driving him. It's disgust. And what do you do with things that are disgusting? Well, you don't freeze in fear. That's neuroticism, that's withdrawal. You destroy, you burn and destroy. That's what you do. If something's infested, that's what you do. Well, Hitler was also a great worshiper of fire, right? I mean, he was someone who thought about the purification of Europe. And in his nighttime spectacles, because he was also very high in openness, he used fire. And you know, Hitler died in a blaze of fire, right, with Europe in ruins. And my sense is that he never got to fulfill his longings for purification, and that the death of Europe by fire was the closest that his pathological imagination could manage. Okay, so here's how things got going. And this is how something that's positive can have an aspect that's so negative that you can hardly even conceptualize it. So when Hitler first came to power, one of the things he wanted to do was to get rid of tuberculosis. And so he had these vans that used to drive around, and there are x-ray machines in there and screen people for tuberculosis. And so he was big on public health campaigns. And that kind of makes sense with someone who'd be obsessed with pathogen and contamination, right? But that's an all right thing. It's like, hey, who needs tuberculosis, right? And it's certainly the case that cleanliness and hygiene are actually very effective techniques in the battle against pathogens, right? So and you know, there are pathologies of that too, with obsessive compulsive disorder, for example. It's really a disorder of disgust. So people who have obsessive compulsive disorder, they always feel like they've been contaminated if they touch the wrong thing. And so that's why they'll go and wash their hands obsessively, like use up a whole bar of soap or maybe a whole hot water heater full of hot water, because they can't stop because they're so obsessed by the idea of contamination. They're what's called the behavioral immune system, which is the manifestation in the psyche and in behavior of the immune system that's designed to defend us directly from pathogen attack, also has these external manifestations that are behavioral, and they can become pathologized, which is what happens with obsessive compulsive disorder. Anyways, so Hitler, he had his public health campaigns. Then he had a let's clean up the factories campaign. And so, because the factories were full of rats and mice and flies, and it was just messy and counterproductive. And so he had the German people clean up the factories and plant flowers and fumigate the factories. And he used Zyklon gas to fumigate the factories. And I think he used Zyklon A. And so it was a very toxic gas. And so then the factories were cleaner. And you could think, well, you know, maybe that's not such a bad thing to have the factories more orderly and perhaps a little bit more aesthetically attractive. Well, then he started to clean up the hospitals. And that wasn't so good, because that's when the euthanasia campaigns started. And the idea was, well, these people are living substandard lives, subhuman lives. It's actually an act of mercy to put them out of their misery. And that included people who were, I would say, in the, well, what would you say? Incurably insane and otherwise likely long-term residents of residential care facilities. So, and then, well, that wasn't good enough because things still weren't clean enough. And so then he started to go after the people who weren't ethnically identical with the Aryans, right? And so that was the gypsies and the homosexuals and the Jews and so forth. And we all know where that went. And, you know, the gas that was used in the concentration camps was Zyklon B. It was a variant of the gas that was used to fumigate the German factories. And so that was an indication of orderliness gone mad. And a good indication of how something, you know, you think conscientiousness, man, that's a good trait. That keeps the world on track. That keeps the trains running on time, right? Which was something that the fascists were always proud of. It's like, yeah, well, a little bit of something is good, but too much of it, man, you better look out. And so what's the utility of being on the unconscious end of the distribution? Well, that's one form of pathology that you're not going to fall into. You know, and maybe you need people around who, like the dude in The Big Lebowski, who's, who's just not taking things that seriously. Now, you know, he's a bit of a layabout, let's say, and might depend a little too much on other people to do his work for him, but that's one particular catastrophe that someone like that would never lead us into. The hyper-conscientious people get hyper-judgmental, right? And they do it morally. And you know, again, it's so tricky because it's not like judgment isn't necessary. It's necessary to separate the wheat from the chaff. It's necessary to do things efficiently. But there's limits to that. And maybe that's why you also need agreeableness. You know, because I could judge you according to your efficiency and your functional merit. But it's a cold judgment. And it might be a good way of keeping a factory-like structure moving forward. But a little mercy to temper that, and maybe a judgment that's not too harsh and strict is sufficient so that we can move things forward while still encompassing the fact that human beings are imperfect and frail, which is something that we have to live with. And so that's, well, that's the end of the lecture on conscientiousness. So. Well, openness to experience. It's a factor that I have a particular interest in, a trait that I have a particular interest in, because I've done a lot of work studying creativity, especially creative achievement. There's a difference between creativity and creative achievement. Creativity, let's say technically speaking, from a measurement perspective, is the ability to generate a diverse range of original but practical ideas. And so you can measure creativity using divergent thinking test, for example. One of them is a good one, is the Torrance creativity test. And what it asks you to do, for example, is to write down in some limited span of time as many uses as you can think of for a brick. And a variant of that is to write down as many white edible objects that you can think of. And you can score that in various ways. You can score absolute number of responses. You can score proportional originality of response. So let's say you only have 10 responses, but no one else came up with those responses, so you get extra credit for that. And originality, fluency, oh yes, and categorical diversity. These are harder to score, and they require multiple raters to get any reasonable degree of convergence. But categorical diversity would be, well, how many different categories of response to the question were you able to generate? And they're pretty highly correlated with trait openness, and they're decent predictors of long-term creative achievement. And that's where we specialized with a student of mine named Shelley Carson. We developed this instrument called the Creative Achievement Questionnaire, which is now one of the most widely utilized measures of creative behavior. And our sense was, well, it isn't enough to think creatively, because you actually have to produce you have to produce something as a consequence of it for it to be genuine creativity. It depends on how you define it. And there's reasons to assess both the ideation process and the outcome process. And so I'll talk to you about the Creative Achievement Questionnaire as well when we go through this. And so openness to experience has two aspects, oddly named in some sense, openness and intellect. Openness ends up being named twice because it's not easy to come up with a single word that captures what openness is better than openness. And so openness and intellect are the two aspects. So let's go with intellect first. Intellect is the personality reflection of intelligence. When someone seems smart, what you're doing is making a judgment. You don't know what their intelligence quotient is, their IQ, which I'm going to talk about in this lecture as well. But you have the sense that they seem smart. They seem interested in ideas. They seem fluent with ideas. And so that's intellect, essentially. And openness is more creative, imaginative, aesthetic. So people who are interested in art and literature and dance and the sort of creative end of the distribution. They're also generally smart people. They might be high in intellect, but they have that additional appreciation for aesthetic experience, which seems to be part and parcel of their implicit constitution. And so, and one of the things I would like to say right off the bat is just to dispense with this idea. You hear this idea bandied around all the time in the popular media, and psychologists aid and abet this to a substantial degree, that everyone's creative. That is absolutely wrong. It's not the case. Is that, first of all, creativity is relatively rare, and the bulk of the creative work is done by a very tiny proportion of the people. It's one of those Pareto distribution phenomena. So, for example, how many of you have recorded an album? One, okay, two. Hey, that's a lot for a group this size. How many of you have painted more than 3 oil paintings? Oh, wow, that figures. Well, you guys would be much higher in openness than the typical audience because, well, otherwise you wouldn't be here. But to listening to a lecture about ideas, right? So I've got a skewed sample here. You know how many paintings Picasso painted? You know how many works of art he created? For those of you who are thinking happy thoughts about your 3 oil paintings. 65,000. Yeah, 3 a day every day for, what was it? 3 a day every day for, I think that's 60 years, if I remember correctly. I'm starting to get a bit fuzzy here. But anyways, it was 65,000. Bach wrote so much music, composed, that is, so much music, that if you were a professional copyist, it would take you several decades of 8-hour days just to transcribe it. And only a tiny proportion of Bach's compositions are still played. So that's another Pareto distribution phenomenon. I think it's 50% of the classical repertoire is made from the composition of 5 composers, only 5. And 95% of what's played of their work is drawn from only 5% of their published corpus of compositions. That's another good example of how not only is it a small proportion of people who are doing the greatest amount of, or who are producing the greatest volume of productive work, but then you can even look at their volume of work, and it's only a tiny fraction of their total volume of work that's doing most of the heavy lifting. It's Pareto distribution all the way down, right? Pareto distribution is a phenomenon that occurs where, as I said, it's a tiny proportion of people end up doing most of the productive work. And the rule for the Pareto distribution is something like the square root of the number of people in a given domain do half the work. And so it's a very interesting distribution because it scales oddly. We talked about that a little bit at the beginning of the discussion. If you have 10 employees, 3 of them do half the work. If you have 100, it's 10. If you have 1,000, it's 30. If you have 10,000, it's 100. So I've watched big corporations die. And I think they die in large part because of the consequence of the Pareto distribution. So imagine this. Imagine you have a company with 10,000 employees. Let's say 200 of them do half the work. We'll be generous about it. The question is, which 200? And the answer is, you probably don't know, or you probably don't want to know. But because it's not likely the people that you think it is, especially if your corporation is failing, because you're not really paying attention the way that you should be. Okay, so imagine this. So you have a very large corporation, and a very tiny proportion of the people are doing all the productive work. And then you have a bad quarter. And then you announce that there's going to be layoffs. Who's the first to leave? Well, obviously, it's people who have a stellar reputation, right? And so if you don't know who those productive people are, they know, and the people around them know, and the probability that they're going to be able to make a lateral move or move up to jump off your sinking ship is extraordinarily high. And so the problem is that once it starts to sink, especially if you make the wrong decision, the sinking is going to occur ever more rapidly. And I think that's part of the reason why Marx, in some sense, was wrong, because Karl Marx thought that capital would accrue in the hands of smaller and smaller numbers of people. And he was right in that capital accumulation also follows a Pareto distribution, right? I think the 12 richest people in the world have as much money as the bottom 2 billion. It's something like that. And you know, you hear about the 1% all the time. By the way, you're all in the 1%. You only need a yearly income of $32,000 a year to be in the upper 1% for the world income distribution. You might say, well, that's unfair because I only meant to calculate it within Canada, let's say, or within the United States, but I don't really see why you get to pick the boundaries of your category for 1% to suit your particular, say, ideological proclivity. But that's all it takes is 32,000. So, but capital does accrue in the hands of a relatively small proportion of people. Just like in a Monopoly game, if you play it out till its end. But what Marx missed was that there isn't a lot of intergenerational stability with regards to where the capital stays. And so there's a relatively small probability that you're currently in the 1%, say by Canadian standards. But there's a reasonable probability that you will be in the 1% at some point for some period of time during your life. I think it's 10%. I think it's something like 25% that you'll be in the upper 5%. And so even though the fact that a small percentage of the people have most of the capital, the people who compose that 1% churn quite rapidly. And you see that at the corporate level as well, because Fortune 500 companies have a lifespan of about 30 years. And I think part of the reason why large companies collapse is actually a consequence of the Pareto distribution that I just described. As your company grows, incompetence grows exponentially and competence grows linearly, which is really, you know, not a good thing. But one of the consequences of that is that things get so large that they fail, which is another interesting thing to know about Pareto distributions, because you remember during the financial crisis, everybody said too big to fail, which is exactly the wrong thing to say, because the right thing to say is so big it will inevitably fail. And that's something that I think is worth knowing at a general level as well. You don't want to, things don't necessarily scale, right? I mean, there's an old rule. If you want to build a large thing that works, Start by building a small thing that works and scale it. But there's another rule, which was not everything scales. And so, okay, so anyways, back to openness. Open people. This is the creative end. Enjoy the beauty of nature. Believe in the importance of art. Love to reflect on things. Get deeply immersed in music. Do not like poetry. Reversed. Seldom notice the emotional aspects of paintings and pictures. Reversed. Need a creative outlet. Seldom get lost in thought. Reversed. Seldom daydream. Reversed. See beauty in things that other people might not notice. And so you've got imaginative and artistic on that end of the distribution, right? So that's people who are high in openness. Then intellect. I'm quick to understand things. Have difficulty understanding abstract ideas. Reversed. Can handle a lot of information. Like to solve complex problems. Avoid philosophical discussions. Reversed. Avoid difficult reading material. Reversed. Have a rich vocabulary. Think quickly. Learn things slowly. Reversed. Formulate ideas clearly. So you can see that's the difference between smart and creative, I would say, roughly speaking, or maybe between smart and imaginative. Now, there's a fair bit of overlap between them. And IQ, by the way, is very powerfully, positively correlated with both of them. So openness to experience seems in large but not complete part to be the reflection of IQ, general intelligence, in personality. But there's the creativity dimension to it too. And so how do you conceptualize the distribution? Original versus conventional, imaginative versus down to earth, creative versus uncreative, broad interests versus narrow interests, complex versus simple, curious versus incurious. Imaginative, creative, complex, curious, daring, independent, analytical, untraditional, liberal, broadly interested. That's the open types. So, if you think about it again in terms of the story that we've been telling, the manner in which this underlying temperamental trait might determine the goal, people who are high in openness are motivated by ideas for their own sake. That's the people who are high in intellect, or by aesthetic experience. They'll pursue it out as a primary good. And so they orient their world around such pursuits. I think, remember I talked to you about the hierarchy at the beginning with very specific concrete tasks at the bottom, like behaviors, and more abstract ideas as you move up the hierarchy. I think the open people's attentional focus gravitates up the hierarchy. So they're interested in broader, lower resolution ideas, where the more concrete types, maybe the more conservative types, or at least the less open types, are more interested in operating at the level of what can be concretely implemented here and now. And you know, it's not obvious, again, which of those levels of analysis is most appropriate. Sometimes it's useful to concentrate on the details, and sometimes it's useful to concentrate on the big picture. And you probably want to have people of both types around. So, okay, so let's talk about intellect first. And I'm going to consider intellect the more direct reflection of IQ. And I'm going to talk about IQ, because if you want to determine whether or not someone is intelligent, it's actually better to measure their intelligence with an IQ test than it is to estimate their intelligence with a personality test like intellect. So most people with a high IQ are interested in ideas. And so we're going to talk about IQ, because IQ is the most powerful predictor of long-term life outcomes that social scientists have ever identified by a large margin. And it's also incredibly hot conceptual topic, which I think in some sense it's strange and it's not strange. You know, it's not strange because, look, all of you were in elementary school, right? And most of you are old enough to remember that there were kids who got held back, right, who failed. Now, that's not as common as it used to be, but you know, if you had a class of 35 kids, there were 2 kids in the class who were likely to be held back. And maybe there was 1 kid who had been held back more than once. And that was a kid. And that might have been a kid who had behavioral problems, but often was a kid that or she just didn't have the intellectual wherewithal to master the material. And so 1 out of 15 to fail at the average level, that's actually probably an underestimate of the actual prevalence in the population. And then, of course, in any class of elementary school kids, you had kids that, well, they could master the curriculum without any effort whatsoever, right? They were just, and there was usually 2 or 3 of them. It's like they were the brains of the class, and you know, they had no problem spelling, and they could read at a grade level that was way above what they were at, and conceptual mastery came easy to them. And everyone had that experience, and that's the differentiation of people by intelligence. And the problem with it is that it's both obvious beyond belief and painful beyond bearing. Because the truth of the matter is that there is such a wide variation in human cognitive ability that it's actually almost miraculous. You know, and if you're a smart person, let's say if you have an IQ of 115 and above, which puts you in the top 15% of the population, that would give you approximately undergraduate level college education and above. That's 85% of the you're smarter than 85% of the population at that level. Almost all the people you know are as smart as you or smarter. You don't know anybody who's in the other end of the cognitive distribution, 85 and below. There's just as many people down at that end of the spectrum as there is at the top. You have no idea how much difference there is between those two categories of people, and how difficult it is for people who are at the low end of the cognitive distribution to manage themselves in a complex industrial society. You know, so here's an example. The US military, which did IQ testing, much of the basic research in IQ testing, very, very interested, the military, in rapidly screening people for competence. Why? Well, because if you're in a war, it's like you probably don't want to lose, and so placing the most competent people in positions of authority as fast as you possibly can is of paramount concern, and so the Army has always been very much concerned about this. It's done IQ testing, and they did IQ research for 100 years. And they concluded, I don't remember when, but it was several decades ago, and now this has been passed into American law, that it is illegal to induct into the American Armed Forces anyone with an IQ of less than 83. That's 10% of the population. Now you think about what that means. It's not like the Armed Forces doesn't have a continual demand for people, right? They're a eager employer, particularly in times of combat, but even in times of peace, because across the ideological divide, people use the military in times of peace to move people from the dysfunctional underclass, let's say, into the working class or into the middle class. It's a good mechanism, maybe not the ideal mechanism, but it's a good mechanism potentially for putting people on an upward track. And so even during peacetime, you want to pull people in. And for the military to conclude that 10% of the population can't be trained under any circumstances to do anything useful whatsoever in an organization as complicated as the armed forces is something to reflect upon, because it's probably no more complex than ordinary life. And so what that essentially means is that our society is already structured so that 10% of the population is fundamentally unemployable. And so that's an awful, and you see the conservatives, they don't like that because they think, well, if you just, you know, worked hard enough, that's the conscientiousness element, there'd be a job for you. And there's truth in that, because hard work does produce life success. And the liberals think, well, you can train anyone to do anything, which is palpably untrue, and also unfair to those people that you actually can't train to do complex things. And it's ungrateful as well. If you happen to be one of those people, say, gifted with an IQ of 145, to say, well, you can train anyone to do anything, look at me. It's like, yeah, right, no, sorry, you know, you were 1 in 1,000 at birth, and you know, all due credit, you didn't screw it up and you've managed to manifest yourself as a success. But don't be thinking that your genetic advantage didn't have something to do with that. It's something to be grateful for, and to remember, if you can, what it's like to be on the opposite end of the spectrum. So we should talk a little bit about IQ, just so you know what it is, because it's actually very straightforward. And that's another thing about it that's quite painful, because it is straightforward and it's quite easy to understand. So imagine this. Imagine, first of all, that human beings can engage in abstract problem solving. We already talked about that. Function of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, let's say, or the cortex. You can model the world, and you can abstract away from the world, and you can manipulate the abstractions. And that's thought. Okay, and now people differ in their ability to do that, to do it with regard to speed and with regards to number of variables that they can conceptualize simultaneously. and as well with regards to how fast they can master new material. Large individual differences, all highly associated with psychometric intelligence. Okay, so now you want to assess how many variables someone can simultaneously process, how fast they can do it, and how quickly they can learn. And you want to reduce that to a test that you can administer quite quickly so that you can predict their academic and industrial performance. So what do you have to do? So then here's the technical way of doing it. Gather a library of 10,000 questions. Doesn't matter what the questions are, about anything. They could be multiplication questions, they could be general knowledge questions, they could be vocabulary, they could be current affairs. It doesn't matter. Just throw them all into the mix. Okay, and now you've got your 10,000 questions, so you've kind of randomly covered the set of things people could know or calculate. Now, draw out a random set of 100 questions and administer that to 100 people. Okay, and then the score is just how many questions people get right. And then rank order the people from highest score to lowest score. Okay? You've just rank ordered them by IQ. That's all there is to it. So then here's what you do next, because you want to test the reliability of it. So you could wait 2 weeks and assess the same people again. You get almost exactly the same rank order. It's unbelievably stable. Even if you did it with a number of years in between, you'd see tremendous rank order stability. But then you could do another trick, equally interesting. You could go back to your set of 10,000 questions, draw another random set of 100, test the same people, rank order them, and the correlation between the rank orders, even though you use different questions, would be almost as high as the correlation between testing the same set of people twice. Right. So it's unbelievably reliable test. I truly don't believe that there's a more reliable test in all of social science. I think that's because reliability exceeds 0.95, 0.96. It's almost perfectly reliable, even over long spans of time. And so if you want to turn that into an IQ test, all you do is correct for age and standardize it. And you don't have to do either of those, but that's what happens if it's technically an IQ test. It's also corrected for age, because older people tend to... It doesn't matter that much, because older people know more things, but younger people are faster calculators. And so your crystallized intelligence, which is sort of a measure of what you know, increases as you age, but your fluid intelligence, which is how fast you can compute, declines. If you want to keep your fluid intelligence intact, the best thing to do is not cognitive exercises of the sort that were flogged on the internet a few years ago. There were a bunch of companies that were trying to promote the idea that, you know, active engagement in complex cognitive exercises would maintain or increase your IQ. It's like wrong. It's not the case. Like, if you give someone a cognitive exercise and they practice it, they get better and better at it. But it does not affect how they do another cognitive exercise. And there's no cross-exercise transmission of skill. And even if you took people and you had them practice 10 different types of cognitive exercise till they got really good at all 10, and then you had them practice on an 11th, there'd be no transfer of skill. No one knows how to increase IQ. You can increase crystallized IQ with education. But nobody's figured out how to increase fluid IQ except with nutrition. If your kids are well-nourished, then that increases their IQ. Actually, it's the other way around. If they're not well-nourished, it decreases their IQ. If they're well-nourished, then they get as smart as they have the genetic capacity to be smart. And that's also, by the way, from a developmental perspective, in terms of world development goals, the evidence that's been generated by people like Bjorn Lomborg is that if you want to invest worldwide to get the biggest return on your development investment dollar, the best thing to do is to concentrate on early childhood nutrition and vaccination. It produces something like a 60-to-1 return on investment. So that's kind of an interesting thing to know. Anyways, that's pretty much all there is to IQ. And that's kind of terrifying, because it's not that difficult to understand, and it's not that difficult to administer, and it's a deadly predictor of long-term life success. So for example, if just before you were born you had the option of being born at the 95th percentile for wealth or the 95th percentile for IQ in a Western society, and the idea would be to maximize your socioeconomic outcome at the age of 40, which would you pick? The answer is IQ. It's a better predictor of success at 40 than the socioeconomic status of your birth family. So, and that to me is actually a really, look, there's some things about this that are really positive. And this is another thing that you don't hear talked about at all with regards to the idea that our culture is an unfair patriarchal tyranny. It's like the best predictors of success in Western culture are intelligence and conscientiousness. It's like, well, what do you want to predict exactly? Like if you're going to set up a society that was set up properly, well, what would predict better than how fast you can do things and how much you can learn and how hard you work? Now, it doesn't predict perfectly, but those two together, the correlation with the two together is about 0.6, which is a wallop. Again, there isn't anything in social sciences that approaches that as a multivariate correlation. 0.6 is pretty damn high, and it's actually an indication of the validity of the dominant structures in our society that intelligence and conscientiousness are the best predictors of success. Now, in entrepreneurial domains, creative domains, it's IQ and openness. And that's fine too, because you'd hope that in creative and entrepreneurial domains, smart, creative people would do better, and they do. They do markedly better. So, okay, so that's IQ, and you see IQ reflected in intellect. And so then we could talk a little bit about creativity instead as the alternative to IQ. Now, oh, I should tell you one more thing about IQ. So imagine that I asked 1,000 people 1,000 questions, and I factor analyzed their answers, which is exactly what happened when the personality models were set up, right? I asked 1,000 people 1,000 questions, but about their own personalities, did a factor analysis, and it extracted out 5 factors. What happens if you do that with questions that require abstract reasoning to solve? And the answer is 1 factor. You get 1 factor. There's 1 kind of intelligence. Now, it's a bit more complicated than that, but for all intents and purposes, it collapses into a single factor. You can break it into fluid and crystallized, and it's tricky because the real IQ, in some sense, is the fluid IQ. And the more you use that, the more you learn. And so what happens is that there's an association between how much you learn. You can assess that as a measure of your IQ. And it grows as you put your fluid intelligence to use. It's like the fluid intelligence is driving the crystallized intelligence. And your fluid intelligence can collapse under some conditions, and your crystallized intelligence remain intact. But they're still reflections of the same thing, which is something like that capacity to learn, number of variables you can compute at a single moment, and speed of processing. And that's associated with some pretty basic biological features. So simple reaction time, for example, light goes on, you push a button. If you have a higher IQ, you do it faster. And that seems to be associated with how thick the myelination is in your neural pathways. And another so that's pretty straightforward biological representation. Brain size is actually fairly highly correlated with IQ in human beings, among human beings, especially if you correct for body size. So people with larger brains, all things considered, are smarter. You think, well, you know, tell me something I don't know. But the point is that it's just another piece of relatively straightforward evidence that there's a profound biological underpinning to the differences in intelligence. And here's something that's even more striking, shocking, depressing, factual than that. The richer and more egalitarian your society, the more the IQ differences are determined by biological factors. Why? Well, it's the same thing that happens with the gender differences. You remove the cultural variation, all that's left is the biological variation. And so, you know, as you raise everyone up, the mean IQ increases because the people at the bottom who are now nourished and so forth, their IQ climbs up, and so the population average increases. That's a really good thing, but the variability between people isn't affected at all. And so you can't make societies more equal by providing people with more, not easily anyways, by providing people with more resources after you account for absolute privation. You know, getting rid of absolute privation, that's a very useful thing, but after that you don't reduce variability. And so it's not surprising that people are so upset about IQ, because it seems like something that's sort of, it's profoundly powerful, profoundly predictive, and profoundly unfair. And so, okay, so that's IQ, but you can't ignore it, and it's going to pose a more and more complex technical problem for us as we advance, because I think one of the things that's happening is that the advantage that smarter people have is being multiplied by computational equipment. Because you think, well, you know how smart a smart person is. Well, you might know, but you think about how smart a smart person is who knows how to use a computer. It's like a smart person who knows how to use a computer is so much smarter than a person who isn't smart, that doesn't know how to use a computer. It's like they don't even live in the same conceptual universe. And the people who are really flying on computers, man, they've got power beyond, they've got intellectual power beyond belief. And the probability that that divide is going to be magnified over the coming years is unbelievably high. And you might think, well, no, because computational power is going to give everyone access to more information and more intellectual power. And there is truth in that. But you know, you must have observed this already. We've had computers for 30 years. Most of the economic returns to the people who use computational technology still accrue to those that are on the cutting edge, right? Because, yeah, so you can use Word. Well, so can everyone else. Like, if you could use Word when word processors first came out, well, that gave you an advantage. But now it's like, yeah, well, you're a dime a dozen. I mean, if you're a high-level computer programmer, that's a whole different story, especially if you're at the top of your game, because there's sort of an infinite demand for you. So you still have to stay on that cutting edge, and that's pretty much a function of, it's pretty much a function of intelligence with some conscientiousness thrown in there. So it's a very rough problem, man, and it isn't obvious. You know, you hear solutions to this problem of inequality. We're going to give everyone a guaranteed national income, say, basic income. And one of the real problems with that, in my estimation, is it's really hard on conscientious people. Because let's say you're conscientious, but you're not very smart, and so it's hard for you to find a job, but you don't want to be unemployed, man. It just tears you apart, because that's another thing about being conscientious. If you're conscientious and you lose your job, you are one suffering creature. If you're unconscientious, you don't care. But if you're conscientious and all of a sudden you've been rendered useless, I mean, that violates your sense of your own moral propriety profoundly and drives people into extreme depressions. And so the idea that a guaranteed basic income will be useful for people who are conscientious strikes me as highly improbable. And I think the problem is more, it's deeper than that. It isn't how are we going to provide people with enough material resources so that they can scrape by, let's say, or even flourish to some degree, materially speaking. It's how are we going to provide people who are on the lower end of the cognitive distribution with a genuine purpose and place in a complex technological society. It's like, man, we got our work cut out for us on that front. Okay, creative achievement questionnaire. It's associated with openness, not intellect. Intellect's associated mostly with IQ, especially fluid IQ. Creativity is associated more with verbal IQ, by the way. And so let's talk a little bit about creative achievement. So when we set out to measure it, we noticed that there wasn't a measure of creative accomplishment in the literature, and that seemed to be a big lack, because creative accomplishment seemed to be very important and might be useful to get the measurement of it correct. And so what we did was we identified 10 domains of potential creativity. We tried to be relatively comprehensive without going overboard. And so the 10 dimensions were visual arts, that's painting or sculpture, music, dance, architectural design, creative writing, humor, inventions, scientific discovery, theater and film, and culinary arts. Probably should have had a separate category for entrepreneurial achievement. That'd be sort of shoehorned into inventions, but doesn't matter. It would have been nice, but we didn't do it, and it's still a reliable and valid measure. And then what we did was we rank ordered levels of accomplishment within each domain, and then we had professionals in each domain, accomplished professionals, check the rank ordering. So here's typical rank ordering. So visual arts, painting, sculpture, 0. I have no training or recognized talent in this area. 1, I've taken lessons in this area. 2, people have commented on my talent. A little bit of social validation. 3, I have won a prize or prizes at a juried art show. 4, I've had a showing of my work in a gallery. 5, I have sold a piece of my work. 6, my work has been critiqued in local publications. 7, my work has been critiqued in national publications. So you can see that there's a pretty decent leap in status and accomplishment with each level, and that there's going to be a rapid fall off in terms of the number of people who've accomplished that. So that's visual arts. Music. I'll just read you a couple of these so you get a sense. I have no training or recognized talent in this area. Skip to dance. 1, I play 1 or more musical instruments proficiently. 2, I have played with a recognized orchestra or band. 3, I have composed an original piece of music. 4, my musical talent has been critiqued in a local publication. 5, my composition has been recorded. 6, it has been copyrighted. 7, recordings have been sold publicly. Okay, so you fill out the questionnaire and with your levels of accomplishment, and then we sum across all the levels of accomplishment, and that produces your creative achievement score. And it's not normally distributed, with most people in the middle, some people way out on the creative end, and some people way low. What it is skewed like this. So yes, this is it. The median response per category. So the median response is the most frequent response, not the average response, but the most frequent response. In each domain, 60% of respondents score 0. Right, 0. And the next most frequent response is 1. 26% of the respondents score 1. So 86% of people score 0 or 1 in each domain. And so if you add up across domains, you find that there's a tremendous number of people who stack up at 0. That's by far the most common level of creative achievement. 0. And the next most common is 1. And then there's a tiny proportion of people who are way out on the distribution who score 50, 60, 200, 300. And they're the people the small minority of people who are creative. And that Pareto distribution, which is what that is, that seems to characterize everything that's associated with individual variability in creative production. And it's a funny law. So here's the sorts of phenomena that seem to be distributed in that Pareto manner. Size of cities. So a small number of cities have most of the people. Height of plants in the jungle. Mass of stars. A small number of stars in the galaxy have most of the mass. If you're in any sports domain, number of goals scored is Pareto distributed as well. Number of championships won. The distribution of money, as I already pointed out, is Pareto distributed, and so is the distribution of productivity in industrial settings. And so it isn't exactly obvious why that is, but I think it's because success works like this. You could think, well, here's failure, that's the failure path, and here's the success path, so that's linear, right? Going uphill in a linear way, but it doesn't look like it's like that. It looks like you go up like this, right? So it's 0, 0, 0 acceleration. It's hard to get past 0, but once you do, you can accelerate rapidly. Failure is the opposite way. You fail a little bit, you fail a little bit, you fail a lot, right? And I think the reason is that you get feedback loops developing. So, if you're successful at one thing, then more opportunities come your way, and so do more people. And more people open more doors for you, and more opportunities manifest themselves. And it's so like once good things start to happen, each good thing that happens seems to increase the probability that another good thing will happen on the creativity or the productivity or the capital accumulation front. And on the negative front, the same thing happens. Every time something bad happens to you, then it increases the probability that something additionally bad will happen to you. And so you get this strange phenomenon that seems to be associated with the Pareto distribution. So, all right, and so we tried to validate the creative achievement questionnaire, and to see if it was a decent predictor of creativity in general. We did a study, the first validation study, and it worked out quite nicely. One of the things that Shelley had her subjects do was to make she made a collage kit. So everybody got a standard kit. So it's like, here's some glue and here's your collage kit. Why don't you make a collage? And so we had everybody make a collage. And then we had a panel, I believe, of 7 artists rate the collage for creativity. And the first thing we found was that, the first thing you want to detect is if you rank ordered all the ratings from each artist, would there be some relationship between all the ratings? Because artist 1 might think, well, person A is creative, and artist 2 might think they're not creative at all. It might just be random, right? No reliable assessment of creativity across the raters at all. Turned out not to be the case, is that the 7 artists could pretty reliably rate, so with a fair bit of agreement, how aesthetically pleasing the collage actually was. So that was a good thing, because it wasn't obvious that that would be the case, because it seems, you know, there's this obviously an element of subjectivity. It wouldn't have been easy, I don't think, for the artists to articulate what criteria they were using to determine whether the composition was aesthetically pleasant, but maybe they could get it at a glance, you know, maybe it has something to do with complex pattern recognition, which I think is highly probable. So anyways, the Creative Achievement Questionnaire was highly correlated with artist ratings of creativity of this one piece of creative output, and it was also highly correlated with intelligence, with divergent thinking. That was those creative tests that I told you about earlier, with Goldberg Intellect Scale, which is the intellect scale before, this was before we built the big 5-aspect scale that had openness and intellect. And so all of the measures that we could come up with suggested that it was a valid area, and that's a good example of the manifestation of openness in the real world. So let's summarize openness to experience. Well, it breaks into openness and intellect. Openness seems to be associated with imaginativeness and creativity, and intellect with interest in ideas. Both of them are tightly associated with IQ, intellect particularly with nonverbal IQ, and openness with verbal IQ. There's wide variability in human cognitive differences, and the variability drives economic differential and also differential in terms of productivity, and that's a really hard conundrum, right? Because if it was just driving income distribution differences, well, then you could flatten out the income distribution. You could think of that as fair, but if it's also driving radical differences in productivity, then it's not so easy to level the playing field economically, because it seems to make a certain amount of success that to allow those who can to do, even if it might be mostly to their benefit, it's also of unbelievable significant benefit to everyone else, and maybe there's some utility in trying to bribe people, so to speak, with the structure of your economic system, so that those who are the most competent at solving complex problems are also the most highly motivated to do it. But one of the outcomes of that is going to be an ineradicable element of inequality. And so, okay, well, so we could just review everything very quickly. I'll do that in 2 or 3 minutes. So we started by laying out the biological basis of personality, essentially, and also describing how the social structure simplifies the world. And I suggested that traits are rules of thumb for interacting with the world, quick and dirty rules of thumb for interacting with the world. And then we talked about measurement a bit and described the manner in which psychologists have come to a stable personality model over the last 3 or 4 decades, and what it means for a model to be stable, and how a model like that might be useful in terms of prediction, control, and understanding. And then we talked about the 5 traits and the 10 aspects. Extroversion associated with positive emotion, neuroticism associated with negative emotion, agreeableness associated perhaps with maternal behavior and predatory aggression, although often socialized predatory aggression, conscientiousness associated with industriousness, whatever that is, the escape from guilt and shame possibly, and also with orderliness associated with disgust, and then finally openness to experience, which seems to be associated both with intelligence, which we discussed, and also with creativity. And so that's the basic landscape of up-to-date psychometric modeling of personality, and hopefully the consequence of knowing this information is that you have a better sense of who you are and who the people around you are, and how much people differ, and how important it is for us to know all of that in some accurate manner. And so on that note, thank you very much for attending. It was a pleasure talking to you, and well, hopefully people will find this useful and productive. So thank you very much.